the under-17 girls. Very small field, only 7 competitors. Still have some others finishing up the 1500 meters. And of course, the top 8 will receive points. So it's important that the athletes finish the race. So the under-17 girls 1500 meters will be up next. And if we look at the starting lineup for the under-17 girls, we'll see from the Frederick Smith Secondary, Sharice Richards. From the Lodge School, Nisha King. Representing Queens College, Alyssa Jolly. Representing the St. Michael School, Amanda Harewood. From the Lodge School, Izora Devonish. From Coleridge and Parry, Annika Farmer. And from St. Winifred's, Giselle Allen. Just 7 athletes. So once these girls complete the race, each one will be guaranteed points for their school. So it's just a matter of who wants which points. As we said, the points go from 1st to 8th position. In this case, 1st to 7th, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The NAPS, the Bssac record for the under-17 girls, 4 minutes 45.68 seconds. It was set by Janelle Innes of Parkinson Memorial in 1994. So pretty old record here, 4:45.68. The winner of this event last year at Bssac was Darrell Jordan's Mary Fraser in a time of 4:56.63. So again, the girls getting ready to go. Under 17 girls, 1500 meters. On the starters' orders, starting Mr. Vincent Burke, just waiting for the announcer at the call room area to be quiet so that the competitors can hear the starter. We have that quiet now, and they're off. So this is the under-17 girls, 1500 meters. Annika Farmer of Coleridge and Parry going out. Taking this one, Amanda Haywood of the St. Michael School in 2nd position. And from St. Winifred in 3rd, Giselle Allen. So immediately they are in single file. Those 3, the others in the rear. So we believe that this is where the top 3 will come from. Coming into the straightaway for the first time, Annika Farmer of Coleridge and Parry. Amanda Haywood of the St. Michael School is in 2nd position. And in 3rd, Giselle Allen. So coming around for the first time. 3 laps remaining. So there goes Annika Farmer of Coleridge and Parry. Remember, these girls are looking for the top 2 spots. In the Esther Maynard zone, the winner of the under-17 girls 1500 meters was Charissa Moore of Harrison College in a time of 5 minutes 39.64, and Cara Douglas of Harrison College was 2nd, 5:47.13. So those 2 girls, 2 Harrison College athletes, earned their spot into next week's final of the under-17 girls 1500. Let's see who will be the 2 from this zone, the Frank Blackman zone, to join them in the final. Annika Farmer of Coleridge and Parry leading this one. Just past the water jump. Going into the straightaway for the 2nd time, Annika Farmer. So So there she goes, Annika Farmer, all alone. 2 laps remaining for her.
820-3190. Brian.
It's all Farmer. Once she hangs in there, she will be an automatic qualifier for the final. Second position, still Amanda Haywood of the St. Michael's School, and in third position, Giselle Allen of the St. Winifred. And Frederick Smith, Sharice Richards there passing. So the under 17 girls continue to roll along with Annika Farmer of Courage and Paris still leading. So this is a very slow run here for these under 17 girls, nowhere near that record of 4:45.68, which was set by Janelle Innes, and nowhere near the 4:56.63 run by Mary Fraser of Darrell Jordan last year. And incidentally, you see Mary Fraser on the start list to run on the under 20 girls 1500 meters. It will be interesting to see how she does. We haven't seen Mary Fraser compete for the year. After winning 3 gold medals at the Carifta Games, winning the Austin Seeley Award, but no sign of Mary Fraser since then. So with 1 lap to go here in the under 17 girls 1500 meters, still leading Annika Farmer of Courage and Paris. So she would have gone from pole to pole, as they say, from the start to the finish, leading. And now coming up to take the bell from the St. Michael's School, Amanda Haywood. She's in second position. Once she maintains that position, she should be an automatic qualifier for the final. In third position from St. Winifred, Giselle Allen, and now being challenged by Sharice Richards of Frederick Smith. Remember, these 7 girls, all they have to do is complete the event and they will earn some points for the various schools. And back down the back stretch is Annika Farmer of Courage and Paris, now moving up. Just passing the finish line, Alyssa Jolly of Queen's College. Once she finishes, she earns more points for Queen's College in the girls category. Still have 2 competitors from the Lodge School in there as well, Nisha King and Izora Devonish. So coming into the straightaway now to complete the under 17 girls 1500 meters, Annika Farmer of Courage and Paris on her way to get 10 points, get things going, put some chalk up some points on the board for Courage and Paris. Annika Farmer, she's on her way to win the under 17 girls 1500 meters, and we'll see her next week in the finals of this event. The second place runner from the St. Michael's School, Amanda Haywood. She's making her way up to the finish, and she will be also an automatic qualifier for the final next week, 1500 meters under 17 girls. And coming up to take third position from, oh my, we had a right there finishing in third, Giselle Allen of St. Winifred, and Sharice Richards, who thought that she had a comfortable third place, was edged up by Giselle Allen, and she will finish in 4th position. So that's 4 of the 7 competitors completed. Here comes the 5th now from Queen's College, Alyssa Jolly. So she will earn some points there for QC. That's 4 points for Queen's College, thanks to that 5th place. And here comes the 6th place competitor from the Lodge School. And another Lodge School competitor there. So this one, Nisha King of the Lodge School, will now finish. And 1 more competitor to come, and that will be Izora Devonish, and she will earn some points for the Lodge School. So that will be the under 17 girls 1500 meter event completed. And coming up next will be the under 17 boys. As we can see, the boys are already out there getting themselves ready to go. Some 16 boys will be contesting the under 17 boys 1500 meters. It's going to be a hot one, can tell you that. The under 17 boys champion last year, Jonathan Jones, he'll be moving up one. So this one is going to be all for the taking. The record here was set by Jonathan Jones last year, actually, 4:09.17 seconds, 4:09.17. We'll see if anyone can come close to that. But let's give you the starting lineup. Cody King of St. Michael's School, Michael Thornhill of the Leicester Vaughan, Shaquille Dutton of Darryl Jordan of the Lodge School, Macari Jones of QC, Damar Clark of Dighton Griffith, Steve Mears of Coleridge and Parry, Jaden Jordan of Frederick Smith, Robert Ewart of Coleridge and Parry, Paul Lord of the Lodge School, Jadar Holder of Darryl Jordan of Police College,
Spinard of Providence Secondary, Savion Maynard of Frederick Smith, Japoni Holder of the Leicester Vaughan, and Donnell Sylvester of Princess Margaret. On the starters' orders, and they're gone. This is 1500 meters, 300 meters the trap.
Really setting the pace in this one.
These guys are going out pretty good. This is the way you should be starting at 1500 meters, a good solid start, and then you settle in and roll from there. So we're seeing a competitor from the St. Michael's School, Cody King.
Still a very exciting bunch. Just leaving positions now.
So we'll see how things shape up as they come around for the first time. So actually that's Michael Thornhill of the Leicester Vaughan School who's taken this one out. Thornhill. And from Darryl Jordan, Shaquem Dottin. Also from the St. Michael's School, Cody King in third position. So early days yet here in this 1500 meters for the under 17 boys, but leading the pack, Michael Thornhill of the Leicester Vaughan School. A pack of 7 in that top bunch, and then we have some stragglers behind there. Again, this one is for points, so we're looking at the top 8 to score points. Under 17 boys. Coming around up this front stretch. So a new leader here from Coleridge and Parry, Robert Ewart. And now moving in there from Frederick Smith, it looks like Jordan. Shaquem Dottin of Darryl Jordan, rather, in there. And of course, Darryl Jordan, formerly St. Lucie Secondary School, Frederick Smith Secondary, formerly St. James Secondary. For those of you who may not be that familiar with those names. So some good weather for 1500 meter running, and leading the field here, Coleridge and Parry's Robert Ewart. So they come around, should be getting the bell shortly. So Ewart still holding on. Coming into the straightaway one more time. Jordan of Frederick Smith. So the top two. Dighton Griffiths moving up in the picture. That's Damar Clark. He's in third position. He'll have to do some running here. But still leading, Robert Ewart of Coleridge and Parry. Down the back stretch they go for the final time. Coming up to 200 meters to go here in the under 17 boys. 1,500 meters. And Ewart now opening up. Robert Ewart of Coleridge and Parry. Here he comes. Here he comes. And taking over now from Dighton Griffith in second position, Damar Clark. But it's all Ewart. Robert Ewart of Coleridge and Parry. He will be the winner of the under 17 boys 1,500 meters in the Frank Blackman zone. Second will go to Damar Clark of Dighton Griffith. And from Frederick Smith, Jordan will finish in third position. So that will be it for the under 17 boys. All the others will finish up. So with that said, the rain is upon us once more. So today, not the best of days for sure for our crew from where we are. As the rain is upon us, the spectators, although they're under the tents, they too have to raise their umbrellas. So some challenges here, but nevertheless, we will ensure that we bring you live coverage as best as we can of the Frank Blackman Zone Bssac 2016. Getting ready now for the under 20 girls. And in the under 20 girls, Sonia Gaskin of Parkinson Memorial holds the record of 4:46.73. We should see 6 girls lining up for the under 20 girls 1,500 meters. That's the next event on track, the under 20 girls 1,500 meters. So the young ladies out there getting a blessing. And right there we can see Mary Fraser in that red shorts. The outfit of Darrell Jordan Secondary, Mary Fraser. From the Lodge School, Shanna Jones. From Dighton Griffith, Nicolette Smith. From Queen's College, Brittany Small. From the Lodge School, Anya Williams. And from the Lester Vaughan School, Nia Alderson. So of course, all eyes will be on Mary Fraser to see how fast she will run. If the conditions are conducive to her breaking this record of 4:46, but as we said, we haven't seen Mary Fraser for the year competing, so we don't know what kind of shape she's in. Last year, she ran 4:56.63, was in that kind of form. So we'll see. We'll try to get an unofficial time for her. So they're getting ready to go now. They're off. The under 20 girls, 1,500 meters. And as expected, Mary Fraser will go into the lead and will dictate this race from start to finish. After all, she's the triple gold medalist at the Carifta Games. 8:15 and 3,000 meters. So it will be all Mary Fraser. Two logical competitors, Shanna Jones and Anya Williams. So coming up the straightaway for the first time, Mary Fraser. Now with 3 laps to go. So there she goes around the top turn. And Anya Williams and Shanna Jones of the logical in second and third. So just 400 meters gone, 1:14 unofficially on the clock for Mary Fraser. And the rain is down, it's coming, but it won't stop these young ladies from running the 1,500 meters. So we can see them stretched out, Mary Fraser, Anya Williams, Shanna Jones. Passing the 200-meter mark now. Mary Fraser not troubled at all. Easy jog for her here. No competition whatsoever. Just an easy jog here. Something to note though is that, and I must have a conversation with the championship director to find out if there will be zone records. And if that is the case, I think the athletes will need to know that so they can post some good performances rather than just jog through these events. So at 2:24 on the clock, it's Mary Fraser all alone. Mary Fraser. Six girls here competing. All they have to do is finish the event and they will score some points for their schools. 2:52 on the clock here for Mary Fraser. Going down the back stretch again. Just past the 200-meter mark now. Giving her 600 meters to go to complete the 1,500 meters for under 20 girls. So as we can see here, she has opened almost a 100-meter gap on the second place competitor from the Lodge School, and even further for the third place. So a very, very easy run for Mary Fraser. Believe she will have other events. I wonder if she will be attempting the 4, 8, 15 and 3,000. The 3,000 she will do next week. But today, 3:40 on the clock for Mary Fraser with 1 lap to go. Remember the record, 4:46.73. And she's about to lap Nicolette Smith of Dighton Griffith. She does that now. Wow. And again, I will make the observation, as I did yesterday, and from the Esther Maynard zone, out of the 13 schools, we're only seeing 6 girls able to compete here in this 1,500 meters. I believe we can do a lot better. Only 6 girls from 4 schools, 5 schools. Not good enough as far as I reckon. So another one being lapped. Outerson of the Leicester Vaughan. So Mary Fraser, well on her way. 4:32 on the clock now for Mary Fraser. She passes the water jump with about 1:50 to go. 4:38 on the clock. Coming up into the straightaway now. All Mary Fraser. Like I say, she will not crack the record of 4:46.73, but she will show us what kind of form she's in. 4:54. Mary Fraser crossing the line now, unofficially 4:58. So under 5 minutes, but of course we know she's capable of doing much better than that. The other competitor to come at the straightaway to finish in second. We are waiting her. Competitor from the Lodge School now finishing up. Anya Williams of the Lodge School finishing in second. The competitor we're seeing on the screen has one more lap to go. That's Outerson of the Lester Vaughan School. But once she finishes, she will earn a point. Well, a couple of points for her school. She finishes in sixth. She'll earn 3 points for the Lester Vaughan School. So Anya Williams scoring 8 points. And the other competitor now, Shanna Jones of the Lodge School, earning 6 points for the Lodge School, finishing in third. This other competitor also has 1 lap to go. That's Nicolette Smith of the Dighton Griffith School. So 3 completed. From Queen's College, here comes Brittany Small, and she will finish in 4th position, earning 5 points for Queen's College. So just 2 to go will be Nicolette Smith of Dighton Griffith and Nia Outerson of the Lester Vaughan School. So those 2 will have about 300 meters to go. As we get ready for the under 20 boys to come next. So the rain continues here at the National Stadium. 10:06 the time. So although the rain is falling, the organizers are still on schedule. So it's windy here as well. So it's windy, it's rainy. I think the crew not dressed for the occasion today. Seeing some cold bumps, goose pimples on the crew. Think we need to have some jackets here. Not the kind of day we anticipated at all. And we're going to take a very short break, and when we return with some heated action. And that heated, we really wish it will be heated. The under 20 boys 1500 meters featuring Jonathan Jones, who is in top form. So we'll have a 30-minute break and be right back.
When your kids fall, you're always there to pick them up. Sagicor wants to do the same for you. Introducing Life Protector, an invaluable policy that provides you with a lump sum payment should you be diagnosed with a critical illness. With added financial flexibility to keep your family's future bright, we'll provide a helping hand when you need it most. For more details, contact a Sagicor advisor today. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union Crib Club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the Crib Club. You're young and you need to save money with the Crib Club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you. When you save, you see the value.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union Crib Club. More than just money with the credit union Crib Club.
Yeah.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Freshly prepared tradition, and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Them to your satisfaction, of our selections.
Family-friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at BK.
Welcome back to the National Stadium, and we're about to witness the final section here in the 1500 meter series, the under 20 boys. This one is going to be, as we said to you before we took the break, a hot one. Although we are cold here at the National Stadium, I believe this race will provide some heat for us and for the spectators and for you, the viewers, the under 20 boys 1500 meters, and a good feel here. The record 4:00.90 that was set by Raheem Skinner of the Commonwealth School last year. A tremendous run from Raheem Skinner, and he has gone on to Jackson State University on a track scholarship. But I can tell you, one of the runners here is in top form, a guy by the name of Jonathan Jones of Coleridge and Parry, who set a record last year in the under 17 boys category of 4:09.17, and we can tell you he has run 3:59.74 already for the year at the Louis Lynch Championships. And we also have the Marshall twins in here. They have run, Akeem Marshall has run 4:05 for the year, and Romario 4:07. So this is going to be a scorcher. And let's give you the starting lineup for this one. From Coleridge and Parry, Shaquille Holligan. From the Lester Vaughan, Rashawn Sargent. From the Lodge School, Romario Marshall, one of the twin. From Darrell Jordan, Demario Broom. From the Lester Vaughan, Jamie Hinkson. From the Lodge School, the other twin, Akeem Marshall. From Princess Margaret, Shem Brathwaite. From Darrell Jordan, Darian Blunt. And from Queens College, Xavier Lawrence. So we are standing by for what I hope will be a record-breaking performance here. Remember the record 4:00.90. So they're off, the under 20 boys, 1500 meters, and immediately the Marshalls taking over this one. Jones lying there in third. From the start of this, though, I can tell you, it doesn't seem as though we'll see that record. So these guys are probably going to conserve a bit. They have other events to do, and they may want to assault the record at the finals. But we'll see how things will pan out as they come around for the first time. The Marshall twins leading, Akeem and Romario. So 13:43 is Akeem Marshall, so you can differentiate the difference. And 13:45 is Romario Marshall. And now moving into the lead, Jonathan Jones, 46:47 seconds. And from Darrell Jordan, Darian Blunt, he's in the mix as well. So those are the four. The other competitor from Coleridge and Parry, Shaquille Holligan, he's currently in fifth position. So as they go around, 103, 104 as they pass the 400-meter mark for the first time. Going down the back stretch, Jonathan Jones leading. And Jones, a double Carifta medalist last year in the 800 and 1500 meters. So this field, nicely bunched. This is a good five. They will feed off each other. This five, Jonathan Jones leading. Akeem Marshall, Romario Marshall, Darian Blunt of Darrell Jordan, and from Coleridge and Parry, Shaquille Holligan in fifth. So they're single file going down the front stretch for the second time. 1:48 on the clock right now. Remember, these guys, if they want to assault that record, 4:00.90. So it's Jones, Akeem Marshall, Romario Marshall. Blunt of Darrell Jordan in fourth, and now dropping off the pace a bit, Shaquille Holligan of Coleridge and Parry. So Jones now opening the gap. Jonathan Jones opening the gap here on the Marshalls. So he goes down the back stretch for the penultimate time, 2:22 on the clock. All Jones. The Marshalls tracking here, looking to get some points for double points here for the Lodge School. Jonathan Jones leading. Still 2:45 on the clock. And they'll be getting ready to take the bell. 2:53 on the clock. Should be hearing the bell any minute now, signaling 1 lap to go. So Jones at 3 minutes. So under the record pace. Won't be able to run that last lap in 60 seconds. So 3:12 on the clock. Jonathan Jones, the Marshals, in second and third. Jones going down the back stretch. Look at those strides. A lovely runner. Very lovely runner. And Jones has a lot of speed as well. Only last weekend he attempted the 400 meters. I ran 47 point. So that will tell you how fast this guy is. Not only the endurance factor is there, of course, but the speed, which is necessary for him to run a fast time in the 8 and 15. So 3:50 now as Jonathan Jones comes into the straightaway. 3:54, 3:55. Here he comes. Oh, Jonathan Jones. Jones all the way. So just about 4:04, 4:05 for Jones. And finishing up in second and third will be the Marshals to give the Lodge School 14 points there from that one. So that's the top 3 as we look to see who will finish in 4th position here in the under 20 boys 1500 meters. And finishing in 4th, Darian Blunt of the Darrell Jordan secondary, getting some points there for them. And as the runners complete this 1500 meters for under 20 boys, we will take a commercial break and we'll be back in time for the 100 meters, which will be the next series of events, starting with the under 13 girls, and we'll work our way through to the under 20 boys.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Freshly prepared tradition, and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Them to your satisfaction, and we have our selections.
Family-friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union Crib Club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the Crib Club. You're young and you need to save money with the Crib Club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show something simple and it is beneficial for you. When you save, you see the value.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union Crib Club. More than just money with the credit union Crib Club.
Yeah.
When your kids fall, you're always there to pick them up. Sagicor wants to do the same for you. Introducing Life Protector, an invaluable policy that provides you with a lump sum payment should you be diagnosed with a critical illness. With added financial flexibility to keep your family's future bright, we'll provide a helping hand when you need it most. For more details, contact a Sagicor advisor today. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Freshly prepared tradition, and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Them to your satisfaction, and we have of our selection.
Family-friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at BK.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union thrift club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the thrift club. You're young and you need to save money with the thrift club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you when you save your city value.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union thrift club. More than just money with the credit union thrift club.
Yeah.
And we welcome you back, our viewers, to the Frank Blackman Zone, the first day of competition in the Frank Blackman Zone Bssac 2016. We have some results for you while things are being set up for the start of the 100 meters. The junior girls 1500 meters, the first event on the track this morning. In 8th position was Emily McConney of the St. Winifred School, a time of 6 minutes 17:02. In 7th position, Andika Hackett of the Leicester Vaughan, 6 minutes 11.58. In 6th position, Abrianne Bend of Coleridge and Parry, 6:07.25. In 5th position, Christina Edwards of the Lodge School, 6:01.04. 4th, Shania Lashley of Darrell Jordan, 5:58.73. In 3rd position, Shara Hines of Queen's College, 5:37.41. In 2nd position, Jenna Franklin of Queen's College, 5:36.99. And the winner, Ashley Weeks of the St. Michael's School, 5 minutes 13.48. So we'll see Ashley Weeks and Jenna Franklin as automatic qualifiers who will be going through to the final of the junior girls 1500 meters. In the under 17 girls 1500 meters, in 7th position, Izora Devonish of the Lodge School, 7 minutes 42.76. Nisha King of the Lodge School was 6 in a time of 6 minutes 53.53. 5th, Alyssa Jolly of Queen's College, 6 minutes 33.11. In 4th position, Sharice Richards of Frederick Smith, 6 minutes 12.09. In 3rd position, Giselle Allen of the St. Winifred School, 6:07.79. In 2nd position, Amanda Haywood of the St. Michael School, 5:58.90. And the winner, Annika Farmer of Coleridge and Parry, 5 minutes 34.71. So we'll see Farmer and Haywood advancing automatically to the under 17 girls 1500 meter final. In the under 20 girls, Nicolette Smith of Dighton Griffith, she was 6 in a time of 8 minutes 24.16. 5th, Nia Outerson of Leicester Vaughan, 8 minutes 14.13. In 4th position, Brittany Small of Queen's College, 6 minutes 19.06. In 3rd position, Shanna Jones of the Lodge School, 5 minutes 53.79. In 2nd position, Anya Williams of the Lodge School, 5 minutes 25.77. And the winner of the under 20 girls 1500 meters, Mary Fraser of Darrell Jordan Secondary, in a time of 4 minutes 58.42. So Mary Fraser and Anna Williams, automatic qualifiers for the 1500 meters to be contested next week, Thursday and Friday. In the junior boys 1500 meters, we'll give you those results. Junior boys 1500 meters. In 8th position in that one, Niran King of the Lodge School, 5 minutes 25.14. In 7th position, Trevor Allen of Coleridge and Parry, 5 minutes 17.45. In 6th position, Damon Dawson of the Lodge School, 5 minutes 17.35. In 5th position, Shaquan Phillips of the Leicester Vaughan, 5 minutes 16.20. In 4th position, Romario Maxwell of Coleridge and Parry, 5 minutes 9.69. In third position, Jaleel Armstrong of Queens College, 5:04.05. Second, Jelarney Tony of Queens College, 5 minutes 3.39. And winning the junior boys 1500 meters, Savion Hoyt of the Frederick Smith Secondary in a time of 5 minutes 2.19 seconds. And what we'll try to do is continue to update you on the results here of the 1500 meters. So those are the ones we have so far. What we'll try to do now is to give you the points, some scores after those first set of events. For the girls, Dighton Griffith, 3 points. Frederick Smith, 5 points. The Lester Vaughan, 6 points. St. Winifred, 7 points. Coleridge and Parry, 13 points. Darrell Jordan, 15. The St. Michael's School, 18. And tied for first, the Lodge School and Queens College on 23 points. In the male category, Princess Margaret, 2. Darrell Jordan, 5. Lester Vaughan, 5. Frederick Smith, 10. Queens College and the Lodge School, 18. And Coleridge and Parry leading the boys on 20 points. So those are the scores currently. And we'll continue to keep you updated with those scores. Right now, we're just awaiting the... Right now, we are awaiting the start of the 100 meters, but I believe we'll take this opportunity as the next set of events due to go at 10:50, and as we said, we are on target. So what we will do here now is to give you the opportunity to view some of those events from the Esther Maynard Zone contested yesterday, the 200-meter events and also a 100-meter event. 24.54. So those girls are off. And Ashley Jordan of Springer Memorial out the turn first. And she comes into the straightaway being challenged by Marielle Corbin of Combermere. So it's Corbin of Combermere, Jordan of Springer Memorial, and Marielle Corbin. She will take this one. Jordan of Spring Memorial in second, and third to Haley Cullimore of the Allen School. And of course... So we have a good start there. 6 persons starting here. And Lilani Haddock of the Christchurch Foundation School with a quick start. Really good start for Lilani Haddock. Into the straightaway already. So Lilani Haddock, as expected. Haddock was 4th in this final last year. The others have all gone up a division. So Haddock, easy winner. On the outside is Sadia Russell of Harrison College. So again, we have to await the overall to see. So they're off. The under 15 girls, 200 meters, our third section. And Jalea Denny of the Christchurch Foundation School in the middle of the field. She's doing all the early running now. Jalea Denny and Zaria Graves of Springer Memorial. So it's all Jalea Denny, Graves of Springer Memorial, and taking that third spot would be Kathleen of Grantley Adams Memorial. Of the Combermere School. Should win this one easily. And to remind you that the top 4 from each zone, plus the next 16 best, will be advancing in the 200 meters. So here comes Matthew Clark as expected, into the straightaway. Class act. Class act here in the under 17 boys category. There's no stopping Clark, and he's easing up at the finish. well ahead of the others. Shaquan Glasgow of the Allen School finishing in second position. So Matthew Clark, good lad. As we can see there, one of the athletes on the track having some difficulties, but we have the medics who will be providing all the necessary assistance for these athletes, as we can see here clearly. Ferguson, Haynes, Jones, Miller, Walks, Miller, and Griffith. And immediately Nathan Ferguson of Combermere on the inside goes into the lead. Just as we thought, Nathan Ferguson. I'm seeing a very good 4x100 meter relay team in the under 17 boys division. And Walks Miller of Ellerslie to finish in second. Griffith of Harrison College finishing in third. A good start. Howell, Ford, Trotman, Risbrook, and Walker. So Trotman of Christchurch Foundation. And here comes Julian Ford of Harrison College. That's the battle there. Ford of Harrison College might have a slight lead. He does. He looks around. Oh my goodness, this is poor running. Some poor running from Julian Ford. That's all I can say. Poor running. Dean, Cave, Sergeant, Morris, and Lord. So they're off. Diamond Grinds of Combermere making up the Steiger. Here comes Akela Morris of Harrison College. Akela Morris. Akela Morris. So that first section going to Akela Morris of Harrison College. Quite rapid, starting ahead of schedule and keeping ahead of schedule. So these events are going fast. The 200 meters, then we'll have the 4x4s. So they're off to a good start. Watts of Springer Memorial in one, making up the Steiger quickly. On the outside, Ashley Lowe of the Combermere School. We remember that rivalry between Ashley Lowe and Akela Morris. You probably get to see it again now in the under 17 division. It's all Ashley Lowe on the outside. She will win that one comfortably, Ashley Lowe. And second will go to Shaquila Blackman of the Christchurch Foundation School. So that will do it for the under 17 girls 200 meters. So they're off to a good start now. And looking for Kevin Briggs to do the early running, and he has done so. Kevin Briggs out the turn into the straightaway. So Kevin Briggs being challenged on the outside from Griffith of the Allen School. But Briggs, easy winner. Coran Griffith and Jared Spencer of Harrison College. Those are the top three. And that will bring us to the end of the under 20 boys 200 meters. First section on the starters orders for the under 17 boys going 400 meters. They're off. Good start. Looking to see what Raheem Tate Best can do here for Christchurch Foundation. And Deshaun Howell of St. Leonard's boys doing the early running. He looks the best of the lot so far. And Kamal Risbrook of St. George Secondary now makes up the stagger on him. Raheem Tate Best looks like he's in a lot of trouble here. Not the Raheem Tate Best we have seen coming through Knapsack at all. So he's in loads of trouble. and Wristbook, Howell, and Bushell. Those three in contention. On the outside, Darian Bushell of Harrison College. He is leading the charge. Coming up the straightaway, Darian Bushell of Harrison College. He will take the first section. Second to Deshaun Howell of St. Leonard's. St. George Secondary's Kamal Risbrook and Raheem Tate Best will pretty much jog all.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big freshly prepared tradition, in every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big Done to your satisfaction, and we have our selections.
Family friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union prep club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the prep club. You're young and you need to save money. With the prep club, savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you. When you save, you see the value.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union prep club. More than just money with the credit union prep club.
Yeah.
When your kids fall, you're always there to pick them up. Sagicor wants to do the same for you. Introducing Life Protector, an invaluable policy that provides you with a lump sum payment should you be diagnosed with a critical illness. With added financial flexibility to keep your family's future bright, we'll provide a helping hand when you need it most. For more details, contact a Sagicor advisor today. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life.
Good day. We are joined today by Mr. Kenton Brown of Leicester Vaughan. We are interviewing him in lead up to Bssac 2016. Mr. Brown, how are you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the events that you'll be competing in and how has it been going so far?
I'll be competing in the under 20 boys 100 and 200 meters. So far, training has been intense. Weekend meets my time have been improving, so it's going kind of good.
Okay, in terms of house sports, how has house sports been for you? And in terms of your place, did you place in house sports and how has it been so far?
Yeah, so I did. I won the 100 and 400, but I didn't compete in the 200 due to it mingling in my hamstring, so I've been cautious.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you have paid attention to that because that goes into the next question, which is how you've been preparing in terms of your training. Well, now that I know that you were a little bit injured, how have you been preparing in light of that injury, and has diet and training been part of that progress to get back to your Bssac level?
Well, my drills and exercises were mainly focusing on strengthening the muscles and other stuff I need to compete at my full potential, but my diet, it's a little bit of both worlds.
Okay. So your mother didn't give you special yams, like, Oba said, not Oba, sorry, Usain Bolt said basically, is chicken nuggets and yams and potatoes. Any special diet that you have been, doing or eating in terms of your preparation, or not really?
Well, I'm a huge fan of our sponsor, Burger King. So,
Big ups to Burger King.
yes, sir. Well, we mostly eat Burger King.
They're our sponsor too, so big ups to Burger King again. But nothing really outside of the norm.
No, sir.
Okay. So in terms of your future in track, is it something that you're looking to carry further, or are you just happy with where you are right now?
I'm looking to get a scholarship by the end of this year or early next year. That's my main focus.
Okay. So in terms of, if you're at the scholarship level, you are probably ready for Carifta as well too, or are you looking to Carifta? That's not in your radar right now.
Yes, it is. I'm looking to qualify this weekend.
Oh, okay. Carifta qualifications this weekend. Oh, news for me too. Good. All right. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck.
The Frank Blackman Zone of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship here at the Rainy National Stadium. Remember, it's all brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Purity Bakeries, Sagicor, Burger King, Acronite, Tropical Computers Limited, and also Sunal Technology Solutions. We hand you back over now to Michael Jules.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome back to the National Stadium. Day one of action in the Frank Blackman Zone. Currently, we are just awaiting, we're 10 minutes away from the start of the 100-meter series for the under 13 girls, going right through to the under 20s. Couple of field events in progress: the under 20 girls long jump, under 13 girls high jump, the junior girls javelin, the junior boys discus, and the under 17 girls shot put. As we said, a rainy day here at the National Stadium. Things are going to be a little slow here, as expected. And so, until we get ready to start the 100 meters, we will give you the opportunity to view some of the events from the Esther Maynard Zone contested yesterday right here at the National Stadium. Could be a first and second. If these girls run true to form, we may see a 1-2 for Christchurch Foundation in this one. We'll wait and see. You can hear all the screams from the Christchurch Foundation supporters and from the Springer Memorial supporters as well. So another situation where we have two from Springer, 2 from Harrison College, 2 from Christchurch Foundation, 1 from Ellerslie, and 1 from Graydon Sealy. So it's going to be very exciting here. And we promise you that interview with Ashantia Phillips, and we'll get that shortly after the completion of the under 17 girls 300-meter hurdles. So we're standing by. The competitors are under starters' orders. And pretty soon we'll see the start of the under 17 girls 300-meter hurdles. Again, the record 42.61 set by Akila Jones of Springer Memorial in 2010. So we're off, a good start to the under 17 girls 300-meter hurdles, and immediately going fast at it, Hannah Connell of the Christchurch Foundation School. Hannah Connell, the defending champion, and she's really running like a champion, running like one to defend her title. Wow, she has the field down already. Wow, she's really going. I believe she might be going for the record here. The record 42.61, and she's gotten faster this year. So we'll see what Hannah Connell will do. She's obliterating the field here. One hurdle remaining. All Hannah Connell of Christchurch Foundation School defending her title well. Hannah Connell, she will win now. Second to Sharissa Moore of Christchurch Foundation, and third, Graydon Seeley's Kayla Walters. And they have all completed, but the toast of the town right now is Hannah Connell of the Christchurch Foundation defending her 300-meter hurdles title, and we'll just await the time of that event. So more points there for the Christchurch Foundation for sure. They got 10, and Rosette Hoyt expected a better run from Rosette. We don't know what the situation might be with her. Nevertheless, she still scored some points for the Christchurch Foundation School and got them into the picture. So coming up next, we will see the under 15 boys going again 300-meter hurdles. But before we do that, we'll prepare ourselves for this interview with Ashantia Phillips of the Christchurch Foundation School, and I believe joining her as well will be her coach, Ricky Carter. And just now we'll be ready to bring that interview to you. But we must tell you, the Christchurch Foundation raking up some more points there. The field events still in progress. Under 13, long jump, and the high jump competition. Boys are preparing for that one. So we are ready here with Ashantia Phillips of the Christchurch Foundation School. Ashantia, good morning, and welcome to our live stream of Bssac2016.
Good morning, thank you.
So congratulations on a magnificent jump there, 1.72 meters.
Thanks.
So tell us a little about your training leading up to Bssac first of all, and how did things go for you this season?
My training leading up to Bssac this year was great, thanks to my coach, Mr. Carter. And this is, well, a year I have been training with him since I was injured last year with my ankles. So this year I'm glad that I am back out and can perform to my best ability.
Okay. What is special about this year as compared? Of course, you said you had injuries, but leading before the injuries, were you setting up to do? What were you setting up to do in terms of goals for the high jump?
I was setting up to.
What height did you have in mind to jump?
Oh, the height I had in mind to jump was 175 and more, because last year when I jumped 174, I didn't make the team. So I was preparing to jump 175 this year so I could make the team, which I did. And with help from my coach, Mr. Carter, it was excellent.
Great. So I guess this is a good time to bring in your coach, Ricky Carter, known in track and field world, not known as a high jump coach though. So
I think, Mike, you need to correct that statement, because if you remember clearly for the listeners' information, I was also the coach of Damon Thompson, who would have been one of the best high jumpers in the world, rated in the top 10 in the juniors a couple years back, so I can hold my own when it comes to the high jump.
So tell us about Ashantia Phillips and her progress in the high jump.
Well, I think that she has progressed very well. I don't know if a number of people would have known this.
And we are back here. You would have just seen that interview there with Ashantia Phillips and her coach Ricky Carter from the Christchurch Foundation School. And we're right on time for the start of the first of 3 time finals in the under 13 girls 100 meters. Remember, the top 4 from each zone plus the next 16 best times will be advancing to the semifinals. In lane number 2 from the Frederick Smith Secondary, Fonte Rock. In lane number 3, Kiara Payne of the St. Michael's School. She's one to watch. Keep your eyes on her. In lane 4, from Queen's College, Christelle Martindale. In lane 5, Destiny Walthrus of the Lodge School. In lane number 6, Natalia Webster of the Alexandra School. And in lane number 7, Ebony Brown of Coleridge and Parry. So we can tell you here that Kiara Payne of the St. Michael's School, who will be running out of lane 3, will be one to watch, as well as Ebony Brown of Coleridge and Parry. So they're on the starters' orders now. And these are all time finals. Remember, total of 19 girls entered here in the... And we had a problem there with the young lady Ebony Brown in lane number 7. I believe she had a slide there. We're going to witness a little bit of this now because of the track being slippery, the wet conditions here, and these athletes not using blocks. It may pose a little bit of a problem for them at the start. A lot of these athletes also, you would note in the background, they are standing in mud. So that is going to create a problem as they're bringing the mud from the track shoes onto the track. So obviously it's going to create a situation where they will be sliding. Although the track shoes have the spikes under, there's still going to be some issues with the mud. And personally, I believe that we should start introducing the use of starting blocks even at the under 13 level. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But we'll see how things go here with the... Again, we're seeing the competitor Ebony Brown in lane number 7 from the Coleridge and Parry making some movements. The rule in the start of a race, once the command on your mark is given, we can see Vincent Burke just signaling to the young lady, as I said, that there should be no movement. Once that command on your mark is given, once you're settled in the blocks, there should be no movement whatsoever. And we just saw her fidgeting even at the set position. So there we go, a good start. And Ebony Brown, she had started quite well. And from QC, Christelle Martindale. Martindale is running away with this one. And Ebony Brown of Coleridge and Parry. So it's Brown. Brown beats Martindale. And we were looking for Kiara Payne of the St. Michael's School to factor in there. She might have placed third. But for sure, Ebony Brown of Coleridge and Parry winning that first section. Christelle Martindale of QC finishing in second. So these 100-meter events for the under 13s will go rather quickly. There may be some under 15s who may be using starting blocks, but for sure none for the under 13s. So in lane 2 from Princess Margaret, Rihanna Nurse. In lane number 3, from Coleridge and Parry, Trinity Gibson. In lane number 4, from Dighton Griffith, Denisha Moore. In lane 5, from Darrell Jordan, Batia Carrington. In lane 6, from the Lester Vaughan School, Zonta Bowen. And in lane 7, from the St. Michael's School, Tennille Chapman Goodluck. So we are seeing Rihanna Nurse of Princess Margaret. She's there. We can identify that uniform, the yellow and brown. In lane 3 from Coleridge and Parry, she's there as well. Trinity Gibson from Dighton Griffith. In lane 4, Denisha Moore. We can see her there. There's no 5. 5 should be Batia Carrington of Darrell Jordan. I'm seeing a Darrell Jordan outfit. There we go. So maybe the young lady did not hear her name called. Of course, some of these students, first time here at the Bssac, under 13s, still a little scared. So here we go with Batia Carrington, number 366. So she's in lane 5. Zonta Boyne of the Lester Vaughan in lane 6. And in lane 7, Tennille Chapman Goodluck of the St. Michael's School. So they're all ready to go to face the starter in the second section of the under 13 girls 100 meters. And again, to remember that the top 4 from each zone plus the next 16 best will be advancing to the semifinals. It's going to be very important today for the athletes to keep as warm as possible. It's a little chilly down here at the National Stadium, windy and wet. So it's going to be very important that the athletes warm up quite well and also cool down at the end of the events. So a good start here to the second section in the under 13 girls 100 meters. Here comes Trinity Gibson of Coleridge and Parry. Trinity Gibson, so that's going to be some good points there for Coleridge and Parry. Trinity Gibson running away with this one. Second, looks like the Lester Vaughan School Zone3, but for sure Trinity Gibson of Coleridge and Parry winning that one. And we would have witnessed Ebony Brown of Coleridge and Parry taking the first section. So CP looking good here in these sprints so far for the under 13s. As we get ready for this final section, we can see the under 13 boys now making their way down to the start. So our third section now, we'll give you the lane assignments, a full house almost. In lane 2 from the Lodge School, Dania Haynes, she's one to watch. In lane 3, Monifa Mamarel of Princess Margaret. In lane number 4, Michaela Cyrus of Darrell Jordan. In lane 5, Christina Stowe Goodin of Queen's College. In lane 6, Khadija Cummins of Dighton Griffith. In lane 7, Shantae Moore of the Frederick Smith Memorial. And lane 8, Shania Francis of the Lester Vaughan School. So we can see the athletes being introduced by the stadium announcer and making their way to the start line. And we'll watch as they get ready for the start of the third and final section in the under 13 girls 100 meters. Again, Haynes of the Lodge School in 2, Mamarel of Princess Margaret in 3, Cyrus of Darrell Jordan in 4, Stowe Goodin of QC in 5, Cummins of Dighton Griffith in 6, Moore of Frederick Smith in 7, and Francis of the Lester Vaughan in lane number 8. On the starters' orders now. So we're just awaiting the okay from the photo finish crew down at the finish line. Once that okay is given, then we will be ready to go. Dania Haynes of the Lodge School, eyes will be on her over in lane number 2. Of course, these under 13 girls coming straight out of primary school. Some would be noted names from knapsack, and then there are others who probably would not have had the knapsack experience but have the talent, and you would see that talent emerging coming here at Bssac in the under 13 division. We are familiar with Dania Haynes, that name. Again, the athletes being held here for quite a while. Probably feeling the effects, the breeze, the cold, the wet. So they're being introduced one more time by the stadium announcer. Well, really can't tell you what's happening. We heard the announcement and then we had a pause. So it's important at this time for the athletes to remain as warm as possible. As you can see, many of them are just standing still. They should be moving around, making sure they stay as warm as they possibly can. I can tell you from where we are feeling the effects. So we're don't quite understand what's happening here. Don't know if they're having some challenges down at the finish line with the electronic timing system. But I can tell you the rain is coming again. So the stadium announcer giving the starting lineup. And now we are under starters' orders. This is the third section in the under 13 girls 100 meters. A good start. Left in the blocks with Shantae Moore, Frederick Smith. And from Queen's College, Christina Stowe-Gooding. Wow, this girl can run. Christina Stowe-Gooding, and on the inside, Dania Haynes. Stowe-Gooding and Haynes. I believe Stowe-Gooding had the edge on Dania Haynes. So Christina Stowe-Gooding of QC winning that section, and Dania Haynes of the Lodge School in second position. So once those results are compiled, we'll be able to give you the final results, tell you who the top 8 were in that under 13 girls 100 meters. Remember, the top 4 from this zone, top 4 in that race, will be going forward to the semifinals along with the next 16 best. Up next, the first of 3 in the under 13 boys 100 meters. And Andrew Hines of Coleridge and Parry set that mark of 11:71, the Bssac record in 1996. That was a fast time, 11:71 by Andrew Hines of Coleridge and Parry in 1996. The under 13 girls just ran. Jalea Denny of the Christchurch Foundation set the Bssac record of 12.70 in 2014. And of course, we would have had a conversation with Jalea Denny yesterday. And so the boys are getting ready for the first of 3 time finals in the under 13 100 meters. In lane number 2 from the Dighton Griffith, Ronaldo Shepard. In lane 3 from Frederick Smith, Ishmael Grant. Lane 4 from QC, Kai Trotman. Lane 5 from the St. Michael's School, Christopher Watson. In lane 6 from Princess Margaret, Javon Burnett. And in lane 7, Aidan Blenman of the Lodge School. So that's the lineup for the first of 3 time finals in the under 13 boys 100 meters. A total of 20 boys will be competing here in the under 13 100 meters. They're on the starters' orders now. So that's a good start there. Let's see who will be the early one. Seeing Javon Burnett of Princess Margaret in there. Javon Burnett of Princess Margaret. It's all Burnett. Burnett will win this one. And second will go to Kai Trotman of Queen's College. So a good run there from Burnett and some good points. Once Burnett's time is fast enough, Princess Margaret should be able to secure some points. Remember, the top 4 from this zone will be advancing to the semifinals along with the next 16 best times. So 4 from the Esther Maynard zone, 4 from the Frank Blackman zone, and then another 16, making it 24 to advance to the semifinals. Next week will be 3 semifinals in the 100, the 200, and the 400 meters. We're ready for section 2 in the under 13 boys 100 meters. In lane number 2, Ariane Miller of Dighton Griffith. Lane 3, Janoy Davis of the St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Amari Ashby of Queen's College. Lane 5, Aaron Cumberbatch of the Alexandra School. In lane number 6, Jadon Moore of Coleridge and Parry. In lane 7, Kobe Worrell of the Lester Vaughan School. And lane 8, Cordell Francis of Darrell Jordan. And we're seeing the competitor from the Alexandra School, Aaron Cumberbatch, running with a soft cast on his hand. That's not stopping him at all from participating in Bssac 2016. We understand that that might have been an injury from playing football. Aaron Cumberbatch. So, Arion Miller, Dighton Griffith. We have Davis of the St. Michael's School. He looks excited and ready to go. They're in lane number 3. 4 is Ashby of QC. 5 is Cumberbatch of the Alexandra School. Moore of CP in 6. Worrell of the Lester Vaughan in 7. And Francis of Darrell Jordan in 8. So again, a slight delay here. I don't know if the weather is contributing to the little delays we're having. I know yesterday for sure we were running extremely smooth. So this is the second section of the under 13 boys. Coming up, 100 meters. We can see in the background there the under 15 girls already out and ready to go. They're already stripped down. So now section 2, under starters orders, the under 13 boys 100 meters. Asked to stand up. I believe one of the competitors probably had his hand over the line. Assistant starter there, Mr. Burke, making sure that the athletes have their hands behind the line. There he goes again. So everything is set now. And we have a good start. And immediately, Aaron Cumberbatch of the Alexandra School, despite that cast on his hand, oh my, he has defeated the field from the first couple of strides, defeating the field. And that second spot will go to Jadon Moore of Coleridge and Parry. QC's Amari Ashby in there as well. But it's all Aaron Cumberbatch of the Alexandra School, head and shoulders above the others. So we'll look out for that guy, Aaron Cumberbatch of the Alexandra. Hopefully he'll have that cast off in time for the next round, the semifinals and finals. But for sure, he looks really good, even with the cast. So our third section of the under 13 boys 100 meters. These guys are ready to go. We can see the under 15 girls behind them. I will give you these lane assignments. Krishawn Gooden of Princess Margaret will be running out of lane number 2. They're in the yellow and brown outfit. So he's moving up to his start. Lane 3, Devon Johnson of the Lester Vaughan. In lane 4, Malik Rollins of the Lodge School. Lane 5, Christian Reed of Darrell Jordan. Lane 6, Tyrese Thomas of Coleridge and Parry. Lane 7, Malachi Harris of the Frederick Smith. And of course, there's a story behind that guy, Malachi Harris. And in lane 8, Brandon Downs of the Alexandra School. And those of you who have followed Knapsack would know of this guy, Malachi Harris. He was extremely huge for his age when he competed at the Bssac, head and shoulders above the rest. But now, as we can see here, he's on par with these guys. Let's see how he'll do. So Malachi Harris here, and on the other side though is Johnson of the Lester Vaughan School. But Malachi defeating them. So Malachi Harris and Darrell Jordan's Christian Reed might have slipped in there. So Malachi Harris is no stranger here to the National Stadium at all. He dominated the knapsack championships, and so Malachi, household name. We'll see how he'll factor though as we go to the next round of competition. It might be easy here, but when we meet up with the others, it might become a little more difficult. So the under 15 girls getting ready to go. Not seeing, we'll wait to see if any of these under 15 girls will use starting blocks. And I will say again, I believe that even at the under 13 level, there's nothing wrong with the exposure to using the starting blocks. We'll see if any of these under 15 girls will utilize that opportunity. I know last year when Akela Morris was in the under 15 category, she was one of the athletes who utilized the starting blocks. So we'll see what will happen here as we get ready for three sections rather, of the under 15s. There are 21 girls starting, should give us 3 time finals with 7 in each. The under 15 girls Bssac record, 12.13 seconds, was set in 2011 by Tristan Evelyn of Springer Memorial. Akela Morris was the champion last year, 12.15 seconds, just shy of the Bssac record. So we'll see how these girls will do. Of course, considering the conditions may not be conducive right now for any record-breaking performances. So the under 15 girls 100 meters, the first section in lane 2, from the Alexandra School, Amaris Maynard. In lane 3, Natalia Goodman of Providence Secondary. In lane 4, Layla Galt of the St. Winifred School. In lane 5, Zaria Knight of the St. Michael's School. Of course, Zaria Knight, another household name coming out of knapsack. Coming straight from knapsack actually and going right into the under 15 age category, so we'll see how she will fare. Dacia Clark of Queens College in lane number 6. In lane 7, Acacia Small of the Lester Vaughan School. And in lane 8, Rakila Fagan of Dighton Griffith. So they've been asked to stand. Again, quickly, Maynard of Alexandria in 2, Goodman of Providence in 3, Galt of St. Winifred's in 4, Knight of the St. Michael's School in 5, Clark of QC in 6, Small of the Lester Vaughan in 7, and Fagan of Dighton Griffith in 8. They're off and running. A quick start to Acacia Small of the Lester Vaughan School. She had a bullet of a start. Acacia Small and Zaria Knight. Those two are battling. Zaria Knight, but the winner seems to be Fagan of Dighton Griffith School, edging out Acacia Small of the Lester Vaughan, and in there as well, Zaria Knight of the St. Michael's School. So those three in the mix. After that first section, we'll just await the times after all 3 sections to determine who will be the top 8. Remember, there are points up for grabs here as well. So the under 15 girls 100 meters continues. The second section already up. Alicia Griffith of the Frederick Smith Secondary will be in lane 2. In lane 3, Alexis Inks of the St. Winifred School. Lane 4, Faith Codrington of Coleridge and Parry. Lane 5, Kayana Cullimore of the Lodge School. In lane 6, Kiara Waith of the Lester Vaughan School. Lane 7, Adia Brewster of the Alexandra School. And lane 8, Shania Gill of Dighton Griffith. Starter's assistant clearing some of the debris there at the start. As I would have indicated to you, the athletes are in the holding area, which is all mud, and they're bringing that mud right onto the track. So that's going to pose some problems here, as we saw in that first section of the under 13 where we had an athlete sliding. That's going to happen quite a bit. And again, the athletes are not using starting blocks, so they will have to be very careful there at the start. So they're back down for the under 15 girls second section, 100 meters. Had a little fidgeting there from our point, but the starters allowed that one to go. And let's see here who will take this one. That looks like Waith of the Lester Vaughan School. Kiara Waith. So we'll move on to our third section. Under 15 girls. And just glancing over on the eastern side, not that many students out supporting, unlike the Esther Maynard zone when we had the Springer Memorial girls out there. We're not seeing many students at all on the eastern side. So our lane assignments for the third and final section in the under 15 girls 100 meters. In lane 2, Tyresa Phillips of Darrell Jordan. In lane 3, Tamara Norville of Frederick Smith. Lane 4, Karima Griffith of Princess Margaret. In lane 5, Naya Holder of the Providence Secondary. Lane 6, Janae Ward of QC. Lane 7, Vanessa Graves of the St. Michael's School. And lane 8, Jatania Hart of the Lodge School. So they're off. Vanessa Graves of the St. Michael's School looking good, being challenged by Janae Ward. And on the other side, Tyresa Phillips of Darrell Jordan battling. And the winner, though, from Queens College, Janae Ward Phillips of Darrell Jordan might have edged in there for second, along with Vanessa Graves of the St. Michael's School on the other side. So that completes the under 15 girls 100 meters. And coming up next will be the under 15 boys. 3 sections for the under 15 boys as well. So we're moving quickly here. 3 sections for the under 15 boys, a total of 22 boys competing here. In lane 2 of the first, Mario Linton of the Lester Vaughan School. And we should note here that Mario Linton was the winner of the under 13 boys division, 1278, 2015 Bssac champion. We'll see how he'll do coming up here in the under 15 boys section. The record, 11-1-6, set by Tamal Atwell of the Lodge School back in 2011. Julian Ford of Harrison College was the winner of the under 15 boys Bssac 100 in 2015, 11.40. So our lane assignments again, Mario Linton of the Lester Vaughan in lane 2, Johnny Haddock of QC in lane 3. Keep your eyes on those two. Darian Clark of the St. Michael's School in lane 4. This is going to be a really exciting race here. Rajani Marshall of the Lodge School in 5. Otha Blackett of the St. Winifred School in lane 6. In lane 7, Terrico Bruce of Princess Margaret. And in lane 8, Camario Archer of Darrell Jordan. So a loaded field here. Loads of talent as well in this first section of the under 15 boys 100 meters. So we'll be keeping our eyes on lanes 2, 3, and 4. And don't rule out lane 7 either, Terrico Bruce of Princess Margaret. So they're off to a good start, and it looks like Darian Clark of the St. Michael's School, the class act. Oh my, he's run away with this one. Darian Clark, easy winner there. Wow. So that's one. We talked yesterday about what will come from the St. Michael's School in the under 15 boys category, and that's one. We've just seen one, Darian Clark. Oh my goodness, that guy looks really good. So we'll be keeping our eyes on Darian Clark to see what other events he'll be doing. We'll look at his time as well once we have compiled all those under 15 results. So remember, the under 15 boys record is 11.16 seconds, set by Tamal Atwell in 2011. So we are moving swiftly with these under 15 boys 100 meters. In lane 2 of the second section, Gabriel Trotman of Princess Margaret. In lane 3, Alexander Pilgrim of the St. Winifred School. Lane 4, J.D. Lowe of Coleridge and Parry. In lane 5, Jaden Rollins of Queen's College. In lane 6, DeCary Gittins of Dighton Griffith. Lane 7, Kaimani Nichols of Frederick Smith. And lane 8, Hakeem Richards of the Alexandra School. So we'll see if these guys can run any faster than that first section there. Clark, Darian Clark, that's a name that we'll be looking out for. Looking the part, looking really good. Sprinting away there in that first section. So they're off and running, and we heard another shot, meaning that these guys will have to come back. Something has happened there, maybe a false start. So we will get the athletes back. So Trotman in 2, Pilgrim in 3, Lowe in 4, Rollins in 5, Gittins in 6, Nichols in 7, and Richards in 8. So a warning given to the field. No one will be disqualified here. Just a warning. And again, under starters' orders. And there we saw it, Dighton Griffith, athlete, DeCary Gittins, it looks like from my view. Maybe we'll see a disqualification this time around. I don't think we'll have 2 consecutive false starts without something happening. So we'll see the start crew get together, discuss the matter, and come back with a verdict. So we'll see what will happen here. The dreaded lady, here she comes. And she's going to walk over to someone's lane. And she would have warned that competitor, believe the competitor in lane 4, J.D. Lowe of Coleridge and Parry, receiving a warning and a warning for the field. So no one disqualified this time. It will, I don't believe it will happen that way on the 17s and on the 20s. One false start and you're out. So a warning to the field. And a good start this time. No one out. QC's Jaden Rollins is out like a bullet. Jaden Rollins, oh my, and he fell after being, oh my goodness. What a disappointment there. And Hakeem Richards of the Alexandra School. Wow, some disappointment. This guy was rolling. Jaden Rollins of QC was rolling there. But as we said, the track, I believe he had a slip there. I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to see that race over again and see exactly what happened. But he was looking really good. Flying, Jaden Rollins of QC. Unfortunate there. Hakeem Richards, though, of the Alexandra School, finishing up as the winner of that section. And the third and final section in the under 15 boys 100 meters coming up. We'll give you the start list shortly. So a total of 22 boys in the under 15 girls, under 15 boys rather. The under 17 girls will be coming up next. So our final section. Just awaiting the lineup for this final section here in the under 15 boys 100 meters. We have a full house, lanes 1 to 8. In lane 1 from Coleridge and Parry, Jared Clark. In lane 2 from Dighton Griffith, Calfan Ford. In lane 3, Thierry Jordan of the Alexandra School. In lane 4, Jeremiah Cadogan of the Lester Vaughan. In lane 5, Sheldon Bunbury of Frederick Smith. In lane 6, Ramon Johnson of Darrell Jordan. In lane 7, the John Walcott of the Lodge School. And lane 8, Nathan Ruitt of the St. Michael School. So we saw Darian Clark of the St. Michael School winning the first section. In the second section, Hakeem Richards of the Alexandra School taking that one. And now our third and final section coming up. We'll see shortly who will win this section. Competitors are asked to stand. So outside clearing up a bit. Much better than we had this morning. And another false start. So this zone experiencing quite a number of false starts. We did not have, I don't recall that many false starts in the Esther zone at all throughout all the events. And I'm going to pose the question to you, the viewers. You can give your opinion as far as the zones are concerned. Do you believe that this zone will have, that the Esther Maynard zone, the competitors from that zone will have a slight advantage, or this one? What do you think in terms of the competitors being able to watch and see what's going on, or if the other ones would have, this zone rather, would be able to know what they're up against because they would have witnessed the Esther Maynard zone? So give us your opinions. Let us know what you think. Is there a real advantage? So there we go, a good start. And from the Lodge School, Walcott out quickly. And on the inside though, from the Alexandra School, Thierry Jordan. Jordan of the Alexandra School, and from the Lodge School, Walcott, a close one. Too close to call there from our point. So that will complete the under 15 boys 100 meters as we get ready now for the under 17 girls. And these should be two interesting time finals here. For the under 17 girls, we see a guy there in a little pain. That seems to be competitor from the Lester Vaughan School, Jeremiah Cadogan, in some pain. And we have loads of support here, medical support. So now we move to the under 17 girls. And the under 17 girls using the blocks as expected. So there'll be two sections for the under 17 girls in the 100 meters. Just to note, the record, the Bssac record for the under 17 girls, 11.87, was set by Tristan Evelyn of Springer Memorial in 2014. So Tristan Evelyn holds two records, the under 15 girls and the under 17 girls. So the athletes fixing their blocks, making sure that everything is good. They'll get a run out of the blocks, and then they will return. And actually, they should return and stand behind the blocks and await the introductions. But as we can hear the stadium announcer already introducing the names of the athletes. So the under 17 girls, only 15 girls. And again, we would have thought with the 13 schools participating that we would have had 2 representatives per school. We're not seeing that here. Just 15 girls in the under 17 category. Again, your opinions are welcome. Is it that we can't find 2 under 17 girls in those 13 schools who are able to compete. What do you think is the reason behind the under 17 and the under 20 girls having such poor showing? What do you think? Give us your opinions. We welcome your opinions and your feedback. So the under 17 girls 100 meters, still girls setting themselves up in the blocks, making sure that the blocks are set correctly. The young lady here in lane 4 from Princess Margaret, it appears to me from what I'm seeing that this young lady has never used starting blocks before. That's what I'm seeing here. And again, what does that say to the programs of the schools? Again, we invite your opinions on all these matters. We invite your opinions on all these matters. And again, we want to thank you all for tuning in. Tell your friends. We welcome you. We assure you that you'll get top-notch coverage of Bssac2016 here on sports.bb. So tune in, tell your friends. You can WhatsApp your friends. You can IMO your friends. You can Skype your friends and tell them. The action is here. So the under 17 girls 100 meters getting ready for our lane assignments. In lane 2, Shantae Cole of Frederick Smith. Lane 3, Azriel Chatterton of the Lester Vaughan. Lane 4, Raven Innes of Princess Margaret. Lane 5, Shara Grimes Perch of the Lodge School. In lane 6, Sharice Boyce of Queen's College. Lane 7, Kiara Cozier of Coleridge and Parry. And lane 8, Aaliyah Bascom of Darrell Jordan. So this should be a keen contest here for these under 17 girls. And I believe we will hear the starter raising them. Sharice Boyce of QC moving. Let's see what will happen here. So the starters assembling once more for that conference. It's always funny to see the conference that's held when there's a false start. You see all of the, it's like a starters convention. All of the starters just huddle. And saying that, the rain is coming again. We will have to do some work here to make sure we secure our equipment. But the rain is coming one more time. It's coming again. So the Maynard zone, those guys must be very thankful. They had 2 good days of action. And however, the Frank Blackman zone, we can't say the same. We started with loads of rain. and again, we welcome your opinions as to if the format being used. I know someone was saying, what about if the competition on the first 2 days is nice and then the last 2 days we have loads of rain? How will that factor into the fastest times advancing? Will it be that the first zone had the opportunity to run better times because the conditions were better? We welcome your input and your feedback on that as well. So they're on the starters' orders. One more time we're seeing here the starters' assistant giving so Sharice Boyce of Queen's College, she is getting so they'll try one more time the first section in the under 17 girls 100 meters. And I know the crew working hard behind the scenes, our youngsters who are on the Facebook, etc. They're going to tell me if we're receiving any feedback from our listeners regarding those issues. So we have a good start this time for the first section in the under 17 girls 100 meters. And On the outside there from Daryl Jordan, Aaliyah Bascom. Bascom will take that one. Aaliyah Bascom of Daryl Jordan winning the first section, and she will earn her spot in the semifinals once her time is fast enough. Remember, the top 4 will be advancing to the semifinals to be contested next Thursday. Seeing the boys now making their way down. So the under 17 girls, 2 sections. So again, girls setting their blocks, making sure that all is well. I'm wondering, I'm sure we'll get some confirmation shortly if starting blocks are compulsory at the under 17 and under 20 level. I'm hearing yes that they are compulsory. My thing is, if they are compulsory, do the athletes practice the starts with the blocks? Because I'm quite sure there's some schools where they don't. And you can identify them quickly, those schools who the athletes have not had the chance to use the block. So it's quite evident there with the athlete from Princess Margaret. And it's a shame that an athlete should come here to the stadium and have that first experience with starting blocks here at Bssac. So our section 2, under 17 girls 100 meters. Ready? In lane 1 from the Lester Vaughan School, Melissa Bell. In lane 2, Shondell Harvey of Coleridge and Parry. Lane 3, Janae Greenidge of the St. Michael School, 1 to watch. In lane 4, Ty Kelly of the St. Winifred School. Lane 5, Giovanna Gustav of Daryl Jordan. Lane 6, Tatiana Carmichael of the Frederick Smith. In lane number 7, Takia Bayer of Dighton Griffith. And lane 8, Shamaya Scott of Princess Margaret. So that's the lineup for the final section in the under 17 girls 100 meters. Remember, the top 4 will be advancing to the semifinals. So Melissa Bell of the Lester Vaughan School getting some assistance with her starting blocks. So again, the under 17 girls final section getting into their blocks. Bell of the Lester Vaughan in 1, Harvey of CP in 2, Greenidge of the St. Michael's School in 3, Kelly of St. Winifred's in 4, Gustav of Daryl Jordan in 5, Carmichael of Frederick Smith in 6, Bayer of Dighton Griffith in 7, and Scott of Princess Margaret in 8. I believe they will be made to stand up, and I'm sure you would have seen it just like I did. Some movement there at the set position. So they'll try it one more time. Should be no movement there. Lanes 1 to 8 full. A good start now. And Greenidge of the St. Michael's School, the early leader there. Janae Greenidge of the St. Michael's School. She will take this one and jogging past the finish line. Greenidge and Daryl Jordan's Giovanna Gustav finishing in 2nd position. So that will complete the under 17 girls 100 meters as we move to the under 17 boys, where we have 23 boys. 3 time finals coming up. And we'll have a good mixture here in this under 17 boys. It will be very interesting where we see the top under 15s now moving up into the under 17 section, and also some of the under 17s from last year in their second year in this age category. So it's going to make for some interesting running. Just to remind you of the under 17 boys record, 10.56 seconds set by none other than Obadiah Thompson back in 1992. Last year, Matthew Clark of Combermere School was the winner in 10.75 seconds. So we'll give you those lane assignments shortly and highlight some of those athletes to watch here in the under 17 boys 100 meters. As the athletes get their blocks together. Last year in this 100-meter final for the under 17s, Matthew Clark was the winner in 10.75. A guy by the name of Anthony Hoyt Small of Queens College, he was fourth in a time of 10.98. And we can tell you that these guys have improved leaps and bounds. Leaps and bounds. Zario Brathwaite of the Leicester Vaughan, he was third last year in 10.92. And we would have seen Matthew Clark competing in the Esther Maynard zone, doing extremely well. So we'll see who he will be up against. And we'll give you these lane assignments now. In lane 2, Robert Ewert of Coleridge and Parry. Lane 3, Dario Aline of Princess Margaret. Lane 4, Suresh Black of Codrington High School. Remember him, placing second in the under 15 boys last year. We'll see how he'll do. Clevon Moore of Frederick Smith in lane 5. Joshua Herbert of Darrell Jordan in 6. Tremaine Smith of the Lodge School in lane 7. Of course, a big favorite here. Moving on to compete at Carifta. And in lane 8, Anthony Hoyt Small of QC. So those are the two all eyes will be on. And watch Suresh Black there in the red top. And Anthony Hoyt Small and Tremaine Smith. So those three, as expected, Anthony Hoyt Small of QC, from Codrington High School, Suresh Black, and from the Lodge School, Tremaine Smith. Those are the three to watch. And we want to say welcome to the principal of the Codrington High School. Of course, you're supporting Suresh Black, very outstanding athlete. And we want to encourage you to keep watching and keep giving your support to Codrington High School. So section 2 is coming up. The under 17 boys 100 meters. As we said, should be really exciting here. Under 17 boys, second section coming up. So it's really chilly here at the National Stadium and rainy. So any of you who are listening and within a mile of the National Stadium, I would welcome a nice cup, two nice cups of coffee. And my choice is Nescafe. A nice cup of Nescafe, steaming hot, would be welcome here at the National Stadium. Once you arrive at the gate, just let them know you're coming to sports.bb. You'll find us. And we welcome that warm cup of coffee because, trust me, it is cold up here. So one with sugar and milk and one without sugar and milk. So section 2 of the under 17 boys 100 meters. The lane assignments in lane 1, Zario Brathwaite of the Leicester Vaughan School. Remember, he was third in this final last year, 10.92. Tyreek Hunt of Coleridge and Parry will be running out of lane number 2. In lane 3, Nathan Cox of the St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Matthew Hamilton of the Providence Secondary. We want to welcome the Providence Secondary here at Bssac. Tajiri Griffith of the Alexandra School in 5. Quinn Walters Hodge of Dighton Griffith in lane number 6. In lane 7, Jamal Burke of QC. And lane 8, Shamar Barker of the Lodge School. On the starters' orders. A good start. Jamal Burke getting out very well. And out in lane number 1, Zario Brathwaite of the Lester Vaughan School running away with this one. He was a finalist. He was 3rd last year, and he's in here as well. So Zario Brathwaite, the winner there from the Lester Vaughan, booking his place into the semifinals. We'll see him back next week, Thursday and Friday. So we continue with the under-17 boys. As we said, 23 boys contesting the first round of competition. And remember, this is a championship within, actually there are 3 championships. We had one contested over the last 2 days. This is another one. And then next Thursday and Friday will be the big one. That will be for all the marbles, for the big bucks. Who will be the Bssac champions in this new format? And from what we've been hearing around, it seems as though the zone format is here to stay. I will get some comments from some other folks shortly. I notice at the stadium today, Mr. Siebert Strawn, the head of physical education at Christchurch Foundation School. I wonder why he's here. Is it that Christchurch Foundation has no school? Were they given the day off to celebrate? Obviously, the first time around on Christchurch Foundation School, winning the boys and placing 2nd in the girls. I thought that they would have had school and that they would be having some kind of celebration at the school, but I happened to see a Mr. Siebert Strong. We'll get to talk to him pretty soon and get some feedback from him. So we're on to the 3rd and final section in the under-17 boys 100 meters. Michael Patrick of the St. Michael's School in lane 1. Hassani Lowe of Lester Vaughan in 2. Keep your eyes on him. Alexander Bryan of Providence in 3. Savio Ferguson of Alexandra in 4. In lane 5, Ari Rivera of Dighton Griffith. Lane 6, Shaquan Boyce of Frederick Smith. Lane 7, Uroy Wint of Darrell Jordan. And lane 8, Gabriel Broom of the St. Winifred School. So that's the under-17 boys 100 meters, our 3rd and final section. Remember, 4 will be advancing automatically to the next round of competition. After the under-17 boys, we'll go into the under-20 boys, and someone told me that they found Mr. Strong, so we'll be able to have a word with him right after the under-17 boys 100 meters. So they're on the line and getting ready to go. Believe one of the blocks there having a bit of a problem. Savio Ferguson of the Alexandra School. Okay, so he's getting his laces all done up properly, making sure all is well. So all 8 lanes filled for the under-17 boys 100 meters. So we want to say hello to Celestine Moe, who's been viewing for the past 2 days. And of course, she's very happy that her alma mater was 1st and 2nd in the boys and girls respectively. But back on the track here, we are seeing a great run from Hassani Lowe of the Lester Vaughan. As expected, he would be one to show up. And he did show up today, big time. Hassani Lowe, very pleased with how he has progressed. And so we're going to have a quick word here with Siebert Strawn, the head of physical education at the Christchurch Foundation. Siebert, what brings you here to the stadium? I thought you had 2 hectic days. Why aren't you home resting?
Well, good morning to the live stream. Welcome to the sports.bb commentary booth. Now I'm here twofold. I'm part of the organizing committee of Bssac, so I'm here to make sure that if there's a need for me to assistance so that this meet run well today, that's one of the main reasons. And it's quite obvious that if you're a coach, you also have to come and watch your opposition.
Aha, very good. Well said. I would have done the same, Siebert. So tell us a little bit. We have about 1 minute. Tell us a little bit about the new format, your opinion on it.
I'm very supportive of this format because I think it really tries to create all the schools to probably put them at even more level playing field. Because if you realize in the previous zone, there was a lot of schools who probably would not have, in the farmer format, would not have been a factor, and that would give their particular school the motivation. They also gave the school programs to go back to even work harder. And so I think this is a very positive move in terms of athletics in Barbados, and it will bring some excitement to our sport.
Great. And tell us a little now about your own school, Christchurch Foundation. I couldn't help but say over the 2 days of broadcasting that Christchurch Foundation really seemed together, and they brought it to the table yesterday and on Tuesday.
Well, this is something that we've been planning for the past few years, and this is not something that we are totally surprised on. If you want to be the top, you have to put a well-run program in place, and our training really started back in September. We had a very good cross-country series, and being consistent in terms of the meets on weekends at the amateur athletics of Barbados competitions, the relay fair. We had a very good sports competition, so we have had a plan, and I must say is that it's not just me because I'm the mouthpiece of the whole setup, but we have a very good management structure in terms of being some parents involved in our coaching and some former athletes, and so we have a good structure, and I think that plays a major role in terms of where we at this point in time.
Great. Well, I want to congratulate you, Siebert. First place in the boys, and you've created history because the record will show the first time ever with this format that Christchurch Foundation School, even if you never win again, but you were the first to do it and second in the girls. Congratulations to you.
I just want to mention that when you were talking about track and field now, everyone will totally forget about the zones next week. So the main action will be next week.
Okay, so Siebert, thank you very much. And
Thanks,
we're back
Michael.
on track here for the first of 2 sections in the under-20 girls 100 meters. They're on the starters' orders now, and they're off to a good start from the St. Michael's School. That seems... Well, we don't have her on our list, but definitely she's running away with this one. And we had a challenge there. That's Tamika Jordan of the St. Michael's School. Maybe we need to do some refreshing here on our system, which we will do to make sure we give you the correct names and the correct schools. So that was the first of 2 in the under-20 girls. Yes, Tamika Jordan of the St. Michael's School, the winner there in that one. And I believe Tamika Innes of the Lodge School would have been there as well. So that was the first of 2 sections for the under-20 girls. Now, this record here in the under-20 girls, which we probably will see an assault on, as Mr. Strawn was saying, at the next 2 days, next Thursday and Friday, 11:64, set by Yolande Strawn back in 1985. And talking about Siebert Strawn, Yolande Strawn, I believe that is the aunt of Siebert Strawn back in 1985, a club mate of mine, and also a running mate, Carifta Games mate, you name it, back in 1985. So that was the very first year for the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. And over all those years, we have not witnessed an under-20 girl running any faster than 11:64. I would love to see that record broken. I'm going to ask Siebert to get hold of Yolan and ask her to join us live here for the feed, see if it's possible, and get her to tell us how it felt back in 1985 and how it feels now to still hold that record. Sam, how many years is that? About 31 years, if my mathematics is correct. Wow. So the winner of this 100 meters last year at Bssac was Asha Cave of Harrison College, who ran a time of 11:91. Asha Cave is now a student athlete at the Missouri State University. And it's good to note that many of these athletes would transition from Bssac and go on track and field scholarships and do themselves proud. So we'll give you the lane assignments here for the second section in the under 20 girls 100 meters. Danae Gill of the Lodge School in lane 2. That will be one that all eyes, she will be one that all eyes will be on. In lane 3, Rashanda Auld of Princess Margaret. Lane 4, Antonia Smith of the Lester Vaughan. Lane 5, Kira Ford Richards of the St. Michael's School. That's another one who we will be keeping our eyes on. In lane 6, Shea Coltrus of Frederick Smith. And lane 7, Sasha Mears of the Alexandra School. So that's the lineup for the under 20 girls, the second section. And again, only 12 girls from 13 schools. And we have some double ups as well. So again, we welcome your feedback. How do you feel about the under 17 and under 20 girls participation with the very low numbers? What do you think is responsible for the low numbers? Maybe some students themselves who may be watching could give us an idea as to why the numbers are so low, why the participation is so low at these age categories for the females. So they're off and running, seeing the St. Michael's School out. Kira Ford Richards in the middle of the field, and on the other side, Danae Gill in lane number 2. But Kira Ford Richards, the winner, Danae Gill finishing in second position. So that will complete the under 20 girls 100 meters. There are 2 sections for the under 20 boys. 14 boys entered. And the under 20 boys, some action there in the long jump. So remember, some field events in progress. The under 20 boys will be setting up their blocks and getting ready. While that happens, I think we have some field event results. So no field event results as yet. We'll go back on the track to the under 20 boys 100 meters. And then as soon as we have completed the 100 meters for the under 20 boys, I believe we will take a break for a while. Not just yet, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere as yet. And don't forget, we're still awaiting that coffee. The 400 meters. The 400 meters will come next. So all of you guys who love to see the 400 meter events, if you know of anyone who loves to see 400 meters, you can get them tuned into sports.bb and stand by for those 400 meters. We will be going from the under 13s to the under 20s. And the first under 13 girls 400 meter event is due to run off at 12:25. So we are now at 11:57. So we'll have some time to pay some bills, to do some business, and be back at 12:25 for the 400 meters. But right now, we're getting ready for the 100 meters under 20 boys. There are 2 time finals coming up. Under 20 boys, 100 meters. And to tell you of the record, Mario Burke set that mark in 2015. Last year, remember that phenomenal run of 10.35 seconds. Mario Burke went on to win double Carifta goals in the 100 and 200 meters. He's presently attending the University of Houston. So we are seeing here the under 20 boys getting themselves sorted. Not quite yet ready. That event is scheduled to run off at 12 noon. It's now 11:58. So I believe the organizers want to ensure that everything runs on the dot. So we still have about 2 minutes to go before that under 20 boys 100 meters. So what we will try to do here is to get you a points update. I'm sure you guys would be interested in the scores, interested in hearing, yes. And we can give you the points updates. So in the girls, Princess Margaret 3 points, St. Winifred's 9, Dighton Griffith 18, Alexandra 19, Frederick Smith 29, Coleridge and Parry 31, Darrell Jordan 33, the Lester Vaughan 44, the Lodge School 50, Queen's College 60, and leading the girls, the St. Michael's School on 84 points. So I know the SMS posse who are tuned in must be very excited that they're leading now on 84 points. And for the boys, let's see the boys' scores now. St. Winifred's 1, Codrington High 6, Princess Margaret 11, the Alexandra 13, Dighton Griffith 15, Darrell Jordan 17, the St. Michael's School on 20, Frederick Smith 29, the Lodge School 34, the Lester Vaughan 36, Coleridge and Parry 37, and leading the boys, Queen's College on 54 points. So I'm quite sure that Gabriel Burnett must be rather excited here with the St. Michael's School girls leading so far on 84 points. We haven't seen the boys move. The boys are currently in 6th position, but we know that they have some strength there in the under 15 category, so we'll see what will happen. So we're just about, it's now 12 noon, so we should be seeing the under 20 boys getting ready to go. They're now setting their blocks. So that points update. Again, the top 3 in the girls, the Lodge School 50, Queen's College 60, the St. Michael's School 84, and the top 3 in the boys, Lester Vaughan 36, Coleridge and Parry 37, and Queen's College on 54 points. So as we said, just to give you a preview of what's going to happen with our stream, we'll go to the under 20 boys 100 meters, the 2 sections coming up. After that, we will break, and we will resume at 12:25 with the 400 meters. That whole series will go right through till 1:45. So all of that will be 400-meter action from the under 13s right up to the under 20s. Again, we're seeing the under 20 boys getting their block set up. So it seems like the boys are ready to go now, and we'll give you those lane assignments. The under 20 boys, 100 meters, 2 sections. In lane 2 from Princess Margaret, Shea Rowett. Lane 3, Roycedale Katoy of the Lodge School. Lane 4, Kenton Brown of the Lester Vaughan School. And he is going to be one that all eyes will be on here. Kenton Brown, he's already run 10.74 seconds at the National Junior Championships a few weekends ago. So we'll keep our eyes on him in lane number 4. From Courage and Parry in lane 5, Jaquan Francis. In lane 6, Michael Belgrave of the Queen's College. In lane 7, Seth Best of Frederick Smith. And in lane 8, Kyle Griffith of Darrell Jordan. So we should see an easy win here for Kenton Brown of the Lester Vaughan School. And I just want to remind you viewers that there are points being awarded for this meet. At the end, there will be a champion school of the Frank Blackman Zone. So under 20 boys just awaiting the start. Ruitt, Katoy, Brown, Francis, Belgrave, Best, and Griffith. So 12:04 on the clock, a little behind. $14 boys. Just 2 sections in this one. So the under 20 girls first section getting into the under 20 boys, sorry, first section getting into their blocks. Kenton Brown should be the favorite here from the Lester Vaughan School. Should be an easy winner. A good start. The under 20 boys first section, and here goes Kenton Brown of the Lester Vaughan School running away with this one quite easy and easing up at the finish. Queen's College's Michael Belgrave will finish in second position. So true to form, Kenton Brown earning his spot on to the next round. And our final section for the under 20 boys, 100 meters coming up. So these guys will have to spend a little time setting up their blocks. Top 4 from each zone, plus the next 16 best will be advancing to the semis. There will be 3 semifinals. Top 2 from each, and the next 2 best will be advancing to the final. So next Thursday and Friday, right here at the National Stadium, we will have the big clash, the big championship. Who will win the Bssac title? So there's still loads of discussion as to if Springer Memorial will do it again. Well, they have won the Esther Maynard zone. But the question is, will they be able to put it all together and win the Bssac championship for 2016? And as I began to do some analysis of that situation, we looked at areas where Springer Memorial might have picked up points, let us say a 5th and a 6th place, or a 3rd and a 4th. But when we look at the other zone, like this zone, where you might have had persons placing first and second with way better performances, because at the end of the day, it's the better performances that will matter. And coming out of this zone, when we look at it, hey, it may relegate those positions to not advancing to the finals. But it's going to be very interesting. And I mean, this zonal system lends to some excitement. It lends to schools just waiting and watching. And we've seen some schools who had the opportunity. St. George Secondary, for example, the Aline School. We saw schools really factoring in the zonal part of it. So we're ready for our second time final for the under-20 boys. In lane 2, Natari Worrell of Coleridge and Parry. Lane 3, Bradley Carrington of the Lodge School. Lane 4, Devon Stout of Princess Margaret. Lane 5, Javon Herbert of Queen's College. In lane 6, Trey Blackman of Darrell Jordan. Lane 7, Raniko Watson of the Lester Vaughan. And lane 8, Kadesh Hope of Frederick Smith. Off to a good start. Our final section in the under-20 boys. And Raniko Watson of the Lester Vaughan School easily winning that one. Watson of the Lester Vaughan School. And that will bring us to the end of the 100-meter series of events. And we will stand by for the 400 meters. But before we take a break, we'll try to give you the scores, the up-to-date scores. Yes, we have a change. So we'll give you the up-to-date scores, and then we will take a commercial break. We'll do some business, and we'll be back at 12:25 in time for the 400 meters. So the girls' points, Princess Margaret, 3. St. Winifred's, 9. Dighton Griffith, 18. Alexandra, 22. Frederick Smith, 29. Coleridge and Parry, 31. Darrell Jordan, 35. Lester Vaughan, 49. Queen's College, 60. The Lodge School, 61. And the St. Michael's School moving ahead with 102 points. For the boys, St. Winifred, 1. Codrington High, 6. Princess Margaret, 11. Alexandra, 13. Dighton Griffith, 15. Darrell Jordan, 17. The St. Michael's School, 20. Frederick Smith, 29. The Lodge School, 34. Lester Vaughan, 36. Coleridge and Parry, 37. And Queen's College, 54. So a lot closer there in that second, third, and fourth positions for the boys. Queen's College out front with 54. So there you have it, the points tally for the time being. And we'll take our commercial break here, and we'll be back in time for the 400 meters.
Coverage of day 1 of the Frank Blackman Zone of the 2016 Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Purity Bakeries, Sagicor, Burger King, Ynet, Sunal Technology Solutions, Acronite, and Tropical Computers Limited.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at BK. Freshly prepared tradition and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at BK. Them to your satisfaction, and we have our selection.
Family-friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at BK.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union crib club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the crib club. You're young and you need to save money with the crib club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you. When you save, you see the value.
It's more than just money.
Join the
When your kids fall, you're always there to pick them up. Sagicor wants to do the same for you. Introducing Life Protector, an invaluable policy that provides you with a lump sum payment should you be diagnosed with a critical illness. With added financial flexibility to keep your family's future bright, we'll provide a helping hand when you need it most. For more details, contact a Sagicor advisor today. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life.
Good day. We are joined today by Mr. Kenton Brown of Leicester Vaughan. We are interviewing him in lead up to Bssac 2016. Mr. Brown, how are you doing?
I'm fine, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about the events that you'll be competing in and how has it been going so far?
I'll be competing in the under 20 boys 100 and 200 meters. So far, training has been intense. Weekend meets my times have been improving. So it's going kind of good.
Okay, in terms of house sports, how has house sports been for you? And in terms of your place, did you place in house sports and how has it been so far?
Yeah, so I did. I won the 100 and 400, but I didn't compete in the 200 due to mingling in my hamstring, so it's been cautious.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you have paid attention to that because that goes into the next question, which is how you've been preparing in terms of your training. Well, now that I know that you were a little bit injured, how have you been preparing in light of that injury, and has diet and training been part of that progress to get back to your Bssac level?
Well, my drills and exercises were mainly focusing on strengthening the muscles and other stuff I need to compete at my full potential, but my diet is a little bit of both worlds.
Okay. So your mother didn't give you special yams like, Oba said, not Oba, sorry, Usain Bolt said basically, is chicken nuggets and yams and potatoes. Any special diet that you have been, doing or eating in terms of your preparation? Or not really?
Well, I'm a huge fan of our sponsor, Burger King. So,
big ups to Burger King.
Yes, sir. Well, we mostly eat Burger King.
Yeah, they're our sponsor too, so big ups to Burger King again. But nothing really outside of the norm?
No, sir.
Okay. So in terms of your future in track, is it something that you're looking to carry further? Or are you just happy with where you are right now?
I'm looking to get a scholarship by the end of this year or early next year. That's my main focus.
Okay. So in terms of, if you're at the scholarship level, you are probably ready for Carifta as well too, or are you looking to Carifta? That's not in your radar right now?
Yes, it is. I'm looking to qualify this weekend.
Oh, okay. Carifta qualification this weekend. Oh, news for me too. Good. All right. Thank you for joining us and best of luck.
It's the weekend. Welcome again to Massey United Insurance's Line and Length. It's the cricket program where we look at the sport, not only in the region, but internationally as well. I'm Barry Wilkinson. Hello to all of our friends watching on Sports Max. Boy, we got a good show for you today. Well, we heard a lot about the Cricket World Cup. It's about to start. And in the chair and on the air is going to be Franklin Stevenson as we preview all of the teams taking part in this year's Cricket World Cup. What will the West Indies have to do to win? Franklin Stevenson gives us the antidote. Unfortunately, we have to talk about the passing of Martin Crowe as well. The former Kiwi all-rounder passed away on Thursday. He had cancer. But Franklin Stevenson played against Martin Crowe. He'll tell us what was so special about the 53-year-old from Auckland in New Zealand. Andre Russell finds himself in a bit of a pickle. Yes, he's missed some challenges where the doping violations have been concerned. He's missed some appearances, and Jadico are questioning if he needs to be banned or not. We'll discuss that and look at the chances of Andre Russell perhaps having to miss the Cricket World Cup. Who knows? We'll talk about that. All this and more to come in the next half an hour on Massey United Insurance's Line and Length.
Across the Caribbean, more people are placing their trust in Massey United Insurance for the protection of the things that are important to them, their homes, businesses, and their prized possessions. That's because Massey United Insurance offers excellent general insurance coverage to help you manage whatever life sends your way. Our cadre of well-reputed agencies and trained insurance professionals are always ready to provide you with sound advice and prompt service. Choose the security and sound strength that is Massey United Insurance.
I live cool, I live fresh, I live life without the stress. Every day I feel my best, I live cool with Lima Call. Feel the energy, feel the breeze, I feel like doing as I please. Relaxation comes with these, I live cool with Lima Call.
Live cool with Limacol and feel the freshness of a breeze in a bottle. Limacol is trusted the world over and gives that easy, breezy Caribbean feel to all.
Every day I feel my best, I live cool with Limacol.
Welcome back then to Massey United Insurance's Line and Length. We are just under a week away from the start of the ICC Cricket World Cup. Excitement is in the air because T20 cricket continues to be, I would say, the favorite among cricket fans around the world, and anticipation is very high about who will win this year's T20 World Cup, being played in India. India, of course, will probably start as the favorites. They're playing at home and they're a very good T20 team, but you just cannot count the West Indies out. With me today, as we have a preview, first of all, of this T20 World Cup, is, of course, our regular co-host, Andrew Seeley, and a man who's been there, done that, hasn't played for the West Indies, but he went pretty far. Former professional cricketer Franklin Stevenson. Gentlemen, good to have you. Let's talk about this T20 World Cup. Right up front, who, in your opinion, Franklin, will be the team to watch over the next 3 weeks of the T20 Cricket World Cup?
Barry, it's always hard to discount Australia. They're really hard fighters. They've got a really good bowling attack, and that's going to be very, very important. You know, they're good. They've got a good team spirit as well. I think they're going to be a very, very hard team to beat. But you know, the bar has been risen, I find, in T20 cricket. There are a lot of professionals going around. The guys are going through all sorts of permutations to invent new shots, and you know, and obviously the rules in cricket are always pushing the bowlers into the background because you want to see runs on the board. So and because it's such a shortened version of the game, it's really the informed team at the time, you know, I think. But I think it's going to be a team with the best morale that gels together, you know, that really pulls for each other, that's going to come out on top.
Andrew, Australia have never won the T20 World Cup. It's one of the very few world tournaments that they've never won. Many people might argue in contrast to what he's saying that this is the version that they don't seem to excel that well at, especially in Asia. Last World Cup in Bangladesh, they didn't do very well. The West Indies actually upset them. And then before that in Sri Lanka, they also were upset by the West Indies. Doesn't seem to be a good format for them at the World Cup, and also playing on the Asian continent. They have no luck.
Is it a contrivance that the 3 World Cups are back-to-back are in Asia? A contrivance?
Not surprised.
but as Frankie said, I mean, I believe that India are going to be very difficult to beat. I've been watching them in the Asia Cup, which is currently on, and they're absolutely outstanding. I think the combination which they have is the combination to beat on the Asian subcontinent. Australia have a very good team, but I suspect a very good team, not necessarily in Indian conditions. I know that Steve Smith is very, very keen. He's just been appointed as T20 captain. Very keen to take this trophy as well because Australia are on top of the world at the moment. But I think they're going to find it extremely difficult to beat India. Of course, our own West Indies team, we have won in the subcontinent before, so I think we can again because most of our players are now journeymen in the subcontinent.
Yeah, indeed they are. And it brings it to the point where we discuss the West Indies, that they're a side that have players, all of whom, perhaps 1 or 2, have played professionally in India. So they're kind of like playing at home. They know the conditions there extremely well, and they're going to be playing there for another 3 months with the IPL going on right after them.
But I really feel that our bowling is going to struggle. You know, our young team actually just showed us how to win. It's hard to say on the subcontinent because that pitch did
was that really?
Bounce, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, I was really admired how they played, and that's how we got to get back to playing. You know, people with definite roles, and they stuck to them. You know, like when John picked the ball up late in the innings, he knew exactly where to bowl the ball, and that's what we've really been struggling with. Our bowling is going to be a really big part for us, I find, a weak, you know, entity for us. And, you know...
Where's the strength then, Frankie?
Well, the strength is definitely in the batting. If those guys click, you know, they can knock anything.
So can we score enough runs that it wouldn't matter?
I used to
How
think
they
so.
bowl?
I mean, our bowling has struggled for a long time. I've always thought so, you know. We've got a good fielding team. I don't know if Russell is going to be able to play with his problems at the moment.
Yeah,
but,
we will discuss that coming up.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's going to be a real World Cup to see. You know, when I mentioned Australia first up, you know, I don't think that I'm in everybody's corner. That's a team that we love to hate. You know? But they always come up with a way to be very competitive. England are playing good T20 cricket. New Zealand are very good side. So I think it's going to be a really, really good World Cup. I hope that it lives up to its billing. But I don't really feel that the West Indies, as an all-round team, you know, it's going to depend on a lot of morale. And the thing is, you know, too often, every time you're about to leave these shores to go and play a competition anywhere in the world, money becomes... I think the only one that money wasn't a real big issue before the players left was the Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, I don't know if they were even paid a lot of money. It brings me... Could be. It brings me to the point about England. The West Indies Under-19s actually played England in their first match of the Cricket World Cup. They lost, unfortunately. But then they went on and they did extremely well.
But they lost 3 in a row to Bangladesh. But what was important about that team is that they actually gelled. They got better and better as they went on.
As they went on.
We need to see in the region that we need
increase in performance over time.
I think they should be kept together for the next year and a half or two. Let's spend the money in that department and let's bring some cricketers forward. But
I think that's what they're trying to do. That's what WIPA is trying to do with the cutting of the fees. They're trying to spread the money around instead of giving the players all one big lump
the top 15 players.
That's what. That's yeah.
Let's give people some WIPA. Let's give the West Indies board some advice to get rid of return of contracts because we don't need them in the Caribbean.
All right. We
haven't fought so hard for them, Frankie.
We're not going to divert too much from the T20 World Cup. England is indeed the first match the West Indies will play. England, of course, led by a very talented cricketer in the left-handed batsman.
Owen Morgan.
Owen Morgan left Ireland to come to England shores. He said that England are a very good T20 side, but they tend also not to do well in that part of the world.
Well, they've had a tough time just recently playing in South Africa in the T20s. A little disappointing, but it's an interesting team, and they do have some match winners. And Alex Hales, the same Owen Morgan. They have Chris Jordan, who possibly is the best fielder in the world at the moment. He takes some unbelievable catches. Unbelievable catches. And so it's an interesting mix. They have the Joss Butler and company. There are some players in that England team, but I am not sure if in the subcontinent area once again, Frankie, that when things get really tight, if they will be able to get past the winning pool. I think that's probably where the issue is as far as England is concerned for me.
Well, it leaves us with a couple of the other Asian teams. You got Sri Lanka, the defending champions. You also have Pakistan, the unpredictables. Now,
back. As we promised, we'll be back at 12:25. Just a little behind. Nevertheless, we are here, and we'll be joining the third section of the 400 meters for under 13 girls. Monifa Mamrel of Princess Margaret running out of lane number 2. In lane number 3, Shaniza Rashid of the Alexandra School. Sumara Ben of the Lodge School in 4. And in lane 5, Davana Crawford of the Frederick Smith Secondary. Julius Canterbury of Dighton Griffith in 6. And Adoncia Weeks of the Leicester Vaughan in lane number 7. So as they head down the back stretch, we see him making a move here now from the Alexandra School, Rashid, and we're seeing Ben of the Lodge School in that white top as well as they come around that final turn and getting ready to hit the straightaway. This is the final section. Remember, the under 13 girls. And here comes Sumara Ben. Ben of the Lodge School. She's going to win this one. And of course, these will be all time-based. So Ben first in this section, second going to Rashid of the Alexandra School, and third to Canterbury of Dighton Griffith. And we should remind you of the record there, 59.74 by Rosette Hoyt of Spring Memorial in 2012. So joining me for the next 2 days to bring you coverage of the Frank Blackman Zone, Bssac2016, Anna Lashley. Anna, welcome to sports.bb and to our live stream.
Yes, good afternoon, Michael. It is a pleasure to be here once again. We are now into the boys under 13. And I do expect a great day of track and field. Certainly the last zonal meet was very interesting.
Yes, and I wanted to get your opinion on the zonal meet, the format. Of course, you would have witnessed the older format, and you would have seen the 2 zones, the Esther Maynard zone, the 2 days rather of the Esther Maynard zone. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think I actually do like the zonal schedule now because you tend to see more athletes. Certainly it was, although Spring Memorial would have won the last zone, the Esther Maynard zone, you still had other athletes from other schools like the Foundation School, Harrison College, and some of the other schools in that zone. You would have been able to witness, good performances from them. And I think that may have been lost if you had everything together like in the old format.
Well, most people seem to be in favor of it, and it seems as though it's going to be here to stay. So could you go ahead and introduce the competitors for this one as they're on the line?
Yes. In lane 1 from the Leicester Vaughan School, Jonathan Johnson. Lane 2, Davion O'Neill, Dighton Griffith. Lane 3, Mahaya Campbell, the Lodge School. In lane 4, Shakobi Bentham, Queen's College. Lane 5 from the Coleridge and Parish School, Tyrese Thomas. Lane 6 from Alexandra, Damon Pigot. In lane 7, Ramel Elliott, Princess Margaret. And in lane 8, Malachi Harris, Frederick Smith.
And of course, you would remember this guy, Malachi Harris, from Knapsack, because you would have done some announcing at the Knapsack meet. And we would have seen Malachi earlier in the 100 meters, winning his section. And we'll see him here going 400 meters. Does he look as though he has gained a lot of height or weight to you?
Yes, he has. Remember, he was a little giant in the
primary
knapsack
school. Yes.
In primary school, and certainly he was running then for Deacon's Primary, and now he's here for Frederick Smith. So yes, he has grown quite a bit.
So we had a false start there for sure. The competitor in lane number 6, that's Pigot of Alexandra, out before the gun went. So we will not have a DQ for these younger ages, under 13 and under 15. They normally will receive a warning. I think it will take 2 false starts before they go. So I'm sure we will see the starter's assistant going into that lane and giving a warning. Yes. And as we speak, there you see in lane 6, warning given to Pigot of the Alexandra, and then a warning to the entire field. So this is the under 13 boys, 400 meters. Only 16 competitors going here.
Yes, that's not very many, is it?
Well, I have been commenting all along the fact that there are 13 schools. We should have had 2 athletes per school participating.
So that'll be 26 competitors.
Yes.
But 13, that's half the quota, actually.
16 competitors.
Yeah.
And maybe some schools only fielding 1. So we are back on track here on the starters' orders for the first of 2 sections in the under 13 boys 400 meters, and they're off to a good start. And we'll keep our eyes out on lane 8 and see how Malachi Harris will do as he makes the transition from knapsack, from the primary school level to the secondary school level. And as you said, Anna, he was bigger than all the other guys, but I can assure you that within a year, everybody will be equal. He will not be a giant anymore.
But certainly in primary school, he was extremely tall, towering above all the other competitors. So they used to call him the little giant.
So here's that giant here, Malachi Harris from the Frederick Smith Secondary. And it seems as though he's well ahead of the field.
He is. He definitely is well ahead of the field. Running strongly. He has a good stride. He seemed to have kept his form from primary school. So this is a good thing. But here comes the competitor from Queen's College.
Jacoby Bentham challenging.
Yeah.
But he's almost home. Will he make it? Yes, he does. So Malachi Harris barely making it home, but he does. Jacoby Bentham of Queen's College finishing in 2nd position, and then we saw a good run there on the inside as well from O'Neill of Dighton Griffith, Johnson of Leicester Vaughan. But for sure, Malachi Harris, the winner there of that first section in the under 13 boys 400 meters.
But you got the impression that towards the end, and he knew that he was ahead, so he kind of slowed and saw him glance over his shoulder, checking for the competition. So I don't think, I think it was kind of done purposely. He just intentionally slowed because he knew the finish was coming out.
Well, one of the things on that point, I am not sure if the athletes quite understand that although you may see people slowing down, this is a championship meet in itself. And I'm quite sure there will be championship records. So if people, and in order for you to advance, and in order for you to win, especially if they're time finals, you have to compete hard. You cannot slow down, because if you slow down in your time final, in the next one, that may be faster than yours, and you may end up, although you're first in your time final, you may end up placing 4th or 5th overall. So that's something that we have to make sure that the athletes do understand. Your comments, Anna?
Yes, because in the last zone, certainly, I remembered Sade Williams coming 2nd to Tiana Bowen in the 400, the under 20 girls 400. And I was wondering, what had happened, but
I just explained.
They don't seem to have realized that in itself is a final. So I think they'll have to get used to this zone.
They need to understand the concept.
Yes.
So you can go ahead and give us the lane assignments for the second section in the under 13 boys 400 meters.
Yes, and we have in lane 1 from the Lodge School, Amani Maskell Beckles. Lane 2, Aaron Bathwaite, the Leicester Vaughan. In lane 3, Kristan Clark, Coleridge and Parry. Lane 4, Kai Trotman, Queen's College. In lane 5, Zaire Gill, the St. Michael's School. Lane 6, from Frederick Smith, Malachi Quinton. Lane 7, from Princess Margaret, Javier Ward. And in lane 8, from Dighton Griffith, Jabarton Boyce. and they're under the starters' orders.
And they're off. The second section, under 13 boys, 400 meters. Remember, the top 4 from each zone, plus the next 16 best, will be advancing to the semifinals. And let's see how they will go now as they go down the back stretch. No really clear leader as yet. On the inside, trying to make up the stagger there. Could be the competitor from Coleridge and Parry. And the Lodge School guy here in lane number 1, that's Manny Maskell Beckles. He's looking good now as they approach the 200-meter mark.
Yeah, certainly it's Queen's College seem to be leading at this point, but in lane 1, the Lodge School. It's the Lodge School, Manny Maskell Beckles, and that name doesn't seem to ring a bell from the primary school championships.
Well, we'll talk about that shortly, but we can tell you that Manny Maskell Beckles of the Lodge School is in charge of this one, and he will win it quite easily too. Manny Maskell Beckles, and second will go to Kai Trotman of Queen's College, and sneaking in there from Coleridge and Parry for third, Christian Clark. So Anna, that will be it for the under 13 boys. And back to the point here, you were saying that name is not familiar, but one of the important things to note, in the under 13 division at Bssac, we always hear names that we are not familiar with, and we can always track some of those names coming out of Bssac. The thing is, there are a lot of students who would not have participated in NAPSAC in primary school, but once they get into secondary school, for whatever reason, they then find out that they have some talent and some ability. Some even up to the only when they get into under 15, then we start to hear about these guys, and it's like, I never heard of him competing, or I never heard of her competing at NAPSAC. So although for us who follow these things, we would know the names, there's still those who would be new to the sport.
Yes, certainly that happened with Sade Williams of Harrison College. We'd never heard of her before, but now, suddenly, I think maybe 3 years ago, and what a burst that was, because she went directly to Carifta.
And the other point too, to add on to that, maybe some of those people competed at NAPSAC. The thing is, they might have competed and gone to the quarterfinals or the semifinals, and therefore their names would not be like a Malachi Harris that we can identify just like that, like a Sky Spencer Lane, and the list goes on. So we don't follow those people, and maybe they're late bloomers, because we have to remember some develop at a later stage than others.
Yes, and that is correct, Michael.
So we are standing by now for the under 15 girls 400 meters.
Yes.
A total of 17 girls will be contesting the 400 meters with 3 sections coming up. And just to tell you the under 15 girls Bssac record, Anna, maybe you can tell us that.
Yes, it's held by Shanita Broom of the Alexandra School back in 2014 in a time of 57.41 seconds.
Yes, and if we can talk a little about that young lady, Shanita Broom. Of course, we know she was outstanding in the under 13 and the under 15 categories, and then some injuries occurred. Now she's in the under 17 division, and I haven't seen her compete as yet today. Maybe she's doing the field events, but for sure, this is a young lady who had loads of promise. I remember in a broadcast a couple of years ago, I was saying that Shanita Broom is going to be a bright spark. She's one that we will see doing some great things, but as it is in sport, sometimes you're plagued with injuries. The injuries may be long-lasting, they might be short, but Shanita Broom is one who I wanted to see her progression, because she had so much hope and so much promise.
Yes, most definitely. Shanita Broom from the Alexandra School, and she was very good in the field, in the long jump, certainly, and I think she would have high jumped as well. And she was very, very good, a very promising athlete. And I do believe she would have made it to Carifta already as well.
Mm-hmm. So the under 15 girls, 400 meters. We're just waiting to see those girls make their way onto the arena.
Currently at the National Stadium, we are experiencing some rainy conditions.
All
but-
morning. All
Yes.
morning. Has been rather cold up here in our little office. And so we see our first set of competitors making their way out. We have on our schedule 5 competitors to go. We only see 4. So Anna, maybe you can give us the starting lineup for these athletes.
Yes, we don't. In lane 2, we have the competitor from Princess Margaret, Annika Blackman. Lane 3, Alyssa Aline from the Frederick Smith Secondary. Lane 4, from Dighton Griffith, Felicity Pollard. Lane 5, from the Lestavon School, Vivica Addison. And
Yes, that's
yes.
just those 4.
Yes.
And a total of 17 girls going in the under 15 girls 400 meters. And again, the top 4 from this zone will be joining the 4 from the Esther Maynard zone as automatic qualifiers, along with the next 16 best. So there will be 24 going forward to the semifinals. So this 400 meters, Annika Blackman and Vivica Addison, those are, as you were saying, Anna, familiar names
Yes.
associated with coming out of Knapsack.
For sure, Vivica Addison, certainly, I remember her. And now she's at the Lestavon School. And Annika Blackman, yes.
So we'll see how they will do here. Looking for a good time. And with time finals, there's no reason for the athletes to jog. They're all finals.
Most
so
definitely.
they need to give their best. So they're off. Blackman, Aline, Pollard, and Addison. Just 4 going here. And moving early is Alyssa Aline of the Frederick Smith Secondary. Making the early running as they head down the back stretch. And looking out now for Annika Blackman of Princess Margaret, getting ready to take over. And they're halfway down the back stretch now. Blackman and Aline. Things are slowing down now for these girls.
Watch Vivica Addison. Coming up from the Lestavon School.
Out in lane number 5.
Yes. And she's passing. She has a good stride. And she is pounding away towards the finish line. And I do believe that Vivica Addison of the Lestavon School, she wins it now. Wins it from Annika Blackman of the Princess Margaret School. And the 3rd spot will go to Alyssa Allen of Frederick Smith Secondary.
Yeah, so just as we say, those 2 familiar names, Vivica Addison from Lestavon and Annika Blackman of Princess Margaret, those 2 coming forward to take top honors there in that first section. And I don't know if you got the opportunity to hear the points, Anna.
No.
But what we will do here for our viewers who are just joining us, actually we are seeing the girls now coming out for our second section. So after this, we will come back and give you a points update, so you'll know exactly how your teams are doing. So this is the under 15 girls, the second section. They're on the line, and it's the second of 3. So Anna, you can go ahead and give us those lane assignments.
Yes, lane 2, Tamara Jarvis, Alexandra. Lane 3, Trinell Austin, the Lestavon School. In lane 4, Shania Gill, Dighton Griffith. Lane 5, Akelia Lovell, Coleridge and Parry. In lane 6, Indika Kelman Wall, the Lodge School. And in lane 7, Tia Ben, Queen's College.
Yes, so I can tell you here that the battle will be between Indika Kelman Wall of the Lodge School, Tia Bend of Queen's College. That's where the action will be. Of course, we know Indica Kelman-Wall, one of those names coming out of the knapsack.
Coming from
doing
Wilkie
quite well.
Cumberbatch, actually.
Yes.
And she has her sister now who competes in the knapsack currently. And she's
doing quite well at knapsack as well.
She is.
So we'll see how these two will do. Kelman-Wall of the Lodge School in 6, Bend of Queens College in 7. So they're off to a good start. Remember, this is 400 meters they're running. And right behind them, Akeelia Lovell of Coleridge and Parry. So I know people talk about the lanes. And I always believe that the inside lanes are good because it gives you the opportunity to see. All lanes are equal. You're running the same distance. Nevertheless, it's the strategy that's used in the lane that you are given. So here we see Shania Gill of Dighton Griffith as well.
Yes.
And
Akeelia Lovell of the Coleridge and Parry School.
yeah, she's in there.
Yeah.
Indica Kelman-Wall not making a move as yet.
Nope.
So as they round that turn, just past the water jump and into the straightaway, our leader from Dighton Griffith.
Gill. Yes, it's Shania Gill from Dighton Griffith. And she's being chased by the competitor from Coleridge and Parry, Akeelia Lovell.
So this looks like an easy win here for Gill, Shania Gill of the Dighton Griffith School. Second will go to Akeelia Lovell of Coleridge and Parry. And third to Indica Kelman-Wall of the Lodge School. So those three, that's where the fast times will come from. The race not looking that fast to me though, Anna.
No, it was not at all fast. I am thinking that some of the girls in the under 13 might have run faster than these under 15s, but we'll await the results.
And now making their way into the arena, the third and final section for the under 15 girls. We have 6 competitors going, and I'm sure we see a name here that will ring a bell to all those in the track and field fraternity. So you can go ahead and give us the lane assignments.
Yes, in lane 2, Vassia Boys, Queens College. Lane 3, Abrian Ben, Coleridge and Parry School. In lane 4, Alicia Griffith, Frederick Smith. Lane 5, Kiara Bishop, the Lodge School. In lane 6, Tyresa Phillips, Daryl Jordan. And in lane 7, Sarah Bell, Princess Margaret.
And of course, Sarah Bell will be that standout name. We saw her doing extremely well at knapsack and now moving up into the under 15 category. Lots is expected from her.
Yeah, she was
lots of talent.
Yes, she was a very good runner at the knapsack level. So it will be interesting to see how she has improved or how she has advanced in the Bssac.
Well, I can tell you, I saw her compete a few weekends ago. She hasn't lost anything. I think her entry into secondary school, though, she had some problems, and she was injured for a bit. But Sarah Bell is back, and we'll see how she does here in the under 15 girls 400 meters. She ran a leg at the relay fair, if you would recall, in the medley, the 800 leg. Pretty good leg too. So here we go. The under 15 girls 400 meters, our third section. And of course our eyes will be on Sarah Bell, long strides.
Yep.
And she's out in lane number 7 and challenged by Teresa Phillips of Daryl Jordan.
Yes, but certainly Sarah Bell. Good strides from Sarah Bell. She's running well. She's pumping her arms and she looks in good form. She looks in very good form, and she's striding away from the field we have on the inside, coming from Queens College, Vassia Boys, given some challenge, but certainly Sarah Bell, as expected from Princess Margaret, is pounding away towards the finish. And you get the impression, Michael, she is a pretty tall competitor. Not at all, seems a bit taller than some of the other competitors. And she's way ahead of the field and wins it now. So Sarah Bell, Princess Margaret wins it followed by Vassia Boys of Queen's College and Abrian Ben of Coleridge and Parry School.
Yes, and of course, as expected, Sarah Bell of Princess Margaret would be the champion there in that event, the under 15 girls 400 meters. And I must say that things are moving pretty smooth here after that cold and wet start. But we are going. So we have some folks to shout out who are on YouTube and tuned into sports.bb and to our live coverage of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. So this is Almighty Sosa. Almighty Sosa on YouTube. It's good to have you on board with us, and we're glad that you are enjoying the coverage. Glad you like the coverage, and please encourage your friends to join us as well, and also to Jay Dankel. So it's always good to have folks watching and enjoying our coverage, and please feel free to give us any input, anything we can do to make the coverage even better. Feel free to do so. So Anna, you can give us the under 15 boys, the first of 2 time finals coming up.
In lane 2, Kyle Gale, the St. Michael School. Lane 3, Joshua Phillips, the Lester Vaughan School. In lane 4, Deshaun Barker, Princess Margaret. Lane 5, Mario Lavoie, Queen's College. In lane 6, Michael Maxwell, the Lodge School. Lane 7, Malik Jones, Dighton Griffith. And in lane 8, Christopher Hayward, St. Winifred School.
Yes, and just to let you know, the record for the under 15 boys was set by Gerard Mason of Harrison College in 2009, 49.95. Anna, do you understand how fast that was for an under 15 boy? 49 seconds?
That was very, very fast.
So Gerard Mason, of course, as we know, he's transitioned from Bssac and gone on to the University of Missouri. He's a student athlete there. And I understand that he has run 46 point indoors in the 400 meters, which is very outstanding for him. So the gun is up, and we are going with the under 15 boys 400 meters, the first of 2 time finals. And making a quick move is Mario Lavoie of Queen's College. This is one guy that we've not seen at all, and he looks really big for an under 15. Anna?
Yes, but he actually was running in the weekend meets.
Oh.
I've seen him run before, yes.
Okay,
and he really he looks pretty good. He looked good then, but
we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Well, he's well ahead of the field here in this one. Mario Lavoie of QC. We'll find out a bit more about him for sure. And on the inside, Kyle Gale of the St. Michael School, who is going to be struggling to catch him. So we'll see if Lavoie has what it takes to hold on to the end. But here comes Kyle Gale of the St. Michael School flying past Lavoie. It's all Kyle Gale. He will win it. And second to Lavoie of QC.
Yes. A very good run from Kyle Gale. I think quite a smart run too.
Yes.
Because he started out, he paced himself down the back stretch. He went and still paced himself, but made his mark around the 200-meter mark.
And I must again say that St. Michael, they have a good core, pretty good core of under 15 boys. We saw Darian Clark this morning. Oh, I can't wait to see him in the 200 meters. He's looking really good. I wonder if he'll be doing the hurdles too. But for sure, that guy, he looks good. He looks really good. So the under 15 boys second section getting ready to go. Anna, as we speak, the rain is down again here at the National Stadium. So we've had 2 pretty good days. Actually, the second day of the estimated zone was picture perfect. The first day we had a couple of showers, but it didn't stop things from happening. However, this morning, as soon as we got here, we were blessed with some rain, and this rain continues to go at the Frank Blackman zone. Let's hope that tomorrow will be a lot better.
Yes, and based on the weather forecast, I think it will be rain all day today.
Okay, I thought you were going to say all day tomorrow as well.
No, I saw you looking most perplexed, but no, only today so far.
So we have the competitors making their way to the start of the second section of the under 15 boys 400 meters. You can go ahead and introduce the competitors, Anna.
Yes, we have in lane 1, Samuel Alkins, Queen's College. Lane 2, Liam Gill, St. Winifred's. Lane 3, Joshua Rollock, Alexandra. Lane 4, Tyrese Clark, the Lodge School. In lane 5, Kobe Davis, the Lestervon School. Lane 6, Shabari Lynch, Dighton Griffith. Lane 7, Samario Chaplin, Coleridge and Parry. And in lane 8, from Frederick Smith, Kadeem Seeley. And Michael, it's such a good thing to see private schools like St. Winifred's competing now.
Yes, I made that comment earlier. It's really good to see those schools getting involved. Providence Secondary as well. They were in there. Codrington High School have been there. Actually, they're competing today, as well as Providence, St. Winifred's, and it's good to see them. It does a lot for those private schools. Hopefully, we'll see more and more athletes instead of the 1 and the 3 and the 5 coming out. Maybe we'll have a full complement, a full team participating.
Certainly like at the knapsack level where you have full teams coming out, from the People's Cathedral, St. Gabriel's.
Cyprian's.
Yes.
And of course, St. Cyprian's boys, all boys school, but they have surely made their mark on knapsack.
Yes, they have.
And it would be good to see. Obviously, you have to make the start, and the start has been made here. So in a couple of years, who knows, maybe these schools will be doing quite well at Bssac.
Yes.
So we are back on track to the under 15 boys 400 meters, our second section. They're on the starters' orders now. And the gun is gone. So it's Alkins, Gill, Rollock, Clark, Davis, Lynch, Chaplin, and Seeley. So we watch them now as they go down the back stretch. Wow. So moving early. Chaplin of Courage and Parry, Lynch of Dighton Griffith, and on the inside, Samuel Alkins of Queen's College. Anna, this guy is out front now.
Yes, he is.
Making up the stagger in the entire field.
Yes, he has. So, and he's moving quite well.
And from
Arms
the Lodge
pumping.
School, Tyrese Clark of the Lodge School trying to catch him, but I don't think he'll catch him today.
Yes, I don't think so. I don't think he'll catch him today because it's all Samuel Alkins of Queen's College. Arms pumping, great stride, and he finishes now. Second will go to the Lodge School, Tyrese Clark, and third will go to Samario Chaplin of Coleridge and Parry School.
Yes, so that will bring us to the completion of the under 15 boys 400 meters. And coming up will be the under 17 girls. 2 sections for those girls. As we can see here, Anna, the girls are setting their blocks, making sure everything is in order. And while we do that, as we had promised earlier, we would look for the up-to-date scores so that our viewers will know exactly how their schools are doing. And we have some up-to-date scores. Anna, I'll give you the opportunity to quickly go through the girls' scores.
Yes, in 11th position, the St. Winifred School, 9 points. 10th, Princess Margaret, 16 points. 9th position, Dighton Griffith, 25 points. 7th, there we have a tie for second place between the Alexandra and Frederick Smith on 29 points. Darrell Jordan in 6th position, 35 points. Coleridge and Parry, 5th position, 44 points. In 4th position, the Lestervon School, 63 points, and the top 3. In 3rd position, the Lodge School, 89 points. 2nd position, Queen's College, 92 points. And leading the girls, the St. Michael's School, on 105 points.
So from our last scores given, you will notice that the gap has closed between St. Michael and Queen's College. So QC is now 92, St. Michael 105. And one of the reasons for this, Anna, would be the fact that we don't get to really see what's happening out on the field. But the field events they pick up a lot of points, as was evident with Springer Memorial yesterday and on Tuesday. So the same thing happening here. In the boys, though, St. Winifred's 1 point, Codrington High 6 points, Alexandra 14, Princess Margaret 17, Darrell Jordan 17, Dighton Griffith 17. And the St. Michael's School 35.5, Frederick Smith 38, Coleridge and Parry 54, the Lodge School 61, the Lester Vaughan 80.5, and QC 88 points. So just about 8.5 points, which is basically one race and a second position. So,
and also, Michael, I wanted to ask you as well, what did you think of the Spring Memorial winning and Foundation? But the points, 16 points separated the two, and it was commendable on the part of Foundation.
well, what I can say to you is I expected Foundation to do well when you look at their roster. When you look at the athletes that they have, I expected Foundation to do well. I knew it would have been a tough time for Springer Memorial, but they hung in there. And the point I just made, they had a lot of people in the field events, and it's important for you to have people in the top 8, even if you can play 7th and 8th in everything. So what you found was there were cases where Foundation would not have scored any points, but Springer Memorial scored, let us say, a 2 or a 3. And then there were cases where you had Christchurch Foundation scoring double points and Springer did not factor in. So it was like a topsy-turvy kind of thing. But at the end, the points, we have noticed where Springer used to win by 150 points. That has dropped now to where you can see it was only a matter of what, 18 points? 16 points?
16 points.
Great. So, you know.
And we'll get back to that conversation
For
because
sure.
the athletes are on the line. This is the under 17 girls, 400 meters. This is the first section. We have in lane 2, Zoya King, Queen's College. Lane 3, Shondell Joseph, Dighton Griffith. In lane 4, Daylan King, the Lodge School. Lane 5, Shanita Broom, Alexandra School. Lane 6, Jade Best, the Lestavon School. In lane 7, from Frederick Smith, Cherise Francis. And in lane 8, from Coleridge and Parry, Kiara Cozier.
Yes, and we just spoke about Shanita Broom, and we're going to see her now here in lane number 5 in the under 17 girls 400 meters. Just to tell you the record here, 54.91. And I guess these guys wanted to give us time to give you the records. We had a false start there, 2 gunshots. And Mara Weeks of the Lodge School holds the record at 54.91. And that was set in 2007. And if you would recall, Anna, back in 2007, when Mara Weeks and Sade Seeley got a gold and a silver at the Carifta Games in the Turks and Caicos Islands.
Yes.
In that 400 meters.
Yeah.
So those girls were on fire then.
Yes.
Only yesterday after the meet, we were commenting about the talent that we have loads of talent here in Barbados, and
We do.
sometimes it hurts to see the talent just go by the wayside. And again, I encourage comments from persons who are watching and listening. What can we do to harness this talent? There's no way that individuals who would have come through the system, and it's not just in track and field, but in a lot of other disciplines, we notice that, you know, you can follow athletes from Knapsack. They do well. Bssac.
They
They
do
do
well.
well. And somewhere between there, something does not happen. I won't say something happens.
Yes.
I will say something does not happen. We need to find out we need to make something happen so that we can do like Jamaica and the United States and those countries who can follow the progress of athletes.
And I think one of the things is that it's, at the end of the day, the money. Sponsorship continues in Jamaica throughout. And in Barbados, lots of athletes, you know, we just don't have the finances, I believe.
Well, two
But-
things: the finances and then the programs. We need
Yes.
to have proper programs in place
Yeah.
to get our athletes on to the next level.
Mhm.
But we are back on track here for the first of two sections in the under 17 girls 400 meters. We have a good start now. So we'll see how Shanita Broom does, running out of lane number 5. We know she's an aggressive runner, and
Mhm.
she's taking this one out already.
Yes, she is.
There she goes.
Picked up
Shanita
the
Broom.
stagger.
So she's
Yes.
heading down the back stretch now. They're in that blue outfit. Blue top, rather. Gray bottom.
Yes. She's turquoise and blue.
So Shanita Broom looking to advance to the next round and definitely looking to run a good time. So Shanita Broom all the way. Shanita Broom of the Alexandra School, Anna.
Yes, she's striding well towards the finish. As I expected, I certainly I expected her to be competitive, and here she is striding towards the finish. Very good form. Wins it now from Courage and Paris, Kiara Cozier.
Yeah, so those two for sure will be looking for a good time. And remember, Anna and viewers, that these time finals, their points allocated based on your performance. So that's why it's necessary to give your heart in these events, points going from 10 to 1. So, and that is what will determine the championship at the Frank Blackman zone. So
Yes.
these are all points based as well.
Yes. Okay, so we are standing by for the second section of the under 17 girls 400 meters.
Yes, and these young ladies are getting their blocks together. And I can tell you, Anna, this one coming up, the 400 meters for under 17 girls, Rhea Hoyt. She's been doing quite well representing the St. Michael's School. She won this event last year in the under 15 category.
Yes.
It would be really good to see an athlete who won it under 15 moves up to the under 17 category and dominate it as well. So
In the
she-
first year.
Yes. So she's run 58.08 for the year so far. Tamia Battershield was second in this event last year.
Mhm.
And, you know, we talked about Sarah Bell. Now,
Yes.
Sarah Bell, her first year at Bssac was third in the under 15.
Okay.
She's under 15 again.
Yes.
So I believe she's going to step up. But
Yes.
these two girls now moving up into
the
the under
under
17
17.
category.
Yes.
We'll see how they'll do.
But Michael, certainly I was going to go back to the point where we would have said we would have been speaking about spring memorials when given the zoning, I think that this new zoning system as well will cut that huge margin that spring memorial would have won by, because remember the top 4 are advancing and spring memorial would have been picking up points in the 8th position, in the 7th position. So remember that those athletes will not advance.
Well, in some cases they will,
course,
and in some cases they will
won't.
not.
Yes,
Yes. So your point is quite valid.
Mhm.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to
Mhm.
see
how many.
yes.
How many will advance? But
Yes.
that's some good homework that we will definitely do. And I'm quite sure that once we're finished on Friday, when we return here next week, Thursday and Friday, we'll be able to have some good statistics and give you the analysis of how we believe things will turn out next Thursday and Friday. But it's going to be very interesting, and it's always good to have a new concept.
Yes.
And I'm sure that this concept, people are just brainstorming. What am I supposed to do in order to be a estimated zone champion next year?
Yes.
Already, those who have completed. I think, Foundation did extremely well, but there are schools like the Aline School who did so well. I think they were 4th in both the girls and the boys, and it would be good for them to actually move up and
Yes, it
and
will
have
be.
the incentive to be a Esther Maynard Zone champion.
Yes. And don't forget, oh, this is the second section of the under 17 girls 400 on the line. Lane 2 from the Lester Vaughan School, Katharina Flournoy. Lane 3, Jonelle King, the Alexandra School. Lane 4, Shara Grimes Birch, the Lodge School. Lane 5, Leah Ford, Dighton Griffith. Lane 6, Tamia Battershield, Coleridge and Parry. In lane 7, Rhea Hoyt, the St. Michael's School. And in lane 8, Dana Babb, Frederick Smith Secondary. And we will have just spoken about Tamia Battershield, Coleridge and Parry, and Rhea Hoyt, the St. Michael's School. And here they are in the same heat. Coincidentally, Michael.
Well, it will only be a matter of time before these girls meet each other, and the fact that there are only 2 sections, they will meet. The thing is, the times will be important, and the positions in terms of the top 4 who will be advancing to the next round, and also the points that they will secure for their school, as this is a championship event, as we continue to say, and to let you guys who are watching know that this is the Frank Blackman Zone. This is a championship event. So they're on the starters' orders now. Benny Rowe doing the honors, and they've been asked to stand. Lane 5 getting. So that's Leah Ford of Dighton Griffith. Having a problem again there.
Yes, I think that it may be a problem with the blocks, it seems.
But Anna, I have a problem here when it comes to the starters and the starters' assistants. Their job is not to render assistance to the athletes.
Okay.
They should not be fixing blocks for the athletes. That's not their job. Their job is to ensure that the race starts, that there are no infringements to the start of the race. So I personally have a difficulty. If I've given instructions to my athlete as to how to set their blocks, no one should be out there changing that setup. Nevertheless, we can see Rhea Hoyt means business.
Yep.
So she's out flying.
Off to a very good start. Rhea Hoyt, all arms and legs, down the back stretch. She's really running well. But here comes Tamia Battershield coming up. But with 150 meters to go, it's all Rhea Hoyt. But here comes the longest strides of Tamia Battershield.
Well, those are the 2 we expected to factor in this one, Anna.
Yes.
So no surprise here at all. Rhea Hoyt looking good. She's looking good. Good strides, arms working non-stop. So it's all Rhea Hoyt going down the final 30 meters or so. It will be Rhea Hoyt, and I'm sure she's looking to run a good time. And she finishes in first.
Followed by Tamia Battershield of Coleridge and Parry School. And third is the Lodge School, Shara Grimes Birch. And that name comes from Knapsack as well, Michael.
Yes, again, another familiar name. So that will complete the under-17 girls 400 meters as we get ready for the under-17 boys. So coming up, we'll have the under-17 boys for the under-20 girls and the under-20 boys. At the completion of the under-20 boys, I believe we'll take a break. We all have to get some needed sustenance, and we will do that. Probably during that break, we'll have an opportunity to give you a review of some events from the Esther Maynard Zone held over Tuesday and Wednesday. And Anna, as we look here at the 400-meter Bssac records, just before we give you the starting lineup for the under-17 boys, a guy by the name of Willan Louis, he owns 3 of the 4 400-meter records. The under-13 boys Bssac record he set in 1995, so he ran 56.67 in 1995. Then in 1999, 4 years later, he ran 48.00 as an under 17. Then 2 years later, as an under 20, he ran 47.18. And that still remains the fastest time recorded in the history of Bssac, 47.18 by Willan Louis.
Yes.
So we will see if anyone will attack this 48.00 now. That's the time set by Willan in 1999, the Bssac record for the under 17 boys.
Yes. And
I can tell you, Anna, that Anthony Hoyt Small, who we will see run here in lane 1, he has run 49.40 for the year so far. Tremaine Smith of the Lodge School has run 48.97, and Josiah Atkins of the Christchurch Foundation has run 48.90. Of course, we won't see Josiah Atkins today. We would have seen him in action over the past 2 days at the Esther Maynard Zone.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on Tremaine Smith and Anthony Hoyt Small?
Well, I believe if there's one person who could possibly do it, it would be Tremaine Smith, but I don't believe he will. But there's a possibility that, he could do it. Anthony Hoyt Small is another possibility, but
have you seen him perform for the year yet?
Anthony Hoyt Small?
He's improving by leaps and bounds. Okay. So you can go ahead and introduce the competitors here for this first section.
Yes, we have in lane 1, Anthony Hoyt Small, Queen's College. Lane 2, Nathaniel Thompson, Alexandra. Lane 3, Tremaine Smith, the Lodge School. In lane 4, Rashim Griffith, Coleridge and Parry. Lane 5, Jade Yearwood, Frederick Smith. In lane 6, Dario Aline, Princess Margaret. Lane 7, Quinn Walthurst Hodge, Dighton Griffith. And in lane 8, Nokodi Innes, the Lestavon School.
So that's our lineup coming up in the first section of the under 17 boys 400 meters. Should be exciting between Tremaine Smith and Anthony Hoyt Small. And they'll be in lane 1 and 3. Hoyt Small in 1 and Smith in 3. And Griffith of Coleridge and Parry, he should put up a good run as well.
Yes, he should.
So we'll watch those 3 lanes and see how things will turn out. So on the starters' orders. The record here, 48.00. Willan Louis, Christchurch Foundation School, 1999. There we go, a good start to the first section in the under 17 boys 400 meters. So Anthony Hoyt Small looking to make up that stagger. He has done so on the inside, making up the stagger on Nathaniel Thompson of Alexandra. Here he goes down the backstretch. Good strides from Anthony Hoyt Small. And to his right, not making up the staggers yet, Tremaine Smith of the Lodge School. Just about 200 meters to go. There we go.
There is Anthony Hoyt Small, passes Tremaine Smith. And Tremaine has some running to do if he wants to catch Anthony Hoyt Small. But it's all Anthony Hoyt Small. And here comes from Coleridge and Parry, Rashim Griffith, also passing Tremaine Smith. Certainly not looking his usual form. Anthony Hoyt Small wins it now from Rashim Griffith of Coleridge and Parry. And we see Tremaine Smith holding his
left. It looks like his left hamstring.
Yes.
Yep. Tremaine Smith not looking like himself at all.
Not at
You're
all.
correct in saying that.
Mhm.
But for sure, as I told you, Anna, Anthony Hoyt-Small has lots of form this year.
Yes.
Very impressive at the last meet over the weekend I saw him competing at. So he looks really good. And let's hope that it's nothing too severe for Tremaine Smith there of the Lodge School. As we get ready for our second section, the under-17 boys 400 meters, and that one coming up. So we'll see how things go there with that one.
And here we have, in this heat, Jamal Burke. Do you remember Jamal Burke?
How can you forget Jamal
from,
Burke?
From West Terrace.
Williams Industries, West Terrace.
Yes. And so this is the first time. This is the first time that we've seen Jamal Burke actually since first form. So he's here in the under-17 division for Queen's College. And we also have Dario King, another name from NAPSA, competing for Darrell Jordan Secondary. So, an interesting field again, and it will be interesting to see how these guys match up and the times when compared to the first heat. This is the second and final heat of these under 17 boys 400 meters. And we see the competitors, they're now lining up as we await the entry at the start. And we have a full field. All 8 lanes are complete. And we have Recon Bascom in lane 1. Remembering him from last year as well. He's now moved up into, he was an under 15 competitor last year, and now he's moved up into the under 17 category. So we have in lane 1, Raekwon Bascom, the Lodge School. Lane 2, Shamar Weeks, the Lestavon School. In lane 3, Zion Nichols, Princess Margaret. Lane 4, Mario Best, Dighton Griffith. In lane 5, Jaden Jordan, Frederick Smith. Lane 6, Tyreek Hunt, Coleridge Parry. Lane 7, from Queen's College, Jamal Burke. And in lane 8, Dario King, Darrell Jordan Secondary. And so we'll await the start. And it's the under 17 category. Interesting to note that these competitors must use the blocks at this level. The under 15 category, you're not required to use blocks, but certainly for the under 17 and the under 20, you are required to use the blocks. So here we have them getting ready for the start of the race. Should be an interesting race. It will be interesting to see how Jamal Burke of Queen's College finishes. And he seems much taller. Don't you get the impression, Michael, that Jamal Burke is a lot taller than he was?
Oh, for sure. Jamal has
grown.
matured physically.
Yeah.
And we'll see how he'll fare in this 400 meters.
Here comes Mario Best of Dighton Griffith picking up the stagger on Jamal Burke.
So Burke out there on the outside in lane number 7, trying to get this win here for QC, give them some points. But from Dighton Griffith, it's Mario Best and Burke on the outside. Actually, Burke is finishing quite strong. So it's Burke all the way. Jamal Burke finishing on the inside. There from the Leicester Vaughan, Shamar Weeks finishing in second. And Mario Bess of Dighton Griffith fading away there at the end.
Yes, he came third.
So that completes the under 17 boys 400 meters. And of course, coming up next will be the under 20s, the girls and boys. After the under 20 400 meters for boys, we're going to take a break from our reviewing. And what we will do though is to probably get some more highlights from yesterday for you. So those of you who missed will still get the opportunity to see how exciting things were at the Esther Maynard Zone, the final day. Maybe we can pull up the relays. We'll try to see if we have any relays. Not sure yet, but for sure we'll give you some action from the Esther Maynard Zone. So, Anna, as we preview the under 20 girls 400 meters, of course, the name Sade Williams has to factor in. She set the new record of 54.04 in 2014. And she was the champion last year, not in record-breaking form, but she did just about what was necessary, the bare minimum, and that was a 55.25. Of course, we know Sade went on to the Carifta Games, got a gold medal there, represented Barbados at the Pan Am Games, etc. So this is really a bright spark. As we talked about, Akila Jones, who we knew all along would have gone to the heights that she's reached. Sade Williams is one that I'm quite sure will go places. So we're getting ready for 2-time finals here for the under 20 girls. You can probably give us the lane assignments for this one, just foregoing.
Yes, we have in lane 2 from the Alexandra School, Tiana Catlin. Lane 3, Rashida Harrison, the Lodge School. Lane 4, Jaria Hoyt, the St. Michael School. And in lane 5, Dana Brathwaite, Dighton Griffith.
And Jaria Hoyt would have placed second in the Bssac final in the 400 meters last year, 56.14 seconds. So
yes, and you remember Jaria from her days at Bailey's Primary.
Oh yes, coming right through the system.
Through Knapsack. A very good athlete.
Coming right through the
Jaria
system.
Hoyt.
So we'll see how she'll do here. And of course, as you mentioned, Anna, in the Esther Maynard Zone, we saw Tiana Bowen winning the 400 meters for under 20 girls. Sade Williams placing second. But I'm sure that when we get to the next round, things will be completely different.
Yes, there will be. Most definitely completely different.
By far, Sade Williams is the fastest 400-meter female on the island.
She is, and certainly I do believe possibly in the Caribbean.
Well, we'll prove that quite soon at Carifta, but they're off and running. So Kathleen Harrison, Hoyt, and Brathwaite.
And we see Jaria Hoyt really moving. And the competitor, Rashida Harrison, also from the Lodge School. She's going well. So it's all Jaria Hoyt at this stage.
Yes, and she's made up the stagger on Brathwaite of Dighton Griffith as they go around the 200-meter curve. It's all Jaria Hoyt. And of course, she'll have to run for a good time because there's another time final coming up, Anna.
Yes, we do have one more time final. But, Michael, don't you get the impression that the under-20 girls are fading?
Well,
under-20 division.
We'll talk about that. We've talked about that throughout the broadcast, but it's just Jaria Hoyt here all alone, and she completes now. She wins the first time final. Second will go to Dana Brathwaite of Dighton Griffith. Third to Rashida Harrison of the Lodge School.
Yes, Michael.
Yes, we had that discussion, and we invited the listeners to voice their opinions, rather, on what might be responsible for the low subscription to the under 20 category, and even in some cases to the under 17.
Yes.
What do you think is responsible for that, Anna?
Well, I think that the girls just grow up and grow away from the sport.
unless they have immense talent in the sport,
Yes.
then they just decide they don't want to do it.
That's it.
Well, so do we have any comments, guys, pertaining to that thought? Because we asked persons to give their opinions. We had actually yesterday afterwards, I met a parent who said she was worried about that as well, that she believes that more has to be done. It must be a concerted effort from the PTA, from the physical education departments. Everyone must come together and try to encourage the children, especially the females, to stick around and get involved.
Yes, and compete.
So-
And you will find that most of the under 20 girls will come from those sixth form schools.
Well, for this one here, the under 20 girls second section, we have a very outstanding female competing. Not sure she's going to run as fast as 54.04, but I can tell you she has done good enough to win the Austin Seeley Award at the Carifta Games in 2015.
Yep.
Young lady by the name of Mary Fraser. And we'll see her competing here.
For the Darrell Jordan Secondary School.
So, Anna, you'll have the opportunity to give us the starting lineup for the under 20 girls second section.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Katrina Small, the St. Michael's School. Lane 3, Anya Williams, the Lodge School. Lane 4, Michaelia Skeet, Queen's College. In lane 5, Nicolette Smith, Dighton Griffith. And in lane 6, Mary Fraser, Darrell Jordan.
Yes, we would have seen Mary Fraser already winning the 1,500 meters this morning. Now she has the 400 meters. So we'll see tomorrow what event she does.
Yes.
Remember last year she
won
did
all
the 4,
four.
the 8, the 15, and the 3,000.
Yes, she did.
So,
and
so,
she won all of them as well.
so far, she has done the 15 and the 4. Well, this will be her second event, the 400 meters. We'll see tomorrow she does the 8. And that 3,000 meters is going to straight final on the day of the finals. So we'll see how she does. So again, Small in 2, Williams in 3, Skeet in 4, Smith in 5, and Mary Fraser of Darrell Jordan in lane number 6. So they're off. A good start here. And Mary Fraser, she has some good speed for a distance runner.
She does.
And it's necessary. It is necessary, as we'll see with Jonathan Jones, who last weekend would have run a 47 point. So Mary Fraser all by herself going down the backstretch.
Yes, it's all Mary Fraser with her. Again, Mary Fraser is going. She's pumping. She's really moving. But coming up, Katrina Small of the St. Michael's School is coming up on the inside to challenge, but I don't believe she'll beat Mary Fraser today. But we'll see, because Mary Fraser, arms going, she's really going, but a very good run too from Katrina Small of the St. Michael's School.
Yeah, so that's how they'll finish. Mary Fraser in first, Katrina Small in second. Anya Williams of the Lodge School will finish in third. Crossing the line now, Michaela Skeet of Queen's College. So that will complete the under 20 girls. We have 2 sections for the under 20 boys as well. Kind of low subscription here. And in this 400 meters, it will be interesting to see the marshals going up against each other. Well, they won't go against each other right now, but eventually they will. So the under 20 boys 400 meters, Willan Louis holds that record as well. As we said, 47.18 was set in 2001. And last year, Lester Vaughan, remember that duo of Stephen Griffith and Rivaldo Leacock, finishing in first and second,
Yes.
47.74 and 48.61. And neither of them Well, actually, Stephen Griffith, he's gone on now. Rivaldo Leacock, not sure if he'll be running the 400 meters. I think, did he do it yesterday? I can't remember if he did run the 400 meters.
'Cause I think I was hearing he might have been hurt or
Yes.
a bit.
Well, he did the 400 hurdles. I know that for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
But I can't recall if he did a flat 4.
Okay.
So, but anyway, in this one here, Akeem Marshall will be one of the
The
trainers.
one-
He has improved a lot this year as
he
well.
has, very
Both
good.
of them have.
Very good. And remember that they were both at Carifta.
Yes, they've been medalists at the Carifta Games before.
Yes.
So, Anna, the guys are getting their final bit of advice from the starters' assistants before they are marched on to the start line, and then they will be announced and make their way to their respective lanes for the start of the under 20 boys 400 meters, the first of 2 sections.
Yes.
And just
I'm really looking forward to seeing Akeem Marshall from the Lodge School run his race. Did they bring the list for the Carifta finalists? Well, that hasn't been.
no, no Carifta team has been announced as yet.
Okay. But it will be interesting to see if the Marshalls will be on this Carifta team.
I think one of them has met the qualifying standard in the 800 meters already.
Yes.
So we can
will-
always do with a leg on the 4x4 relay.
That is for sure.
So what we will do after the 400 meters for the under 20 boys, we are now at 142, and the under 20 boys are due to go at 145. So we might be just on target. And then the 75-meter hurdles for junior girls is scheduled to go at 2:15. So just to let you know ahead of time what will be happening, that after the 400 meters for under 20 boys, we will take a break and we will come back and catch the action in the sprint hurdles. And Anna, following the sprint hurdles, of course, everybody loves a relay. So the 4x1s will be coming up next after the hurdles, and we will make sure we bring that action to you as well.
So we have on the line the under 20 boys 400 meters. This is the first section. Lane 2, Brendan Hoyt, Coleridge and Parry School. Lane 3, Ajay Detaville Phillips, the Alexandra School. Lane 4, Stefan Cadogan Caesar, the Leicester School. In lane 5, Raphael Whitehall, Princess Margaret. Lane 6, Aaron Burrell, the St. Michael's School. And in lane 7, from the Lodge School, Akeem Marshall.
So it's expected here that Akeem Marshall should be the one to take this time final, the first of 2.
Brendan Hoyt, does that ring a bell? Does it seem familiar to you?
Yes.
Maybe coming through from Knapsack as well. We have.
Well, we can see one athlete going over to the medic tent to get some assistance there. Seems like an athlete from Dighton Griffith, female.
Yes. That is Dighton Griffith, and the athletes are now under the starters' orders.
So a second gun going there. I believe somebody started before the first gun went. Someone moved in the blocks. So we're going to see this council of starters meeting again, probably. And there they
Because
go.
at this level,
There they go. The council moving up.
yeah, and this is the level where one false start and you're out.
That's correct. So the starters are going to converge.
And confer as to
who was the culprit.
yeah.
So we see them. That was a very fast decision there. So we see well, it's not Marshall. It's not Worrell. It's not Whitehall of Princess Margaret. So they continue to walk down. It's not Cadogan Caesar of Leicester Vaughan either. So it's either a competitor in 2 or 3. It's Hoyt or Phillips Dectiville. One of those two. And it goes to Brendan Hoyt of Coleridge and Parry.
Oh.
So Hoyt of Coleridge and Parry, he gets the red flag. And he has been DQ'd for a false start.
Caution on their part. But
It's
those
the
are the
rule.
rules. Those are the rules.
Do not start until you hear the gun. I don't think it can be any simpler than that.
That's true.
Wait until you hear the gun, and then you start.
Those are the rules.
So that gives us only 5 now.
Yes. Lane 2 has vacated that spot. So we have from lane 3 up to lane 7.
Another trial. So this is the first of 2 time finals for the under 20 boys in the 400 meters. Mr. Vincent Burke now trying his hand at as a starter, assistant starter, joining the starting crew. Of course, his son now off, Mario Burke, his son now off to University of Houston. So he has some time on his hand now.
Yep.
Don't know what the delay is here now. So the athletes walking backwards and forwards, the officials as well. And we are just awaiting the start of the 400 meters. Under 20 boys.
These are the big boys. And they're doing the correct thing by jumping, trying to keep their muscles warm, because injuries abound. And as an athlete, once you have this waiting period, it is always best to move around.
Keep moving.
Yes. You have to keep moving. Keep moving those muscles. You don't want them to get cold. And certainly, Michael, this is a period that I had never really liked, where you're standing out there and you're waiting, and certainly on a cool day like today, because it is rather cool.
Oh, yes. So it seems like we have things under control now, and on the starters' orders, the first of 2 time finals. Under 20 boys, 400 meters. They're off. 5 competitors.
Oh, and it looks like Akeem Marshall is simply flying around the bend, down the back stretch he's going, but it looks like the competitor from the St. Michael's School, Aaron Worrell, is pumping as well. So it'll be an interesting run because we also have from the Lestavon School, Stefan Cadogan Caesar. Oh, and here they come. 100 meters to go, and it's still Akeem Marshall, but he's being challenged by the St. Michael's School, Aaron Worrell. But it's all Akeem Marshall. He wins it now from the St. Michael's School, Aaron Worrell. And third will go to Stefan Cadogan Caesar of the Lestavon School.
Yes, that's it, Anna. The first of 2 sections in the under 20 boys 400 meters. And we have our second one coming up now. And in this one, we'll see the next Marshall, Romario Marshall.
These boys will certainly add some valuable points for the Lodge School.
They surely will once they're in the top 8. Those are points. Remember, viewers, that at the completion of this 400-meter dash, and it really isn't a dash. 400 meters, you cannot dash it. You have to run it. A dash is a 50 meters short.
So it's a 400 meter
Run.
It's more of a run.
A fast run.
Yes.
So we're seeing in the foreground some participants there from Providence School participating in the shot put. They're in the red shorts and the white. The red shorts and the white top.
And the white top, yes.
It's really good to have these
private schools.
Yes, participating.
Yes. And this is the first year, I think, that we've seen such a vast number,
yes,
especially from Providence and the St. Winifred's. Before we've had from the Ursuline Convent, St. Ursula's, but now we're seeing St. Winifred's, Codrington High, and Providence.
Yes. So we're getting ready for the competitors to make their way onto the arena for that final 400 meters, the under 20 boys, section 2. Some field event action going on, as you can see. Remember the record, 47.18, set by Will and Louis in 2001. And here comes the competitors. Anna, you can give us those lane assignments.
We have in lane 2, Shaquille Holligan, Clorgen Parish School. Lane 3, Rico Hurley, Frederick Smith Secondary. In lane 4, Cody Straker, the Alexandra School. Lane 5, Shamar Elliott, the Lestavon. Lane 6, Akeem Callender, Queen's College. Lane 7, Leandre Ford, Dighton Griffith. And in lane 8, from the Lodge School, Romario Marshall. That's the second Marshall running out of lane 8. So both running out of lane 8.
Yep. And it's good that these guys will be trying to get some points there for the Lodge School. And also trying to put themselves in a position to advance to the next round of competition.
Yes.
Only the top 4.
From each heat will advance.
From each zone. Not each heat, from each zone.
Sorry, yes. The top 4 from each zone plus the next 16 best will advance to the semi-final.
So these guys on the starters' orders, final section on the 20 boys 400 meters. After this, we will give you guys an update on the scores, and then we will say goodbye for a little bit, and we'll be back in time for the 75-meter hurdles. It's amazing how the time has gone there. It's 1:55 now.
It's really
We were
amazing.
scheduled to, actually the hurdles are scheduled to go at 2:15. We thought we had some time to play with. Now it looks as though we will not have that much time. But nevertheless, we'll do all we can to provide you with the best possible coverage of Bssac 2016. And this is the first day of competition in the Frank Blackman zone.
And they're under the starters' orders.
So we have a good start there. Section 2 on the 20 boys 400 meters. We expect to see Romario Marshall of the Lodge School taking this one out. He's being challenged by Akim Callender of Queen's College now, who has made up the stagger. So Akim Callender, he's looking the best of the lot right now. And Marshall now beginning to do some running.
Yes. Marshall, and also from the Lester Vaughan School, Shamar Elliott. So we'll see, because it's still Akeem Callender from Queen's College, still leading.
Callender all the way.
Callender, yes, it's Callender all the way. Wins it now from the Lester Vaughan, Shamar Elliott, and Romario Marshall was third.
Yeah, so that brings us to the end of those 400 meters. And what we will do here is to give a final update on the scores. And there's a change in scores, obviously, after those races. So the scores for the females. Go ahead,
Yes,
Anna,
we have
quickly.
St. Winifred's School 9, Princess Margaret 17, Frederick Smith 29, and Dighton Griffith also on 29. Alexandra 38, Darrell Jordan 45, Corrigan Parry 64, the Lester Vaughan 75, Queen's College 97, the Lodge School 107, and the St. Michael's School 143 points.
Wow.
A commanding 143 points.
The male scores, St. Winifred's 1, Codrington 6. We have a three-way tie on 17 points, Princess Margaret, Darrell Jordan, and the Alexandra School. Dighton Griffith, 27 points. Dighton Griffith, 27 points. Frederick Smith, 40. The St. Michael's School, 51.5. The Lodge School, 72. Coleridge and Parry, 80. Lester Vaughan, 91.5. And Queen's College, 126. So that's the update here with the points at the National Stadium. First day of the Frank Blackman zone. And this is a good time for us to take a break. And we'll be back. We'll be back in a minute. Actually, we'll be back in about 15-20 minutes or so, where we will begin our coverage of the hurdles. As you can see, the hurdles being put out on the track already. So it's back over to you guys on the other side.
Athletics Championship is made possible with kind sponsorship from the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Sagicor Financial, Burger King, Purity Bakeries, Winet, Sunal Technology Solutions, Acronite, and Tropical Computers Limited.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at Big. Freshly prepared tradition and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at Big. Them to your satisfaction and we have our selection.
Family friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner fresh all day at Big.
It's more than just money. Join the credit union It's more than just money. Home development with the Crib Club. You're young and you need to save money with the Crib Club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you when you save your city value. It's more than just money. Join the Credit Union Crib Club. More than just money with the Credit Union Crib Club. Yeah.
Of the Commerce School should win this one easily. And to remind you that the top 4 from each zone, plus the next 16 best, will be advancing in the 200 meters. So here comes Matthew Clark, as expected, into the straightaway. Class act. Class act here in the under 17 boys category. There's no stopping Clark, and he's easing up at the finish, well ahead of the others. Shaquan Glasgow of the Allen School finishing in 2nd position. So Matthew Clark, good lad. As we can see there, one of the athletes on the track having some difficulties, but we have the medics who will be providing all the necessary assistance for these athletes, as we can see here clearly. Ferguson, Haynes, Jones, Miller, Walks, Miller, and Griffith. And immediately Nathan Ferguson of Combermere on the inside goes into the lead. Just as we thought, Nathan Ferguson. I'm seeing a very good 4x100 meter relay team in the under 17 boys division. And Walks Miller of Ellerslie to finish in 2nd. Griffith of Harrison College finishing in 3rd. A good start. Howell, Ford, Trotman, Risbrook, and Walker. So Trotman of Christchurch Foundation. And here comes Julian Ford of Harrison College. That's the battle there. Ford of Harrison College might have a slight lead. He does. He looks around. Oh my goodness, this is poor running. Some poor running from Julian Ford. That's all I can say. Poor running. Dane, Cave, Sergeant, Morris, and Lord. So they're off. Diamond Grinds of Combermere making up the Steiger. Here comes Akela Morris of Harrison College. Akela Morris. Akela Morris. So that first section going to Akela Morris of Harrison College. Quite rapid, starting ahead of schedule and keeping ahead of schedule. So these events are going fast. The 200 meters. Then we'll have the 4x4s. So they're off to a good start. Watts of Springer Memorial in 1, making up the Steiger quickly. On the outside, Ashley Lowe of the Combermere School. We remember that rivalry between Ashley Lowe and Akela Morris. You probably get to see it again now in the under 17 division. It's all Ashley Lowe on the outside. She will win that one comfortably, Ashley Lowe. And 2nd will go to Shaquila Blackman of the Christchurch Foundation School. So that will do it for the under 17 girls 200 meters. So they're off to a good start now. And looking for Kevin Briggs to do the early running, and he has done so. Kevin Briggs out the turn into the straightaway. So Kevin Briggs being challenged on the outside from Griffith of the Allen School. But Briggs easy winner. Coron Griffith and Jared Spencer of Harrison College. Those are the top three, and that will bring us to the end of the under 20 boys 200 meters. First section on the starters orders for the under 17 boys going 400 meters. They're off. Good start. Looking to see what Raheem Tate Best can do here for Christchurch Foundation. And Deshaun Howell of St. Leonard's boys doing the early running. He looks the best of the lot so far. And Kamal Risbrook of St. George Secondary now makes up the stagger on him. Raheem Tate Best looks like he's in a lot of trouble here. Not the Raheem Tate Best we have seen coming through Knapsack at all. So he's in loads of trouble. And Risbrook, Howell, and Bushell. Those three in contention on the outside. Darian Bushell of Harrison College. He is leading the charge. Coming up the straightaway, Darian Bushell of Harrison College. He will take the first section, second to Deshaun Howell of St. Leonard's. St. George Secondary's Kamal Risbrook and Raheem Tate Best will pretty much jog here to the National Stadium, and we are about to wind down the Esther Maynard Zone Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. We're just awaiting the final set of results from the field events taking place, and then of course our last two events to culminate this zone, the 4x400 meter relay. There'll be one relay for the girls and one for the boys. 7 teams, 6 teams actually, will be contesting the girls 4x4, and for the boys 8 teams, a full field for the 4x4. However, before that gets going, we have a number of young athletes that we wish to speak to. Of course, these are athletes who would have performed quite well in their respective age categories. Number of athletes here. And from Harrison College, we have in the under 15 division, Tia Hines, and we'll also talk to for sure we'll talk to Tia Hines of Harrison College, scoring 23 points in her age category. So we'll get Tia up here quickly. So we have Tia Hines here with us from Harrison College. Tia, how are you doing today? I'm fine, and you? I am doing quite well. Tell us about your 2 days of competition here at Bssac.
Well, I came in looking to go in the finals because it's the zones and we can't use stadium stuff like that. So because of how my coach told me, treat it like a final, that's what I tried to do, and that's what I tried to do for those 2 days here.
What events did you participate in?
I participated in the under 15 girls high jump, long jump, 75-meter hurdles, and 200-meter hurdles,
wow.
and 4x1.
Wow, you had a number of events over 2 days, and tell us how you did in those events.
I came first in the high jump, I came 6th in the long jump, and first in both 200-meter hurdles and 75-meter hurdles.
Okay, were you satisfied with your results?
I was satisfied with most of them except long jump because of how dead my legs were after the hurdles.
So, do you know if any of those would have qualified you for the semifinals and finals next week?
Yes, I know all of them would qualify except long jump, probably. I'll have to check that one because I came 6th and I really don't think I'm going to qualify for that one. So I'll have to find out.
Okay, and I'll ask you this last question. comparing the two zones because I believe you would have competed at the Bssac last year.
Yeah, I
and
did.
this one. Which one do you like the best?
I like this one more because I don't know. I just like this one more. It seems to like get to finals faster, I guess. And it's a pretty old stadium, so I see how organized it is and stuff. And you don't have to be like rushing to get to like SMS and lodge and all that stuff because it's like only like 11 schools here, so it's pretty easy for all the workers and officials here.
Okay, well, we wish you all the best and congratulations on your achievements.
Thank you.
Great. So that was Tia Hines there of Harrison College. And next person we're going to bring up is a young man we followed through Bssac, Kobe Hudson. Now at the Christchurch Foundation School, KOBE. Kobe, don't be shy. You're not a shy fella at all. Not at all. So we have Kobe here. Kobe, how has the transition been from primary school to your first year competing at Bssac?
It's a bit different because we have 2 days of competition this year, and that we have the rest period between each day, so it kind of feels better than Bssac. I guess, yeah.
Okay, so tell us about the events you competed in for Christchurch Foundation.
I did the 2, the 4, and the long jump. In the 200, I came first in my heat. The 400, I came second overall. At long jump, I came fourth.
Okay, so do you know as yet if they have qualified you for the semifinals next week?
Well, in the 200 and the 400, I'm in the semifinals for sure, but the long jump, I'm not quite sure yet.
Okay, kind of similar to Tia.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us a bit about your training. I'm not sure. You can tell all the viewers, were you training in primary school and if you're training now at Christchurch Foundation?
At Christchurch Foundation, I'm training at school nearly every day in the week. And when I was in primary school, I really used to train with Jasper.
Okay, with a jump start program.
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay, is it a lot tougher?
Foundation, it's not tougher, it's just different because Jumpstart was a mix of public and private school children and secondary school and primary school children, but no, it's really just secondary school children.
I see.
A foundation.
Okay, well, we want to wish you all the best. We look forward to seeing you next week, and of course, you're a household name from Bssac, and we hope you will continue to be a household name now with Bssac.
Thank you.
Great. So that was Kobe Hudson, speaking very well, full of confidence, and we look forward to some great things from him. Who do we have next on the list? Mariah Hill of Harrison College. Come on, Mariah. So Mariah Hill here. And let me tell Mariah, we are not just training you to run, jump, and throw, but we're preparing you for when you become stars, because you will have to go before the camera and have the microphone in your hand and speak. So this is your preparation for it. So tell us, who is Mariah Hill?
Well, I'm 13 years old. I go to school at Harrison College. I like to do shot put, javelin, discus, but my stronger one is javelin. And I like to have fun and do
Great.
stuff.
So tell us how you did at Bssac this year.
Well, I didn't do how I expected to do, but in javelin I came third, discus I came third, and in shot put I came seventh.
Okay, and you weren't too happy with those performances?
No, I wasn't.
So those third places, have they put you forward to the semifinals?
I'm not sure yet, but I'm hoping they did.
Okay, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Once you know, you need to check to make sure that you know if you're in the finals or not, or in the semifinals. But we wish you all the best, and it was a pleasure talking to you, Mariah Hill of Harrison College.
It was a pleasure talking to you too. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good. So we will continue our interviews with some of the athletes who would have participated in the first ever Maynard Zone. And as I spot them, I'll ask them to come forward. I see a young lady from the Champion School, Springer Memorial, Shantae Seal. So we're going to ask Shantae to come forward. And we can line up the next one. Shantae, come this way, please. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So Shantae is probably known in several sporting circles, but we're not going to talk about those today. We'll talk about your performance here at Bssac. So tell us about your performance.
Well, I've been training her throughout the weeks coming on to Bssac, and I knew that if we wanted to do it this year again, I knew that we had to work hard, so I put in the hard work, and it came out, and I did as well as my coaches and my other team officials wanted me to do.
What were the events you competed in?
I did the 100, on the 20 girls hurdles, high jump, long jump, shot put, and I was part of the relay team.
Wow, you did a lot of stuff,
Yes.
Shantae. How did you do in those, though?
Well, in the high jump today I came fourth. In the long jump yesterday I came fifth. The 110 hurdles I came third, and in shot put I came first, and the relay became second.
Okay, so have you gone forward in any of those events?
I think so. I will have to wait on the results.
Okay, right. How do you like this new format?
Well, at first we thought it would have bothered us, but the girls came out and we participated, and see us next week.
Great. So you just come and compete.
Yes, please.
Great. So we look forward to some good things. We look forward to hearing from you next
It's a
for the semi-Harrison College. Was a pleasure talking to you, Mariah Hill of Harrison College.
It was a pleasure talking to you too. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good. So we will continue our interviews with some of the athletes who would have participated in the first ever Maynard Zone. And as I spot them, I'll ask them to come forward. I see a young lady from the Champion School, Springer Memorial, Shantae Seal. So we're going to ask Shantae to come forward. And we can line up the next one. And welcome back to the National Stadium, our first day of competition in the Frank Blackman Zone. Of course, we would have seen some good action in the 1500 meters, the 100 meters, and the 400 meters. And now we're ready to take in action in the junior girls 75-meter hurdles. There are 2 time finals coming up for the junior girls. And the lane assignments here in lane 2 from the St. Michael's School, Prayi Olatayo. In lane 3 from Queen's College, Kimani Archer. In lane 4 from the Alexandra School, Kristen Sobers. In lane 5, Nyasha Rogers of Princess Margaret. Lane 6, Kiara Bishop of the Lodge School. Lane 7, Faith Codrington of Coleridge and Parry. And in lane number 8, Acacia Small of the Lester Vaughan School. And Anna, in the hurdles, as well as the relays, the winner will be automatically advancing to the final along with the next 6 best times. Okay. So we're looking here for just the first person to meet that automatic qualifying mark, but they're 2 time finals, so we'll have to wait until both races are completed and they compile the results to determine who the winner will be. So they're on the starters' orders now. And that's a false start there.
By the athlete from Nyasha Rogers, Princess Margaret.
And that was quite clear, huh?
It was very clear. Fortunate for these girls, we won't have automatic disqualification.
Not at all. So we'll try once more for the junior girls 75-meter hurdles, the first of two sections. And to note, Anna, these athletes are limited to 4 individual events. Only 4 events they can do. Seeing the warning being given.
So it's 4 events, excluding the relays.
4 individual
events. Yes.
So there's a good start this time. And the competitor from Princess Margaret, Nyasha Rogers.
Yes.
She's looking the best of the lot.
Yes, she's off and away. Very
And
good.
Good legs, good long legs that
yeah.
she's using to her advantage. So she'll finish in first position.
Followed by the Lestavon schools, Acacia Small.
Yeah, so those two will be hoping for sure. Nyasha Rogers, her time, we'll be looking to see how fast her time is, because it's a matter of the fastest time from the zone that will be advancing. And Anna, when you go through this lineup, we'll see something very interesting here. So you can go ahead and give us the lane assignments.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Vivica Addison, the Lestavon School. Lane 3, Satira Yard, Queens College. In lane 4, Adea Brewster, the Alexandra School. Lane 5, Indica Kalman Wall, the Lodge School. In lane 6, Sarah Bell, Princess Margaret. Lane 7, Rima Boyce, the St. Michael's School. And in lane 8, Zaria Bob, Coleridge and Parry School.
Yes, and in this one, we have Vivica Addison again from the Lestavon versus
Sarah Bell.
Sarah Bell. And also, Indica Kalman Wall will be doing some hurdling.
Yeah.
So
this will be a very interesting one.
We'll see how Sarah Bell does over these hurdles.
Yeah.
A lot of these girls, probably their first time doing the hurdles. Just seeing Indica Kalman Wall going over that first hurdle, and I can tell you, it looks to me as though she's going to have a little bit of difficulty. The hurdling technique, not the best in the world.
Yes.
So the athletes all lined up, ready to go. The best we've seen so far is from Princess Margaret in that first section where we saw Nyasha Rogers. Won't be surprised if Sarah Bell will be the best of this lot.
That's what we'll see. You know, Michael, it is said that when coaches are looking for athletes to compete at the hurdles, they usually ask for those who dance. And why do you think that is?
You tell me.
Because of the leap. In dance, you leap. So in the hurdles, the same way, you really should be leaping, stretching, leaping over the hurdles.
Well, let's hope that they don't jump, because jumping is not the technique required at all for this event.
No, it is not.
But we'll see here as they get ready for the second section.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief.
So,
we have a false start.
2 guns going again. So this is the junior girls 75-meter hurdles. Second section. So again, we see the dreaded lady. Lane 2, Vivica Addison getting a warning. And the whole field getting a warning. On the starter's orders once more. A good start. So Sarah Bell going out really well. Sarah Bell, well, with some work on that technique, I'm sure she will do well in the hurdles. So it's all Sarah Bell. So Princess Margaret having 2 competitors in there. Good job there. Alexandra Adia Brewster finishing in second position. But we must compliment that Princess Margaret duo there. So in the first one, Nyasha Rogers finishing in first, and then Sarah Bell finishing first in that section.
And a
So,
better technique displayed by Sarah Bell.
well, I believe she can even do better
Yes.
with her technique. And once she can improve on that technique, well, maybe she has a future in hurdling. Probably would love to see her doing the 400-meter hurdles.
Yes, that would be a good one for her.
As she
actually.
develops, I'm quite sure she'll take it on. She has the confidence now of going over the sprint hurdles. The 4 hurdles will be even easier because you're not going to meet the hurdles after 3 strides. You have lots of time between those hurdles.
Yes.
About 40 meters or so between the hurdles. In this case, 3 strides and bam, you're onto the hurdle. And she did quite well there. So we now have the junior boys
And it
coming
will
up
be-
next.
Yes, Michael, and it will be interesting to see how the Lestavon school, because traditionally they are a very good school for the hurdles, have produced some great hurdlers.
There we go.
It has produced some great hurdlers in its time.
So these junior boys going 100 meters, and this is a change, Anna. In the past, the junior boys would have done the 80-meter hurdles. Now they're doing the 100-meter hurdles with a hurdle height being 84 centimeters. Again, a transition for the boys. And, next up, as they go to the under 17 category, they will go to the 110-meter hurdles. And that is
Okay.
also a change. Before they would go 100-meter hurdles.
Okay.
Now they're going 110.
Okay.
So a couple of changes here.
And why was that, Michael?
I think a lot of times the changes occur as they think beyond Bssac.
Okay.
And they think to Carifta Games
Yes.
and beyond.
Okay.
I personally like the idea of the transition by age categories.
Okay.
Where you begin, as is done with the intermediate hurdles. So as we will see tomorrow, they start with the 200-meter hurdles for the girls in the under 15. Under 17, they go to the 300-meter hurdles. Under 20, they go to the 400-meter hurdles.
Okay.
Similarly, with the boys start with the 300-meter hurdles under 15. Under 17, they go 400-meter hurdles with a lower height. Under 20 hurdles, the under 20s, they go 400-meter hurdles with a higher height.
Yes.
So I like to see progression.
Yes.
And I think it's necessary in sports.
Yes, it is.
So with that said, we have a little break here. The weather has not been that generous to us. Now it is. So we are now
Somewhat.
able, yes, somewhat. So we are now able to open our window. And we can see on the outside for the
Yes.
first time for the day.
For the day.
And enjoy some nice fresh air.
Yes.
We had to close the window all morning. So it's a welcome here. But we have to watch out for the breeze. It's extremely breezy here. So Anna, we have 2 sections here for the junior boys in the 100-meter hurdles. Maybe you can give us the lane assignments here for this one.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Dakota Brome, Coleridge and Parry School. Lane 3, Rajani Marshall, the Lodge School. In lane 4, Jadeo Worrell, Queen's College. Lane 5, Shem Williams, the Lestavon. And in lane 6, Renako Belgrave, Alexandra.
Yeah, so 5 athletes going here, a total of 11 in the boys, the junior boys 100-meter hurdles. Some field event action going on. So we are seeing the boys in the discus. We also have some boys doing the high jump. Those are the ones immediately in front of us. Now, Anna, if you look across at those on the eastern side, the tents and chairs which were allocated for the students to come and watch the sports, commented earlier, you can see that
quite
not many
empty.
students are over there. You can actually identify the small groups of students. There's a small group there from the Frederick Smith Secondary.
That's it.
I think I see a couple from the
Queen's
College.
College, yes.
And that's about it.
Yes.
All the others are cheers. So I don't know.
So they must have been given the day and opted to stay
Not
home.
at all. They were not given the day, as far as I
Okay.
understand. I
Okay,
understand
then.
there were tickets provided per school, but obviously if a child doesn't have the interest in coming to the meet, then they won't purchase the ticket. So something will have to be done to encourage. I don't know if it will
Yes.
change come the day of the finals, the
I
two
believe
finals
it-
days.
Yes, I
We'll see
believe
how
then
it goes.
you will see. You will definitely have more of the spectators.
So, if we can go over those assignments quickly once again.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Dakota Brome, Coleridge and Parry. Lane 3, Rajani Marshall, the Lodge School. In lane 4, Jaddo Worrell, Queen's College. Lane 5, Shem Williams, the Lestavon. And in lane 6, Renako Belgrave, Alexandra. And they're under the starters' orders.
So that's a good start to our first section in the junior boys 100-meter hurdles. And ahead of the pack there is Shem Williams.
Yes, of the Lestavon School.
And just as you indicated, Anna, of course, Alwyn Bab having a coaching certificate in sprints and hurdles. That's his specialty. So
Yes.
obviously a lot of work will be done with those guys in that area. And plus, it's an event where you can transition a guy who may be a sprinter but not that fast. You can do some work with him over the hurdles where he can utilize that speed there.
Yes.
So good effort there from Shem Williams and Renako Belgrave of the Alexandra School finishing in second position. So we will get ready soon to give you the lane assignments for our next one coming up, which is the second and final section for the junior boys in the 100-meter hurdles. So these hurdles are going to go quite quickly. We have the under-17 girls going next, and then the under-20 girls, under-17 boys, under-20 boys, and then, Anna, we will go into the relays. And, of course, I know you like relays.
Yes, I do. I do. I do like relays. Although I do believe that much work needs to be done in terms of passing the baton.
Well, from what we noticed in the Esther Maynard zone, we had some pretty decent handovers.
Oh.
Don't think we had that many bad passes. So
very good.
Obviously, some work is being done in that regard.
Yes.
So you can go ahead and give us the lane assignments for the second section in the junior boys 100-meter hurdles.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Nathan Roett of St. Michael's School. Lane 3, Jaden Devnish, the Lodge School. Lane 4, Sheldon David, the Alexandra. Lane 5, Tyle Antoine, the Lestavon. Lane 6, Akim Mason, Coleridge and Parry. And in lane 7, Mario Lavoie, Queen's College.
So
here we see Mario Lavoie again coming out of running the 400 meters for Queen's College.
Yes. And again, another false start. And we should pay attention to lane 2 too. Nathan Royd of the St. Michael's School. Remember, Gabriel Burnett was also an outstanding hurdler. Went on to represent Barbados at the Olympic Games in the hurdles. So
That is
maybe
very good.
this guy,
Commendable.
Royd, should have something to show. If he's under the tutelage of Burnett, who is the head coach of the
Quantum Leap
program. Doing very well this year.
Have you seen much of the Rising Stars this year?
Where do you mean?
at the weekend meets?
Well, of course, a big club. So those athletes are featured all over. Yes.
Okay, very good.
So they're on the starters' orders now for a second section in the junior boys 100-meter hurdles. And I saw that false start coming from the guy in the blue, Alexandra. Don't know if your eyes were glued onto that start, but I can tell you they're going to go there for him. You can see the starters getting ready to walk back. Lane number 4, Sheldon David. So the ritual, there's the ritual.
They confer.
And in the junior boys 100-meter hurdles, as we said, with the junior events, the athletes will be given one false start. So there we go. That's a warning. As you notice, the person who committed the false start, the starter's assistant, will go to that person, show them the yellow card, indicating that you were responsible for the false start, and then they will show the card to the entire field, indicating that everybody is now under scrutiny and not just this one person. So anyone who commits a false start now will be disqualified.
Okay.
So that's really the ruling. As it pertains to the under-17s and the under-20s, though, they will not see a yellow card if they false start. They will see a red card one time, and you're gone.
So they order under the starters' orders.
A good start this time. I think the lad from the Lodge School, Jaden Devonish, was left in the blocks.
Yes.
But here comes Tyle Antoine of the Lester Vaughan School.
Yep.
So Lester Vaughan living true to that form that we talked about. Good tutelage. Lester Vaughan and the Sheldon Davis of the Alexander finishing in second. So that's 2 Lester Vaughan athletes there, finishing first in their respective sections. So they'll be looking to advance there in the hurdles. The under-17 girls are coming up next. And Anna, maybe you will want to share with the listeners the Bssac record for the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles.
Yes, the record was set by Sade Mariah Greenidge from the Springer Memorial back in 2009 in a time of 14.22 seconds. And certainly Sade Mariah would have gone on to university as well.
Yes, she's completed her studies now. I think she was at the University of Houston, and that's where Mario Burke currently is studying and plying his trade as a collegiate athlete.
Also Tristan Evelyn.
Well, actually, Tristan was bent to go there, but she did not go. She's not there. I believe she's at a junior college. Don't know the exact junior college she's at, but she's not at University of Houston.
Okay.
But I understand that there were negotiations for her to go there.
There were, yes.
Right? So it's still good to know that we have our outstanding athletes based at universities in the U.S., whether it be junior college, NAIA, or Division I schools. The thing is, they're getting good exposure, and they're getting regular and good competitions that can only augur well for their development, to get them faster, to get them stronger, jump higher, jump longer. So the under-17 girls are getting themselves ready for this first of 2 sections in the 100-meter hurdles. And as you can see here, the hurdles are 76 centimeters, lower than what we just saw for the boys. So as soon as they are completed fixing their blocks, you can do the honors to introduce the competitors in the first section. And just to note here, Sierra Coward of Springer Memorial was the winner, the champion in the under-17 girls 100 hurdles last year, 15.41. Shantae Seal of Springer Memorial was second, 16.22. And Azriel Chatterton of Leicester Vaughan was third, 16.33. So you see there, Springer holding a first and a second in that event last year.
Yes.
So the windy conditions continue here at the National Stadium. As we say, this is the first day of competition in the Frank Blackman zone. And unfortunately, we are unable to have an interview with Frank Blackman because of his health. He's unable to be here at the National Stadium, where he's been several times. And Frank Blackman, Anna, has traditionally been one of Barbados' outstanding coaches. He's coached several older athletes, and he taught physical education at the Christchurch Foundation for a while, and he was one of the guys who you would see starting races as well. I think before Basil Cox. He might have taught Basil Cox how to start. But Blackie, as he's familiarly known, has had so many athletes pass through his hands. He's done quite a bit for the sport of track and field, and it's quite fitting to have one of these zones named after him. So, Anna, I think you can go ahead now and do the introductions. Well, actually not as yet. The athletes are still getting themselves set in the blocks. But I'll ask you quickly, what are your thoughts about the under-13s and the under-15s using starting blocks?
Yes, I believe that certainly the under-15s should be using blocks, because then when they reach the under-17 stage, it's not so new. And when they go to the international competitions, it's a lot easier on them.
Wow. So we just saw the wind there blowing down one of the cameras at this finish line. So I'm sure. I don't know if you guys can zoom in there on the camera being blown down by the wind. It's very strong here at the stadium. We can see Mr. Archer now going over there to get that back up and running. So that's going to delay us just a little bit. But as we said, and we were saying to you all along, the wind is extremely strong here, has been strong here at the National Stadium all day long. So Anna, you can go ahead and introduce the athletes while we see how quickly these guys will get the camera up and running.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Athniel Brown, the Lodge School. Lane 3, Azriel Chatterton, the Leicester Vaughan School. In lane 4, Shondell Harvey, Coleridge and Parry. Lane 5, Shamaya Scott, Princess Margaret. And in lane 6, Rhea Hoyt, the St. Michael's School. And I think I remember seeing Rhea Hoyt in the hurdles last year.
Yeah.
And I remember her being quite good at the hurdles.
Mm-hmm. Pretty well-rounded athlete, Rhea Hoyt. So we'll see how she'll fare here. First year in the under-17 category. So I can still see the red light at the finish. So it's going to take a little bit. I think 2 cameras are being used, but they will still need to make sure that both cameras are fixed and ready to go. See Leroy Harper going over there to make sure that things are in place. Mr. Harper has been with Bssac for many years as the man in charge of the electronic timing. Unfortunately, he would have suffered a stroke, and
he now walks with the cane.
Yes, but a hard worker, has given a lot to the sport of track and field in the area of electronic timing. And you see, it has not stopped him from still continuing his efforts and his love for the sport. So these guys are going to make sure that the camera is all positioned right and ready to go. In the meantime, though, those girls are just standing there. I think they should be allowed to put back on the track bottoms or the track tops and just continue to run around the back.
Like we were saying, it's pretty cool.
Yes, it is. And
so
windy.
You don't want to sustain injuries, so it's best
They
to
should remain warm.
Yes.
Just stay warm. As you can see, the girls are just standing there doing absolutely nothing. So let's hope that everyone will be okay, no injuries. So all we are doing now is awaiting that camera to be fixed. And once we get that done, we will be on our way with the under 17 girls 100-meter hurdles, the first of two. In the meantime, though, let's see if we can pull any points for you. See if the points are any different. Okay, so for the girls, we read these off rather quickly here.
We have Providence Secondary 3, St. Winifred's 14.5, Dighton Griffith 29, along with Frederick Smith 29, Princess Margaret 34, Darrell Jordan 45, Alexandra 52, Corrigan Parry 77.5, Queen's College 106.5, the Lester Vaughan School 110, the Lodge School 110.5, and the St. Michael's School 159.
So those are the girls' points up to now. And in the boys, St. Winifred's 1, Codrington High 6, Princess Margaret and Darrell Jordan 17, Alexandra 19, Dighton Griffith 27, Frederick Smith 40, the St. Michael's School 56.5, Coleridge and Parry 81, the Lodge School 86, the Lester Vaughan School 100.5, and Queen's College 134. So those are the points there. Queen's College leading the boys, the St. Michael's School leading the girls. So the top three then, St. Michael, Lodge, and Lester Vaughan. And the top three in the boys, Queen's College, Lodge, and Lester Vaughan. Pretty much the same story all around. So we go back here to back on track, see if we can get ready for the under 17 girls in the hurdles. Are they ready yet, Anna?
It doesn't seem that way. They're actually on the line.
Actually, they're off. They have been pulled back down to the 110-meter start, but they're still in the same position. No sweats on, just further back from the line. Should be keeping warm. It's going to take a little bit for this camera to be positioned. Make sure it is picking up correct shot. So the stadium announcer is just letting the public know that the spectators in the stand know exactly what's going on. Same thing we are telling you, viewers. So we will have a little break, and maybe we can take a natural break. Is that possible here, guys? Okay, so we will not do that as yet. We'll just hope that we can get the camera up and running quickly. No fault of theirs, so we can't blame the organizers for this at all. It's just the win. And Anna, I heard that yesterday after the meet there was a mini tornado over in the warm-up area where it completely destroyed the Lodge School's tent, and a vehicle also got damaged. And you know, last Wednesday, that was a Wednesday, and last Wednesday at the quarterfinals of Knapsack at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, there was also a mini tornado down there, and we sat and watched this tornado just pick up almost all the garbage. The guys didn't have much work to do afterwards, those cleaners, because it picked up all the garbage and swirled in the air, and we just watched it go and go and go. So
the weather is definitely changing, Michael.
yes, we have
and
to be careful.
Very careful, because we're seeing tornadoes now.
So today I will not be anywhere near the warm-up area after the meet. I will just be sitting here hanging on to my chair.
and hope that the tornadoes don't come in this direction.
Correct. Well, what do they say you should do in the event of a tornado? What's the safest thing?
You go under a table.
Hang low?
Hang
go under
low.
a table?
You go under a table.
So when the table blows, what do you do?
You blow with it.
Well, actually, that's what happened to the cart at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. We understand that one of the snow cone vendors, he held on to his cart, and the snow cone cart was blowing away, and he held on to it, and then it dropped suddenly, and that's a fact.
Wow.
Yeah, so we got to be very careful nowadays with the weather.
Yeah.
So as we can see here, these girls probably, I know they must be
should really be
cold.
running though, you know.
Well,
because they're doing the hurdles, they're stretching the muscles.
the thing is though that with the system being used here, I believe these athletes would have had the clothes already up to the finish line, because you see the little basket people who, once they have stripped down their clothes, will be placed in a basket and taken to the finish line where they can collect them. So again here, they don't have any tracksuit bottoms or anything to wear, so they will have to probably the next best thing would be for them to
be
do
running.
some striders.
Yes.
Some
And I just
runs
saw
back and
one,
forth.
yes, the
And
athlete
there we go,
from
Rhea Hoyt.
Yes.
Just saw her
Smart
running
girl.
off.
Yes.
Yeah. So those who are accustomed to
She's
this
very
kind of
good.
thing would know what to do. The others will probably just stand there, fold their arms, and wait patiently. But that's the thing to do. So we're just awaiting here the start. So the crew still trying to get things rectified. And we are going to take a short break while these folks get things in order there at the finish line. Like we say, no fault of theirs, but we'll pause for about 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, pay some bills, and be right back.
Today's coverage of the 2016 Powerade Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship is made possible with kind sponsorship from the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Sagicor Financial, Burger King, Purity Bakeries, Winet, Sunal Technology Solutions, Acronite, and Tropical Computers Limited.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big freshly prepared tradition, and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames, great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big them to your satisfaction, and we have our selections.
Family friendly dining at any of our 4 locations, and we cater to children's parties on Sundays at Sky Mall.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big.
It's more than just money.
Join the credit union Crib Club.
It's more than just money.
Home development with the Crib Club. You're young and you need to save money with the Crib Club. Savings have value and sustainability. So listen, children, show some discipline. It is beneficial for you when you save your city value.
It's more than just money.
Join the
When your kids fall, you're always there to pick them up. Sagicor wants to do the same for you. Introducing Life Protector, an invaluable policy that provides you with a lump sum payment should you be diagnosed with a critical illness. With added financial flexibility to keep your family's future bright, we'll provide a helping hand when you need it most. For more details, contact a Sagicor advisor today. Sagicor, wise financial thinking for life.
High jump, long jump, shot put, and I was part of the relay team.
Wow, you did a lot of stuff,
Yes.
Shanti. How did you do in those, though?
Well, in the high jump today I came fourth. In the long jump yesterday I came fifth. The 110 hurdles I came third, and in shot put I came first, and the relay became second.
Okay, so have you gone forward in any of those events?
I think so. I will have to wait on the results.
Okay, right. How do you like this new format?
Well, at first we thought it would have bothered us, but the girls came out and we participated, and see us next week.
Great. So you just come and compete.
Yes, please.
Great. So we look forward to some good things. We look forward to hearing from you next week at the semifinals and finals, and we wish you and your team all the best.
Thank you.
Great. So that was Shantae Seal there from Springer Memorial competing in the under 20 girls category. Now we're going to move to a youngster in the he looks like he's in the under 13 category. Yes, I remember this name here. Caleb Messiah from Harrison College. Come on, Caleb. So, Caleb, tell us who is Caleb Messiah. Tell the viewers out there who Caleb Messiah is.
In 13 boys.
Okay, hold on. So, Caleb, you can't be shy. You have to speak very loudly through the microphone so everyone can hear you. So, go right ahead and try that again.
I compete all the time at any meets there that I can compete in. I
What's
try
your
to do my best.
specialty? You have a specialty event?
Well, I do equally as good in the 1, the 2, and the 4.
The 1, the 2, and the 4. What did you compete in here at Bssac?
The 1, the 2, the 4, the long jump, and the relay.
And the relay. How did you do in those events?
I came first in my heat in the 1. Second in the 200. First in the long jump. And we didn't do so good in the relay.
In the relay, okay. What are your expectations going on to the semifinals and the finals next week?
Well, I think I should do fairly well to get through to the finals. And I'll try to do my best at finals.
Your toughest opposition out there, call some names for me.
I don't think I should have any opposition, just go there and do my best and hope to win.
Wow, confident young man. Not worried about the competition at all. He's just going to go out there and beat them all. Well done, Caleb Messiah from Harrison College. Thank you very much. Great, so we're going to keep these interviews going. Kevin Briggs, I understand, is next up. I have to look up at him. What a shame. So, Kevin, how has it been for you these past 2 days?
Well, it's been tiring because coming off of junior nationals, maybe 100, 200, my muscles a bit fatigued, but I came out there to execute. So it's been really tiring.
What events did you compete in these past 2 days?
I competed in the 100, 110 hurdles, but it was just for fun, and the 200.
Yes, I was a bit worried when I saw you in the 110 hurdles as well. Actually made some comments. I really did not expect you to be in the 110 hurdles. Nevertheless, do you think you have advanced in the 1 and the 2 to the next round?
Yes, please. Yes, definitely. I came second in the 100 yesterday overall in zone, and first today overall in 2. So, yeah.
Great. And what are your expectations going into next week, knowing that you may not get to see the others from the next zone?
Well, my expectations, I run with the others throughout the season, so I know them, so I don't have to panic or anything like that. But hopefully I go out there and win and still make my school proud.
Great. And how about Christchurch Foundation? I know you've moved from the Leicester Vaughan to Christchurch Foundation. How has the transition been for you?
Well, school-wise, schoolwork-wise, from moving from Bssac to Cape, it's been hard, but the atmosphere was lovely, to be honest, and I really liked it, actually.
Great, excellent. So we want to wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you next week, Thursday and Friday, as you compete in those events in the semis and the finals.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great. So that was Kevin Briggs there, competing in the under 20, and we have Ori Kelman. Ori Edwards from the Ellerslie Secondary, and this will be our last interview for now, and we'll try to get some of the others a little later on as we see the girls are lining up for the 4x4. So we'll just see if we can pop in and give a few more between the relays. So Ori Edwards of the Ellerslie Secondary, tell us first of all your age category and what events you competed in.
I'm actually under 15. The 100, the 400, 200, long jump, and the relay.
Wow, you had a number of events, the 1, the 2, the 4, and the long jump. How did you do in those events?
The 1 came first. Long jump, only got to do only 2 jumps because 400 I had to run next.
Yes.
Sorry, not 400, 200.
Okay. So were you satisfied with your performances?
For now.
For now. You think you have gone through to the next round?
Surely.
You sound very confident. So tell me, the others didn't really want to say, I'm sure you will tell me, where would your toughest competition come from in those events?
You mean in school?
Yes, overall. Because, of course, you know that the next zone will be competing tomorrow and Friday. So where do you think your competition will come from?
I really think Alexandra.
You don't know the guys that well?
Not no.
Okay, so when they come, you'll take care of them.
Try.
Okay, so thank you, Ori, and we wish you all the best. And we look forward to talking with you some more. Great. So that was Ori Edwards of the Ellerslie Secondary, and we thank all of those chaps for providing us with some pretty nice interviews, and we will now turn our attention back on the track for our final 2 events. The girls 4x4 coming up, as we can see all these ladies making their way up. And we welcome you back to our live coverage of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships, the first day of the Frank Blackman Zone. And so we had that issue resolved, Anna. The cameras are now up and functioning again. As we can see, the athletes are on the line for the first of 2 sections in the under-17 girls 100-meter hurdles.
Yes. And we have in lane 2 Brown.
So there we go, a good start. Looking to see what Rhea Hoyt will do for the St. Michael's School. Azriel Chatterton of the Leicester Vaughan. She's hurdling very well. Rhea Hoyt disappointing there. She had some problems over the hurdle. So Azriel Chatterton, the winner there from the Leicester Vaughan. Second to Shondell Harvey of Coleridge and Parry. Hard look there for Rhea Hoyt, but she's going to finish. Must be extremely disappointed there with that. And, you know, hurdling is one of those events. I was making the comment yesterday about the number of persons who we see in the hurdles. Hurdling and high jump. Those are 2 events where athletes are very skeptical. I remember teaching those 2 events, and lots of the students were very skeptical about going over the hurdles for the first time, even though it was quite low, as well as the high jump with that high jump bar. Have you ever done any hurdling, Anna?
No, never.
Have you ever done any high jump?
Never. I've never wanted to. I've always been afraid of heights.
Well, of heights?
Yeah,
Come on,
I've been
Anna.
afraid of heights.
Come on, high jump,
Never
you
the
don't
high
go
jump.
that high?
Never the high jump.
Well, I think you still have some time to learn these
The flop.
events because, of course, you know, there's the senior games. So you have the opportunity to compete at
Oh,
another
yes,
level,
um,
and I can also give you some coaching tips and
Yep.
get you ready to do
For the high jump.
high jump, and there's hurdling for your age group as well.
Oh, wow. Haven't seen it yet. At
Well,
the,
we don't do it here. We don't do
Oh.
it here at the senior games,
Okay.
but in the masters category. So there's something called the World Veterans.
Oh.
Yes. So you will fall into that category. I will fall into that category as
Right,
well.
yes.
So you can train for the hurdles. You can train for any event.
Very good.
Yeah. So when you're ready, let me know.
I will
We'll start
certainly.
our first session.
Thank you very much.
So you can go ahead and introduce the competitors here for a second section in the under 17 girls 100-meter hurdles.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Abigail De Freitas, Coleridge Paris School. Lane 3, Dominique Lafon, Queen's College. Lane 4, Kayla Codrington, the Lestavon School. Lane 5, Zane Greenwich, the St. Michael's School. And in lane 6, Sharika Shepherd, Princess Margaret. So those are the competitors in the final section of the under 17 girls 100-meter hurdles. And so, Michael, certainly Dominique Lafond, that's a name coming from the NACSAT Championships. Dominique Lafond, we have from the St. Michael's School, Zane Greenwich. She has also been a competitor in the past. And I haven't heard of Kayla Codrington from the Lestavon School, but certainly Kayla Codrington will be one to watch. She will definitely be one to watch, as we have seen all the athletes coming from the Lestavon School in the hurdles doing very well today.
Yes, and so as we said, some schools, the physical education teachers at the schools have some strengths, and so they're utilizing those strengths in their areas of expertise. And not a thing is wrong with that. So we see here Janae Greenwich of the St. Michael's School. She should be a top favorite here going into the second time final of the under 17 girls 100-meter hurdles. On the starters' orders now. Off to a good start here. Over that first hurdle quickly from the Queen's College, Dominique Lafon. She's looking good, Anna.
Very good.
Dominique Lafon.
Very good. Dominique Lafon from
Yes.
Queen's College.
So she's going to win it
over,
first.
Followed by the Lestavon School.
That's Kayla Codrington.
And Coleridge Paris, Abigail De Freitas.
Disappointing result there for Greenwich from the St. Michael's School. We expected her to factor in there, and she struggled home. So that will complete the under 17. We now have the under 20 girls coming up. So again, all we will see is the increase in the hurdles. As you can see there, the officials taking the hurdles up one notch.
Yes.
For the under 20 girls.
20 girls, yes.
So the same distance, but a height higher. So there's only one section here. So Anna, 5 girls vying for
positions, basically.
Well, not necessarily positions, because we know that the winner here will go through, because this is it for the zone, but also for points.
Yes.
So first place will get 10 points, second place 8, third place 6, fourth 5, and fifth 4. So points up for grabs. What's noticeable here is that the Lodge School can get double points in this one.
Yes.
There are 2 athletes here. The other schools are Queen's College with 1, Princess Margaret with 1, and the St. Michael's School with 1.
But the St. Michael's School has Danielle Scantleberry, who has hurdled before. She's a pretty good hurdler. I do expect good things from her. And Queen's College, they have Alana Ince.
Same thing.
And Alana would have been to both these girls actually would have been to the Carifta.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be an interesting lineup, and we'll see how they fare.
Great. So the under 20 girls standing by to go. And
then it will be the under 20 boys, and from there we'll have the
relays. So the under 20 girls record was set in 2008 by Kerry Beckles, then of the Leicester Vaughan School, 13.66 seconds. Now, interestingly, Sade Williams won this event last year, if you would recall. Sade Williams won the 100-meter hurdles, 14.40.
And second was Danielle Scantlebury, 14.61. And third was Ayana Morgan, 14.98.
Well, Danielle Scantlebury, on paper, should be the one to capture the event this year, but it doesn't work like that all the time because we always have new persons who are new to the event, or also someone who might have improved leaps and bounds over a year. But technically, on paper, Danielle Scantlebury should take this one, at least this zone. And then we'll see what she'll do later on. So 5 athletes going here in the under 20 girls 100-meter hurdles. 12 minutes after 3 here at the National Stadium, and we're due for the 4x1s at 10 minutes to 4. And at the completion of the hurdles, we'll have the opportunity to do a couple of interviews with some folks around just to get some comments, some feedback, etc., and to see what these guys' thoughts are on the meet so far and what's happening. So the under 20 girls 100-meter hurdles. And Anna, can you give us the lane assignments here for this one?
Yes, we have in lane 2, Danielle Scantlebury, the St. Michael's School. Lane 3, Nikita Allen, Princess Margaret. In lane 4, from the Lodge School, Kayla Bovell-Lewis. Lane 5, Alana Ince, Queen's College. And in lane 6, from the Lodge School, Brittany Branker-White.
Okay, so there you have it, the lineup for the under 20 girls 100-meter hurdles. They're off to a good start. Danielle Scantlebury getting out early, as well as Alana Ince. So they're running almost stride for stride, neck to neck. Alana
Ince ahead of Danielle Scantlebury. Ooh.
It's a close one at the finish between Ince and Scantlebury.
Very
and
close.
Third, Kayla Bovell-Lewis of the Lodge School finishing there in 3rd position. So a tight one there at the finish between Scantlebury and Ince.
I think that Alana Ince was actually ahead
She
by
was.
the last hurdle, but because of Danielle Scantlebury's sprint, she's used to the sprint, so therefore she was able to run faster at the end. So we'll have to await the results for that one.
For sure.
But it was very close.
So next we will move to the under 17 boys in the 110 hurdles. And as you can see, there will be some transitions here for the hurdles, where first of all the start will go back 10 meters, and then we get to that first hurdle, and they'll be going 110 instead of 100 meters, and there'll be 2 time finals for the under 17 boys, a total of 9 competitors going here. So 4 in the first and 5 in the second. And if we look at the under 17 boys 110 hurdles, last year the record rather was set by Michael Nichols of the Leicester Vaughan in 2012, 14:48. And last year Nathan Ferguson of Combermere was the winner in a time of 14:79. We would have seen Nathan Ferguson compete last couple of days in that event, and Trey Hollingsworth of Queen's College, who will be competing in this section, he would have finished in second in the event last year, and Anderson Graves of Coleridge and Parry finishing in third. So for sure we will see Trey Hollingsworth competing, and no Anderson Graves. But I can tell you, Anna, a guy to look out for, Hassani Lowe. He's
Yes.
grown leaps and bounds. He looks rather impressive this year. And we're going to take a pause here so that we can have an interview with Mr. Vasco Dash, who is the chairman of the organizing committee for the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. Ryan, you can take it away now.
With me is the chairman of the Bssac organizing committee, Mr. Vasco Dash. Vasco, we've come a long way in the time that we've had this competition. We've had some challenges, but none, I would say, like what we're seeing here at the National Stadium. You've managed to overcome it. How, in your estimation, has it been going?
It has been going pretty well, but I'm disappointed in the number of school children that we have. I think that it will catch on because this is the first year of the zone competitions, and the children are accustomed to the zones. I think when the zones get going, children understand that there's a championship at the end of each zone. We will get better crowds in the children. The adults are not too bad. I'm pretty happy with that. Generally, the meet has been going well. The rain gave us a little hiccup this morning, but I think we've overcome that as well.
We are hearing a lot about the numbers. Persons have been expressing concern about the numbers. And yes, as you rightly said, it could be an issue of not only the whole marketing element, but also the unfamiliarity of what is happening at the stadium. For the benefit of those viewers, we have day 2 of the Frank Blackman Zone tomorrow. We have coming out at the end of next week, Thursday and Friday, the big competition, what we know as the full inter-school sports. What advice or what would you want to tell our viewers at home?
I would want to say to them, the zones are innovative, they're new, but I think that they are going to work well. We will see next week the best competitors coming. We will see the best competitors coming to the top next week, and I can assure you of that. For example, yesterday, Spur Memorial won the girls section of the Asimeno zone, but Foundation got more first place than them. So that will say something to you about what we expect to happen in the finals next week. The times today have been a little bit better than yesterday, but it was cooler competition, I think. So that would have helped it. And I want patrons to recognize that it is going to be a tug of war next week. It is not going to be easy.
So my final question before we get back to the hurdles and let you get on with your daily activities here. Is this something that we can expect to see? There are a lot of people who say they're loving this new format. The whole idea of having a Leicester Vaughan coming up against a Foundation next week and you having to wait and the anticipation builds. Is this something we can look forward to, say, 2017, 2018 and moving forward?
Most definitely. I was just in the stands and a couple of ladies said to me they don't like it, they like the big thing. And I said, but this format is more compact. We can get through the events much quicker because the numbers are smaller, and the best athletes are going to turn up next week. We are going to have 3 semifinals next week, in the 100, the 200, and the 400 meters. Those 3 semifinals will bring out, from those 3 semifinals, we can pick the 8 for the finals, and that is going to give us the best 8 finalists. And I can assure you that the competition is going to be first class. People are going to recognize after next week how well the zones operated and what the zones have done for the competition, because if you think that the Springer and the Foundation and Commermere, what I think of when the best of them get together, it's going to be even better next week.
Okay, thank you very much, Vasco Dash. Vasco is the chairman of the Bssac Organizing Committee. I'm heading you back over now to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And we are right back on track for the start of the under-17 boys 110-meter hurdles, the first of 2 time finals. And in lane number 2, Zidane Holford of the Lodge School. Lane 3, Trey Hollingsworth of Queen's College. As we said, Trey was second in the under-17 boys 110-meter hurdles final at Bssac in 2015. Zion Nichols of Princess Margaret in lane number 4, and Hassani Lowe of the Leicester Vaughan in lane number 5. And we'll keep our eyes on Hassani Lowe as well as Trey Hollingsworth. These two should be factoring in this first section, time finals. So they're off to a good start. So it's Hollingsworth and Hassani Lowe. Lowe and Hollingsworth almost neck and neck and stride for stride. Lowe and Hollingsworth, here they come. And Hollingsworth edges out. Lowe. Third will go to Zion Nichols of Princess Margaret and Holford of the Lodge School, finishing in 4th. So Anna, true to form?
Yes, Michael, they were true to form. Except I would have had Hassanilo in the first position, but nevertheless, a very good run by all athletes.
Yes, and that will bring us to our next section, the under-17 boys 110-meter hurdle section 2. And interesting to see here a Johnny Inks competing. You would recall a Johnny Inks coming through knapsack as well, and then went on to play cricket. And he has grown, and Alana Inks, he is the brother of Alana Inks, and they come from some good blood as well. Their father, you know who their father is?
No. I know he was a pretty famous athlete, but I'm not sure in what discipline. Was it the hurdles?
400-meter hurdles.
Okay, 400-meter hurdles.
Represented Barbados at the Olympics.
Excellent, very good.
Alan Inks.
Okay.
And I guess those who, the Christchurch Foundation posse must be very happy to hear that, because he's a product of the Christchurch Foundation School. So Alan Inks, having 2 of his kids here competing, and he would have gone on to represent Barbados at the Olympic Games. He had a track scholarship as well. Did very well. So we can feel the effects here of the wind. Wow. Very windy here at the National Stadium. So getting ready for this second section of the under-17 boys 110-meter hurdles. And we're going to make sure we keep everything intact here in our little office. It's extremely windy here at the National Stadium. So Anna, I think we can just about go through those lane assignments for the under-17 boys. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Yes, we have in lane 2, Ajani Ince, Queen's College. Lane 3, Antonio Farrell, the Leicester Vaughan. Lane 4, Jelani Evelyn, the Lodge School. In lane 5, Torian Waldron, Coleridge and Parry. And in lane 6, Tyreek Scantlebury, Alexandra School.
Yes, and Antonio Farrell from the Leicester Vaughan School, he'll be one to watch, but we can tell you that this is going to be a very keenly contested event. Torian Waldron of Coleridge and Parry, another notable one.
And of course, Ajani Ince, whom we really don't know, but
well, we do know of him.
Yeah, we know of him, but not.
Recently, he has not been doing, I haven't seen him do the 110-meter hurdles, so, but we know he has passed through the ranks as a track and field competitor. So we'll see how he will do against this field here.
And the record for this event is held by Michael Nichols of the Leicester Vaughan School back in 2012 in a time of 14.48 seconds.
So on the starters' orders, the gun is gone and they're off. And let's watch who goes over this hurdle first. Looks like Farrell of the Leicester Vaughan School now going ahead. Antonio Farrell well ahead. Here comes Inks next. So it's Farrell followed by Inks, followed by Waldron.
Followed by Evelyn.
Farrell, Inks, Waldron. Those are the top three in the under 17 boys 110-meter hurdles. So coming up next will be the under 20 boys 110-meter hurdles. So we see the competitors getting set for the under 20 boys 110-meter hurdles. Only one section, Anna. Could you give us the record for this event?
Yes, Michael, the record for this event is held by Tremaine Maloney from the Lodge School back in 2011. His time, 13.39 seconds.
Yes,
and he would have also won medals. He would have also medaled
several times.
at the Carifta Games.
Several times.
Tall, lanky guy, Tremaine Maloney.
So the under 20 boys 110-meter hurdles. In this one, we'll see the second place competitor from 2015, Joanne Augustine Mears from the Leicester Vaughan School. He was second last year in a time of 14:23. And he'll be featured in this one. We talked about Anderson Graves, who was third in the under 17 category last year. He's now moved up to the under 20, and he'll be featured in this one as well. And to continue talking about Anderson Graves, we can tell you that he has already met the qualifying standard for the Carifta Games in the long jump. So again, you will find athletes at Bssac doing a variety of events, not necessarily the pet events, but because the meet is about points and you want to represent your school, you will end up doing some events outside of your specialty events. So in this case, we're going to see Anderson Graves competing in the hurdles.
And so you have two athletes from the Leicester Vaughan, two athletes from Queen's College, and two athletes from Princess Margaret.
And what is noticeable here, Anna, I don't know if you've seen the trend, but in these hurdles, both girls and boys, we've seen Princess Margaret entering people, which is a very good sign.
Yes, it is.
Very good sign.
Yes.
So something good is happening up there, for sure. So the under 20 boys, making sure they have the block set up correctly and that they are ready to go with this will be the final hurdle event. After this, we'll try to get some points for you. I know you want to know how your teams are doing. Codrington High School listening in. Don't know if they're still in tune with us, but if they are, we want to thank you for tuning in and listening. Want to say hello to my good friend Crystal Cummins Beckles. I know you were tuned in this morning. Wish you all the best too this year. We'll be tuned in to you come crop over time. I know you'll be looking to bring some good tunes out. We want to wish you all the best. So the lane assignments for the under 20 boys 110-meter hurdles, Akim Callender of Queen's College in lane number 2. In lane 3, Joanne Augustine Mears of the Leicester Vaughan School. He's the favorite here, placing second last year in the Bssac finals. In lane 4, Rashawn Innes of Princess Margaret. In lane 5, Shem Ford of the Lodge School. In lane 6, Anderson Graves of the Leicester Vaughan School. In lane 7, Ryan Vickers of Queen's College. And in lane number 8, Kemal Joseph of Princess Margaret. So this one, getting ready to go. Kim Callender, a short guy to be doing the 110 hurdles. Shem Ford, also kind of short to be a 110 hurdler. Most class 110 hurdlers are in the region of 6 feet or over. When you look at the height of the hurdle, you would understand why they need to be 6 feet. So they're on the starter's orders. And Graves moving off before the gun. So Callender, Augustine Mears, Ennis, Ford, Graves, Vickers, and Joseph. We'll try it one more time. And right after the hurdles, we will be getting ready for the relays. Always fun. Loads of fun. The 4x100 meter relays coming up. So they'll try another time. See if we get a good start, a legal start, no fault starts. Well, that was a close one there, but they're off to a good start. And Anderson Graves is running well there. We see the two Lester Vaughan competitors, Graves and Augustine Mears. Augustine Mears leading now, and here he comes. Augustine Mears, Anderson Graves finishing in second. A close one there. The two Princess Margaret guys in there as well. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from the Princess Margaret guys so far in the hurdles. They've had two competitors in almost all of the hurdle events. So Rashawn Ennis and Kemal Joseph of Princess Margaret, credit to them. And Shem Ford trying to sneak into there. But for sure, a 1-2 for Lester Vaughan. So that's 18 valuable points there going to Lester Vaughan. Augustine Mears winning and Anderson Graves finishing in second. And that will bring us to the end of our hurdles. And that will be the end of the individual events. The hurdles will be off the track. And pretty soon, we'll be getting ready for the 4x100 meter relays. Stephen Williams is joining us. Stephen, what's happening?
Good afternoon, Mike, and good afternoon to all those who are watching us today on day 3, on the first day of the Frank Blackman division. I want to say a special mention to those people who are actually commenting on social media, specifically YouTube. You have kept the stream lively. And it's a boon to know that we are having such a great uptake in what we are doing and producing for you. But I want to put the guys on notice that come next week, we're going to have a special stream where we're giving away prizes. Because when it comes to sports.bb, our philosophy is viewership has its rewards. And we'll be giving away $250 to 2 people. So that's $500 cash giveaway for participating in social media. So we want you to like the posts. We want you to engage in social media in such a way that you like our pictures, you like our videos, and connect with us because we do this for you. This is all about the fans. You know, this doesn't make sense doing it ourselves. So we want, to feel your love in terms of our stream. And by doing that, you give us love, we give you love. And, going forward, that's how it's going to be with sports.bb.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen, very much. And of course, we want to encourage our viewers to do what is necessary and get your shot at winning $250. And let me ask you a question. Can a person win twice?
No. not the $250, but the other prizes as well. So we have Powerade given away. We have cases of Powerade. We have lots of different, promotional items from our sponsors. And once again, I want to say how awesome our sponsors are, because this is a new company. Sports.bb, under the Cinestream ownership, is a relatively new company, only 2 years. All right, only 2 years in terms of Cinestream, but this is 1 full year for Sports.bb as a full team. And I want our sponsors and our viewers to know that Mike is part of this team. So when he's saying, certain things, he is part of this team. So Sports.bb is going forward as one of the leading sportscasters, and we're gonna go strength to strength, and hopefully we can take Mike across the region as well, doing other regional sports, because we are only seeing our stars very, very high projected for going forward.
For sure. So we want to encourage all of you guys out there who are watching and who are listening in to stay aboard with us, stay aboard with Sports.bb.
We're gonna make it worth your while.
Must be a start. And this is a good start. This is the second year for our coverage of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. And we are encouraged by your comments. We are encouraged by your feedback. Anything that you think we can do to make this broadcasting even better, of course, we welcome.
Of course we welcome, because, I hope you would realize that we stepped it up again this year. I mean, last year we didn't have a sports site like we do. We have schools at Sports.bb. We have other things coming down the pike in terms of our development. There's a mobile app coming next week too. So for those guys who can't be in front of a television or computer and you're on the road, there's a mobile app coming next week that'll be available on the schools at Sports.bb site. So if you have your Android phone, you can download the app and watch it on the go. So we're coming at you with lots of stuff at Sports.bb.
So that sounds great. You heard it from the man himself, Stephen Williams. So make sure you put yourself in a position to access all of these things that are available for you, and of course your opportunity to win $250 in cash.
Correct. Cash money.
Yes. So we now have, before we get into the relays, the team scores for the females and the males. We begin with the females. Providence Secondary, 3 points. St. Winifred's 14.5, Frederick Smith 29, Dighton Griffith 37, Darrell Jordan 45, Princess Margaret 49, the Alexandra School 65, Coleridge and Parry 91.5, the Lodge School 130.5, the Lester Vaughan 132, Queen's College 137.5, and leading the girls with 186 points, the St. Michael's School. And in the boys, St. Winifred, 1 point. Codrington High, 6 points. Darrell Jordan, 17. Princess Margaret, 22. Dighton Griffith, 27. Alexandra, 41.5. Frederick Smith, 45. The St. Michael's School, 81.5. The Lodge School, 97. Coleridge and Parry, 112. Lester Vaughan 161.5, and leading the boys, Queen's College 167.5. So it's close here for the boys championship. And now we get ourselves ready for the excitement of the relays. Where is Anna Lashley?
I'm right here, Michael.
So the under 13.
I was just
boys,
having a look at the teams.
All the relays set up. We'll have 2 sections for these 4x100 meter relays. So these are going to be some good time finals here.
Yes, Michael, we have.
And again, the wind now picking up.
Yeah.
We have to be very careful. It was just about after 4 when that tornado struck yesterday.
Well, we have section 1 of 2 timed finals. These are the under 13 girls 4x100 relay. In lane 2, the team from Alexandra. Lane 3, Dighton Griffith. Lane 4, Darrell Jordan. Lane 5, Queen's College. And in lane 6, the Lodge School.
Yes, so this is the first of 2 time finals. And remember, Anna, the key to winning relays. It's not necessarily having 4 fast runners, but it is getting that baton around as smoothly as possible.
As possible. Making sure you don't run out of your zone.
That's the key too.
Or dropping the baton.
So as we said, the smoothest possible takeovers.
Certainly, Michael, in the under 20 girls, there was a relay where Sade Williams of Harrison College, there was a mix-up between her and the other competitor. The baton was dropped. But Sade Williams was still able to pick up the pace.
Okay, we'll continue that there as we go with the first of 2 under 13 girls. Alexandra Dighton Griffith, Daryl Jordan, Queens College. They're gone. We'll watch the handover. A good handover there. Wow, look at that girl run down the back stretch there for Queens College, and the logical chasing. So Queens College right now getting ready. Next handover.
Yeah,
lovely. What a beautiful handover there from Queens College. Getting ready now for the final handover. Here comes Queens College.
Yep. And Queens
There
College,
go.
they're off.
So it's all
They're
Queens
off.
College.
Yep.
The battle will be for second position, but there's no stopping QC. QC wins it now. Under 13 girls. The Lodge School in second. Alexandra in third. Fourth to Dighton Griffith. And next comes Daryl Jordan. So Anna, how were those handovers?
For Queens College, they were really good. Excellent almost.
I think generally there was no difficulty with the handovers whatsoever.
And there were no yellow flags. No yellow flags would have gone up. So,
well, that is just one of the next one is coming up. Section 2 of the under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay. And we are happy to have joining us for these relays, Mr. Perry Barnett. And Perry will assist here as I go to find a couple of people which I have to do an interview with. So Perry and Anna, y'all will continue the relays as we get ourselves set up to do a couple of interviews. So Anna, you can go ahead and give us the lane assignments for the second section of the under 13 girls 4x1.
yes, we have in lane 2, the St. Michael's School. Lane 3, the Lestavon School. Lane 4, Frederick Smith. Lane 5, Princess Margaret. And in lane 6, Coleridge and Parry.
Okay, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Thanks for the lane assignments, Anna. I saw the first relay, and I must agree with Michael. There generally weren't any issues with the handovers. From what I saw, most of the handovers in the first relay, especially Queens College, they were pretty sharp. You know what they say about relays 101. First rule of relays, just don't drop the baton. So
yes, you have to make sure that the baton is passed and it gets around as smoothly as possible. And certainly Queens College did that in the last relay, and they won pretty comfortably and with quite a sizable lead as well.
Yeah,
so we'll see in this heat how these entries will fare. Usually the St. Michael's School, they're very, very good when it comes to relays, and so we will see what happens.
yeah, well, you know, we what I always say about developing a culture. The Lestavon School, they've tasted victory last year, so they've got this new culture of winning. So let's see if it's transferred itself over to the girls.
Yes, and certainly the Lestavon School is currently behind Queen's College, who are leading in the boys by only 5 points. So these relays will really count at this point.
Yes, relays are very important. So let's see what happens here. They're on the starters' orders. False start. I'm not sure. I knew the St. Michael's school last year came out last. She came out late. Her reaction time was very poor, but I don't know exactly where. I guess we'll find out eventually who was the culprit. Or maybe it was a technical issue from the starter's side. So
Yes, we've had some good track and field today, certainly, Perry. We're not sure whether we've had any records broken today, but certainly by the end of today's proceedings, we will know if we would have had any records broken today. We see that the starters are conferring.
yes, and then here comes that lady. Let's see what happens here. And you know, these athletes, they stay there with bated breath, just hoping she doesn't come to me, even if you know you've done something wrong. So that's the team there is going to go to the whole field. The green card, actually. So maybe it was a technical. Maybe it's a technical. Like I said, that the last on the inside. She came out very, very slowly. Her reaction time was poor.
So they're on the starters' orders again.
And once again, she came out late. Let's see who's going to do the running now. And it looks at what school is that? There.
It's Frederick Smith. Yes,
actually, yes,
picking up the stagger.
Picking the stagger very well. Let's see the first handover. Not very smooth.
Because Courage and Perry has gone ahead. And Frederick Smith are trying to catch up.
They're still there with a chance. Let's see if they make up for it in this handover. It's still not as smooth. But Frederick Smith they look pretty in a pretty good position right now, coming into the final handover.
Yes, but it's Courage and Perry leading, so we'll see how this one plays out. And Courage and Perry are off.
Still looks comfortable up front, but Frederick Smith is closing very fast. They're trying their best.
Yes,
but
they
like
are.
you said, just when you don't get those batons, those handovers correct, that slows the baton down a lot.
Yes.
I saw Lester Vaughan was having some issues with their handovers as well.
Yes, they were. So the final result there, it would be Courage and Perry first, Frederick Smith second, and St. Michael's School third.
Yes. I think the first relay.
We have a yellow card, Perry, as well.
Yellow flag.
Yes, we have the yellow flag.
Yes,
Sorry.
we can't see what lane that flag is in. It's one of the inside lanes. Maybe it's the same St. Michael's School.
Yes. It
So
does look as if
it looks
he's
like
in
that
lane two.
Right. So maybe it's St. Michael's School. So we're waiting to get the official results from that one. Now we have the boys. These are with the boys equivalent now. I believe the under 13 boys 4x100 meters.
Yes.
And we have the team from Dayton Griffith in lane 2. In lane 3, you have Lester Vaughan School. In lane 4, you have Queen's College. Lane 5, Princess Margaret Secondary. And in lane 6 is Courage and Perry. I must say, and I'm very impressed with the effort Princess Margaret is putting in.
Yes, a great effort from Princess Margaret. We were saying before that there were one of the few schools who would have had entrance in all the hurdles and 2 competitors.
Yes, I saw the young lady Sarah Bell making the transition to the hurdles, and she's looking like a natural.
She is. And you remember Sarah Bell Perry from the NAPSA? Yes.
Yeah, so have a, like as I was saying, it was very heartening to see a lot of these knapsack stars and some of the what you would call the also runs at knapsack really coming into their own. Young Antonio Farrell, he's going in leaps and bounds in the height and the jumps and stuff, and I saw him looking very comfortable in the hurdles as well.
Yes, Antonio Farrell, who's currently at the Lodge School.
I think he's at Leicester Vaughan. Antonio Farrell. Antonio.
Oh, Antonio. Okay. Yes.
Already booked his spot to Carifta as well in the high jump, jumping 2 meters.
It's very good. It's very, very good.
You would have seen the lights of Jalea Denny and Leilani Haddock and stuff from yesterday.
Who would have come through from Knapsack? Leilani Haddock, Williams Industries, West Terrace Tigers, athlete, done very well for herself at the Knapsack level.
And what's interested is that between Leilani Haddock and Jalea Denny, they would have some healthy rivalries at Knapsack. And now they're at the same secondary school.
Competing again. And that is a good thing. Certainly Foundation did quite well.
And so they're ready to start this one. You want to call this one, Anna?
Yes. And they're off to a good start. And Scourge and Parry, they're running hard, but Queen's College is picking up the stagger. It looks like Queen's College, good handover. Queen's
Nice handover
College
from Leicester
and
as well.
Yes, most definitely. But Queens, they're off and ahead, followed by Coleridge and Parry and the Leicester Vaughan School. And there goes Queen's College and Coleridge and Parry. But here comes the Leicester Vaughan School. But it's still Queen's College ahead, but Leicester Vaughan closing quite quickly. But it's Queen's College, and they're off. I don't think the Leicester Vaughan will catch Queen's College today. He wins it now from the Leicester Vaughan School, Princess Margaret, Coleridge and Parry, and Dighton Griffith. Your thoughts, Perry?
Yeah, it was very impressive. I saw them, the handovers. Leicester Vaughan looked very smooth.
And we're ready to hand you over to Mr. Michael Jules. He'll be doing an interview.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. And I found a lovely young lady over here at the finish line, and she's going to introduce herself and tell us all about her role here at Bssac.
Hi, good evening, Michael. I'm Natasha Greenwich, and I'm the chief referee for the courtroom. And when the meet is not in session, I work as part of the secretariat.
Okay, so tell us a little something about all this stuff happening behind here. We have a whole set of computers. We have a whole set of people sitting there. So tell us exactly what happens here under this tent at the finish line.
Well, as you know, we do electronic timing at the meet. So this tent is basically the brains of the meet. This is where the database is entered for all the athletes. That will be the entries, date of births, the schools, everything is entered there. We have the electronic timing, which includes the photo finish camera and the capture for the photo finish. And that's to determine the winner, the second place, the third place. Because even though the camera takes the picture, you still have to determine, sometimes it might be a tie, and you might have to determine who actually came first or who came second from the photo. We also have the databases. So the entries for events will go in here. The field events, as they are finished, the sheets for the event come to this location, and all the entries, all the information, the distances, and the heights that the athletes would have jumped are also entered here.
Okay, could you tell us how soon after a race is run, how soon can you have the results of that event?
Oh, within a matter of minutes, especially for the sprints, it is almost with less than a minute, because as soon as you capture, the evaluation goes very quickly, and that information goes directly over to the computer. So within a few minutes, you get a result.
Okay, great. So we have lots of activity happening around us, which is not a problem really, because we're all caught up in the whole thing with this sport. So you mentioned something about the call room. Could you explain to the viewers what the call room is and what happens in the call room?
Oh, at the call room, we have to make, well, obviously calls for the athletes to come in to the event, to check in for the event. Every athlete must check in for the event. We start calls up to an hour to half an hour before the event. We give the athletes enough time that they can check in for the event and still give them time that they could go warm up and come back. When the final call is made, they have to find themselves over to the call room, where they're marshaled into the arena. No athlete is allowed into the arena unless they go through or are processed through the call room. At the call room, we check for uniform, we check for the height of their spikes, we check that they're wearing no jewelry or any infractions that would disqualify them for the event. And then they are marshaled onto the call room and onto the directly to their event.
Great. So that means then that if I'm an athlete and I came to the stadium, let us say my event is going off at 10 o'clock, and you said you have about 45 minutes, 30 minutes or so, and I arrived at the venue 30 minutes before my event, would I be able to get into that event?
30 minutes is cutting it very close. Once those athletes, that event has left my call room, there's no way you can make it into that event.
Okay.
So we try to ensure that at least an hour, and most coaches would let the athletes know to make sure that they're well ahead of the start time for that event.
Okay, great. So we have to wind up here, but we want to thank you very, very much for giving us that explanation of what happens behind here, and also what happens in the call room, and maybe we'll get the chance to get a little closer to these computers and see exactly how the system works.
I hope so.
All right, thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
Great.
And yes, we're back on the track. And we have the lane assignments for the second heat of the under 13 boys 4x100 relay. Lane 2, Frederick Smith. Lane 3, the Lodge School. Lane 4, Daryl Jordan. Lane 5, Alexandra. And lane 6, the St. Michael's School.
Yes, and I'm looking at these names that they have registered on the teams, and none of them are really jumping out, except for one name in particular from Frederick Smith Secondary, Malachi Quinton.
Yes, we were talking about Malachi this morning. Remember Malachi, the little giant that would have come from Deacon's Primary?
Yes.
And actually, the other athletes have actually reached his height almost now.
So the law school is running very well out there. They've made up the stagger already. Let's see if they signed over now. A little poor, but you can make it for it once the guy going to the back stretch can really. But they're not doing badly. At law school, they're still in the contention. You still have their Alexandra's.
It's a Lestevon school.
You see, this is a very important leg here. And look at the
Yes,
law
the
school
Lodge
goal.
School, wow.
Whoa, this is a very wonderful third leg from the law school.
Excellent run from the Lodge School. Zarel Ford. And they're off. It's Lodge.
And here comes, this is Alexandra, I believe, coming up. Alexandra coming
Yes.
in.
Oh, wow. But
Whoa.
Lodge barely made it.
And this guy has a cast on his hand. I guess we could call him the one-armed bandit. You know?
Yeah. Ahead of Alexandra.
Yes, the law school holds on to win that one.
And so up next we'll have the under 15 girls 4x100 relay.
Yes, we're going to see in this, there's 5 teams in this from lanes 2 to 6. So I'm looking again at I always like to look at the names in the teams and see if anyone jumps out at me.
Lestevon has Logina Colucci. Remember
yes.
her?
Logina Colucci from
Welch's
Primary.
Yes. And then you have Vivica Addison.
Yes.
Do you remember her?
Remember
she did lots of running today as well.
Okay, so the lane assignments, lane 2, we have Daryl Jordan Secondary School. In lane 3, we have the Courage and Parry School. In lane 4 is Dighton Griffith. In lane 5, you have Leicester Vaughan School. And in lane 6 is Queen's College. So let's see if these under 15 girls from Queen's College can look just as smooth as the girls in the under 13s.
Yes, we'll see. Again, it's getting the baton around as smoothly as possible to be sure that you don't drop the baton and you don't run out of your zone, Perry.
That's very important, and we always have this argument when people are saying sometimes that the little ones shouldn't be taught to use the acceleration zone and all that, but it's developmental, and if you can get it right from so young, then we will see better
Baton
relays
passes,
at the
yes.
secondary level.
Certainly.
Inadvertently, it makes the coaching at the national level a lot easier.
Yes.
Because you don't have to go through all that basic technical stuff. And in case
I remember at the Barbados Relay Fair, Perry, remember we had the Cougars out of Trinidad and Tobago, and we were talking about the baton passes. They were actually excellent, and from the smallest child.
From the under 11 straight up, they all use the acceleration zone, and for person who wandering the acceleration zone, just outside of the handover zone, the box takeover zone, there's a red line at the back end that you can actually stay out there and run into the box. And those little children, 10, 11 years old, they were using that acceleration zone.
Yes.
I was very impressed.
So I do agree with you, Perry, that we should start from the knapsack arena and have them use that acceleration phase, and then we will be seeing better baton passes at this Bssac level.
So now they're on the starters' orders.
And they're off to a good start. Oh, and Queen's College, wow. She's out like a bullet. And so too is Courage and Parry, picking up the stagger on Dighton Griffith. Queen's College are off. So too the Leicester Vaughan School. Yeah. Courage and Parry as well.
But Leicester Vaughan, they're the team that's doing all the running right now.
And it's Leicester Vaughan, followed by Queen's College, Courage and Parry, Dighton, and Daryl Jordan.
Beautiful handover from Leicester Vaughan. Queen's College made a fumble there. That's going to cost them some distance. But it's all Leicester Vaughan from here. They're going to win this seat now. Nice and easy. And Courage and Parry almost got there on the end, but I think Queen's College was able to hold on for a second.
And so we'll hand you over to Mr. Michael Jules for an interview with Mr. John Hollingsworth.
Yes, thank you very much. You guys up there doing a fantastic job giving us coverage of those fast and furious relays. So we got into the crowd and we found a guy by the name of John Hollingsworth dressed in his blue and white. I won't say which school he's representing, but John, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts on the meet. We know we've seen you here for the past 3 days. How has it been for you?
So far it has been pretty good. I particularly like what I've been seeing so far today, especially. I think some of the more competitive schools are on show today.
Okay, and I know you've been a perennial at Bssac, and over the years, which preference do you have, the format now or the old one?
I tend to prefer the older format because at least at the end of the day you get to see keener competition because it brings all the athletes together. And once all the athletes are together, then you'll be able to separate from what they call the sheep from the goat.
Okay, so what have been the standouts for you from the Esther Maynard zone and then from what you've seen today so far?
From the Esther Maynard zone, which would have been the past 2 days, the standout for me would have been the performance of the athletes from foundation school, particularly among the under 20 boys. I think that is a very competitive bunch. And among the girls, of course, they have some foundation athletes as well as those from Springer, as usual. But in terms of if you am to identify a specific athlete or performance, then I guess that would have to be from yesterday. From yesterday, that would have to be Rio Williams. And he would have competed yesterday in the 800 meters.
And so far for today, anyone?
Today, so far, it would have been the guy who would have broken the 100 meters record, Darian Clark, for the St. Michael's School. I think that was a phenomenal achievement, especially in light of the conditions.
Okay, and just the final word before we get back on track. Who do you have to win Bssac this year based on this new format? Can you predict right now?
I would like to think that I see it's very difficult to beat Springer Memorial again. I know that a lot of people are saying Foundation, but I think it would be extremely difficult to beat Springer. And of course, I would like to see Lodge School win the boys' sports.
But do you think they have what it takes to really win it?
They would have to pull out all the stars, but it is possible.
Okay, so thank you very much, John, and we'll get back to some more action here on the track at the National Stadium.
Right, and we're back, and the race has just started, and St. Michael's School
picking up the
yes,
stagger.
They're looking very good, St. Michael's School.
Yeah, Rihanna Boyce.
Rihanna Boyce.
Yeah, and you have Providence as well down the back stretch. You have
The Law School is trying to make a run back as well.
They are.
But
And the Alexandra School, but it's all St. Michael's
looking
School.
very smooth.
Alexandra off. Yes, and here trying to run back would be
Princess Margaret.
Princess Margaret, yes. So it's the St. Michael's School leading this one.
Princess Margaret is coming into second. That's too much work to do.
Yeah, so it's
that's Sarah
Princess
Bell
Margaret.
anchoring for Princess Margaret.
Yep.
I think the Providence Secondary, this would be their first year.
This will be their
Yes,
first
yes,
year
their first
at
year.
Bssac.
Yes.
And we were saying that there are quite a few private schools. We have Providence, we have St. Winifred's. Yesterday we had the Ursuline Convent, and we also have Codrington High as well. So a new phase for the private schools.
Yes, because they need to. I think what's happening is a lot of the private schools are realizing that getting the kids involved in as many sporting disciplines as possible benefits them in the long run. It's not just academia. Right?
Yes, and I will also say that the zoning would have brought about this as well.
Yes, this format. Some persons don't embrace change well, but I think that it was needed, something different, something fresh, and it just unfortunate that it took a situation like the seating problem to bring about this change. But we're seeing schools actually who we would not have seen or heard of competing well within a smaller group in zones.
Yes, and so we have on the line the under 15 boys 4x100 relay. This is section 1, lane 2, Dighton Griffith, lane 3, Queen's College, lane 4, Frederick Smith, lane 5, the St. Michael's School, and in lane 6, the Lodge School.
Yes, I'm seeing some youngsters here that we haven't seen for a while. Savion Hoyt, Frederick Smith Secondary. You remember Savion?
Oh, he was a very good athlete. Savion Hoyt.
Johnny Haddock is in there as well. And then,
For
ironically enough,
Queen's College, yes.
the two of them would never have met at Knapsack at all because of the age grouping.
Yes.
But Savion is a little too old to be under 13, so he's up there with the bigger boys now.
And we have Tyrese Clark from the Lodge School.
Yes.
He's running the third leg as well.
If they're set out like that, that's where he's running. But some coaches tend to make changes on the last minute, just based on how the athletes feel.
Yes.
You know, some athletes may be running a lot and maybe want to put them on the curve or the shorter legs.
Yes.
And I know persons probably hearing me say shorter legs and wondering what
Well,
I'm
it
talking
seems as
about, but I will explain at the end of this race.
yes. Takeover 3 is not ready, so
Takeover
you
3.
can
Yes, because
continue.
it's really nowadays they call it a 400-meter relay because the baton is what travels 400 meters. The each individual athlete, they don't normally travel 100 meters apiece, because if you check the setup on the back stretch, the second handover, second leg, most of those guys are going to be running in excess of 105, 110 meters, some of them, which means that the person running the curve fair and the start, the third leg and the first leg, they are going to be running shorter distances. So it's the
Yes.
baton that makes the trip around 400 meters.
And we're off to a good start. And already the St. Michael's School
Yes,
picked up
they're
the
gone.
stagger on the Lodge School. Oh, St. Michael.
The Law School is going back at them. Queen's College is running nice on the back stretch as well. St. Michael is going to hand over first, no doubt. I think that looks... Oh, that was close. Law School having all kinds of problems with their handovers in this race.
So St. Michael's, they're off first.
Yes, Queen's College is there.
Yes. They won't catch St. Michael
This lad
today,
looks so
though.
smooth, so comfortable.
Yes, he is very.
Nice anchor leg.
Yes. So the St. Michael's School wins that one from Queen's College.
The Law School is third. I think Frederick Smith was in there in fourth.
And then followed by Dighton Griffith. Up next, we'll have the second section, the second and final section of the under 15 boys 4x100 relay.
All eyes on the last of one. You mentioned earlier, they really need these points to secure a zone win. Go down in history as the first zone winner. There's a new setup, a new concept, so everyone wants to be first.
Yep, of the Estamaynard zone. Well, the Fred Blackman zone. Yes.
Frank Blackman zone.
Frank Blackman zone, sorry, yes. Yesterday was the Estamaynard zone, yes.
And we have a flag up at the final handover of the last leg, anchor leg. Something went wrong over there. So again, we're going to be seeing the PE teachers or coaches pulling out their protest forms and writing them up and getting them in a timely fashion. So you don't want to throw away points. You don't want to throw away relay points. So St. Michael's or the Lodge School, they were the ones on the outside, and they're out there in that outside lane, little outside lanes. So sometimes what happens with the guy, it's so technical with relays, even if you've been practicing it for a while, you get caught up with the hype of the outgoing runner from the other team going off, and you just go with them, and you don't realize that maybe you just went off a little too early, and it throws the whole team off sync. So you end up in no man's land outside that handover zone, and it's all over for you from there, right? So
Yes, so we will await the results. And what's terrible, it's actually terrible for the athletes who have to wait in anticipation to see if they have been rejected. So
it's always hard to put in so much work in an event to see all of your efforts dashed away with one mistake.
just one mistake can lead to a disqualification.
Yes. So we have another 5 schools in this one. There were 10. So 10 teams. So we have 2 5-team heats. These guys at the start look very relaxed. I don't see a lot of nervousness and stuff like as with some of the other relays that went on before. These guys. So we got in lane 2, the Lestevon School. In lane number 3, Courage and Parry. In lane 4, you have Darrell Jordan Secondary School. In lane 5, the Alexandra School. In lane 6, Princess Margaret Secondary. So how would you call this one, Anna?
Well, if I believe, I will put my money on the Lestevon School and Princess Margaret. We will see how they will do in this relay because they really haven't been that bad today. So Lestevon, Courage and Parry, possibly Princess Margaret.
Okay, let's see if you're right.
The key,
Or
remember,
close.
getting the baton around.
Yes. Relays 101. Don't drop the baton.
And they're off to a good start. And already Princess Margaret holding their own. And Courage and Parry picking up the stagger.
Alexandra is in there as well. Oh, they made a mistake with that one. Alexandra, that first handover was poor. Lestevon now making their move. Alexandra is up there. Lestevon is coming.
Yeah.
Courage and Parry
Courage
is in
and
there.
Parry. They're all closing. And so Lestevon, they're all first.
Yes, there goes Lestevon. Courage and Parry is there trying to go with them. Final handover, Lestevon, nice and smooth.
It's Lestevon.
Yeah, Lestevon is going to win this one easy.
Lestevon wins it from Courage and Parry. Princess Margaret. Alexandra. And Darrell Jordan.
Well, you were almost spot on there, Anna.
Yes, I was.
We've been seeing this this flag going up in almost every relay, Anna. Again, like
That might be Alexandra. I believe that might be Alexandra's lane. Remember, it seemed as if they would have ran out of the zone.
Right.
Yes.
Again, it comes with you losing your cool. You just happen to go with the person on your left or right when they shoot and go, and you forget sometimes that you have an incoming runner. So you end up going a little too early.
Although sometimes they can go a little too slow as well.
Yes, but I always tell my kids, that one of the key factors in a relay is patience. Yes, it's a sprint relay, but it's have to have patience. There's a lot of waiting. There's waiting to move off. There's waiting to feel the baton in your hand after you reach back for it. There's a lot of waiting, so you need to be patient. Patience is key. So we're on to the under 17 girls. They're setting up their blocks and stuff, again, making sure that they're comfortable. I think you only see 4 teams in this one.
Yes, there are 4 teams in this first section, a total of 9 teams.
I know the law school is going to be missing
And the under 17 girls?
yes, I think she would have gone up to under 17 this year. She dominated.
Akayla
Morris,
yes.
She's transferred, I believe.
She's at Harrison College now, yes.
So.
Yeah.
What a coup for Harrison College.
Yes. Yeah.
She dominated on the 15s last year.
But remember, she's a first year under 17 this year.
But class is class, and it doesn't matter if you're first year or second year.
That
once,
is
once
true.
you have the class, you can go up against the older, more experienced persons and knock them down a peg or two.
That's what Michael said. I believe she was beaten in the 200 meters. And Michael was saying it's due to her now being first year under 17, he thinks. But she will compete well, I
Yes.
can guarantee.
She's always a young lady who gives her all. And she has this never say a die attitude, and she's very determined. I always admired that about her. So she will take her blows this year, whatever little bit of blows she's going to take, and then next year she's going to be the queen of the park.
Yes. And certainly, you know, Sade Williams, she's also at Harrison College in the sixth form.
Yes.
Yes.
So the lane assignments here, they have the Courage and Parry in lane 2, the Lester Vaughan School in lane 3, Frederick Smith Secondary in 4, and the Lodge School in 5. Let's see how this shakes out. Annika Farmer from the Courage and Parry School, she's been trying she's been really putting in a lot of hard work over recent years. She's not a household name per se, but she's one that I remember from almost every track meet that I would have been officiating at or announcing at. She always tries.
And certainly Tamia Battershield.
Tamia Battershield.
Yes, she is also, and she's running for the
Courage
Courage
and
and Parry
as well.
School as well.
Yes.
So they do seem to have the makings of a good team.
Let's see, but if we get the combination right, it is the combination that matters. If they don't gel well, they don't get the baton around properly, then it doesn't matter how fast you are. You can have 4 Usain Bolts, and you just don't gel well as a team. That baton isn't going anywhere.
So we have.
There seems to be a lot of moving around the officials. We have a flag still up over by the anchor leg.
And we have for running for Frederick Smith, Shantae Cole, certainly a very good athlete coming out of the knapsack.
Yes,
Level.
And it bodes well for secondary school athletics when the knapsack program, the knapsack competition develops such talent. But it seems to be an issue up by the final handover, so we still have a little time yet.
So we have only 4 teams in this heat. The next heat, we'll have 5 more teams. So we have Courage and Parry, the Lester Vaughan School, Frederick Smith, and the Lodge School.
Looks like they're ready now. Let's see. These young ladies are very eager, no doubt, to get this race over with. It really puts a lot of pressure on the athletes staying up at the start of a race and staying up there for so long. After they've already conditioned their minds that I'm going to just get up and go when the gun goes off. So you put yourself at a certain height to compete, and then there's this break, this pause, and it takes the edge off you sometimes. You have to then go dig deeper to get yourself back up.
So they're now under the starters' orders. And they're
there we
back
go
up
again.
again.
Back up again.
Perry, certainly this morning we had a situation whereby in the hurdles, the photo finish camera fell over.
Whoa.
So it took at least 15 to 20 minutes to have that
recalibrated.
Yes. And so those athletes, because the clothes would have already been carried to the finish line, they were forced to stand, and it was quite cool. So that is not a good thing in terms of
Whoa,
potential
here we go
injuries.
again. Stand up again. You see, that's a very good point, Anna, because you wait for the different calls, and these especially the senior athletes, the older athletes, they would know when to go warm up, and they go warm up so that by the time they finish warm up, they are being let out in the sweats and stuff, and then they go out there, take off the sweats, they do a little bit more movement up and down to get the legs and stuff ready, and then you have to wait. And we can have a lot of muscle tearing and hamstring injuries and stuff. That's what we don't want to see, injuries in athletes. It's very hard. It looks like the last thing from Courage and Parry, she had an issue with her blocks.
Okay, but it seems as if they're ready to go. And we have a good start. And
The
Lodge
School is running well on the
they're
outside.
off.
And also Lester Vaughn.
Yep, Lestavon is picking up the stagger.
Courage and Parry is tracking nicely as well.
And so Lestavon, they're off. Here comes Courage and Parry.
Yes, up there. They're going. That last looks very smooth going up the back stretch. She has nice long legs, and she's using them well. I think we may have a problem here.
We do have a problem there.
Yes, I saw that coming. She went too early.
Courage and Parry.
Yes.
Definitely a disqualification there for Courage and Parry. The yellow flag is up.
We have to see if they're going to protest it or not.
That's it.
But there is an infraction.
So it's the Lestavon School.
Courage
and
finish
Parry.
first still, but unofficially they're the winners. So you have to wait and see what happens.
Unofficially followed by Courage and Parry, Frederick Smith.
Courage and Parry, Lestavon.
Frederick Smith and
the
Lodge School.
We saw the last over there in the second handover. She went, in my opinion, from the time I saw her moving, I was saying this is trouble. She's going off a little too early.
And too fast as well.
It's
okay to go off, but then you go off too fast. That's where the problem comes.
You see, and this is what I was talking about with the handover. That the second leg, she ran from out of the acceleration zone, inside the acceleration zone into the handover, so she would have already put on extra 5 meters on her 100. And to go off so quickly, so soon, and so fast, with this girl coming up running in excess of 100 meters, it was kind of hard for her to get there.
It is. But we will see what happens there.
It's an interesting setup here. Darryl Jordan, I was watching the young lady set up her blocks, and she has a wide stance for her blocks. She's using almost the whole length of the starting blocks. Still some adjusting being done.
And for the relays, certainly we know the winning team in each zone plus the next 6 best times will advance to the semifinal round. So that means, Perry, that those teams who face possible disqualification will not be seen at the semifinal round.
And it's hard. You put in all this work. You look so good on the track, and just again one lapse of concentration, and you throw it all away. And you end up going from being a hero if you're one of those individual runners who was doing so well in your individual races. You go from a hero to a villain. No one forgives you for relay mistakes. So the girls are still adjusting, still testing the blocks, making sure that they're comfortable. It's very, very important to get your blocks right, because you need to get that drive, that push. Your drive phase needs to be spot on, and if you don't have a correct stance in the blocks, you don't get that push that you need. So it'll be interesting to know to see the times and of these relays. Some of them look pretty quick. So like interested to see the times of some of these relays. Like that on the 13 girls relay with Queens College for one. That's one that I'm very interested in seeing the time of.
Yes, that one was quite fast. So
we have in lane 2, Daryl Jordan. This is the second heat in the under 17 girls 4x100 meter relay. In lane 2, we have Daryl Jordan School. Lane 3, Princess Margaret. Lane 4, Dighton Griffith. Lane 5, Queens College. And lane 6, St. Michael's School. So they want to start his orders now. Stand up. We saw this in the relay before. The last from St. Michael's School, maybe she wasn't comfortable. So we're going to see what's going on here with the starters, having a chat with the young lady. Maybe it's nothing serious. So we press the reset button and we're ready to go again. Stay on their marks. Oh, man, what is going on here? And I don't know what's the issue here, and they keep getting out of the blocks all the time, and maybe one or two of these girls are not accustomed to using blocks, and if that's the case, my suggestion is don't use them.
But at the under 17 level, you must use the blocks.
Exactly. So therefore, they have to use them. So if you're not accustomed to using them, then it's showing is either a deficiency in the learning curve of the athlete or the coach or PE teacher, right? So this is something that we also need to take into consideration.
So Perry, do you think that we should be using blocks in the under 13 and under 15 divisions?
There are children blocks. There are blocks for those little ones on the 13, and if you're looking at developing, as we will said with the baton passing, if you're going to teach those little ones to run, use the acceleration zone and into blocks and stuff, into the handover zone, I don't see a problem with them learning from early. Every child on the 13 level may not be able to use them, but the cream of the crop will rise and they will get a better start.
So they're under the starters' orders?
For the third time. And they're up again.
And they're back up again.
And the last year from Daryl Jordan, she isn't looking too happy at all.
Yes, and it must be pretty frustrating for these young athletes to have to be constantly up and down, and down.
Mentally taxing on the athlete.
And this is where mistakes are made. Lack of they focus.
And they're finally off, and let's see what's going to happen here. St. Michael's School running well. Queens College looking strong, but St. Michael's School is out. They're gonna. Oh no, that's close there. She went. So they're still there. I know flags are up. St. Michael's School. Oh, I spoke too soon. St. Michael's School. Queens College. Here comes Darryl Jordan.
But it's the St. Michael's School. They're currently leading. And ooh. Wow. That one. I think that was a definite. She ran clearly out of the zone. That was Queens College, it seems, who ran out of the zone, but we'll see.
I think it was St. Michael's School because
St. Michael again?
They haven't finished. And it's interesting enough that they had an error at the first handover. They had an issue with the second handover. So everyone was going faster than they were supposed to go.
Mhm.
So, and like I said, all that waiting, I guess. So
we'll now hand you over to Mr. Michael Jews for an interview with the coach at the Lodge School.
Yes, and thank you very much. And we are here with Mr. Clifton Phillips, head of the Physical Education Department at the Lodge School. Clifton, how has this been for you so far, this new format of Bssac?
So far it has been pretty interesting. It's a little early to make a definite decision, but I think there's some good things going on. You know, the 4 days kind of tempting, you know, because you do 2 days and then you have another 2, as opposed to 3, and then, you know, so far so good.
Okay, so how has your team been doing?
Well, they've been doing pretty well, and I've seen some good things. I'm especially impressed with the younger ones. You know, they've been showing that they're up for the task, and going forward we should be okay.
Did you follow the Esther Maynard zone the past 2 days?
Well, not very closely, but some interesting things and times were coming out and some distances. So we'll see what happens come next week.
Great. Well, I know the question is being asked all across. I've been trying to interview as many physical education teachers as possible to find out what their choice would be in terms of the old format or this present one.
So far, not yet decided. Not yet decided, but this one is kind of interesting. You know, I see that some schools seem to have more athletes than they used to have, and I think that's a good thing. I think the numbers is a good thing. But I'll wait till next week and then I'll have a definite answer for you.
Okay, and just let me ask you one thing. In terms of the under-17 and the under-20 girls, we have found, even with the Esther Maynard zone, that you're not getting the great numbers in terms of participation in the events. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I noticed that's something that has happened in the past when you have had all the schools together. And now that they're divided, I was interested. I saw 7 girls in the under-15. On the 17 girls, 1,500 this morning, and I think 7 in the under-20s, which for me was, I thought that since there were less schools, that more athletes would want to be a part of it because there are more points, you know, available to the respective schools. So I thought that was a little bit disappointing, but maybe we'll give it a little more time and see what happens.
Because I've noticed that even in the other competitions that are held, the AAB's competition, we have small numbers in those categories as well. Anything you might want to say is a contributing factor?
Well, I would like to say that I think the AAB may need to put on maybe a meet as a developmental meet, where you have just let the athletes come down and run. I know the registration is important, but I think sometimes that hinders. Because there's some students who are not quite yet ready, and they don't want to go through the process of registration. So I may think maybe if you have a beat or 2 where they can just come and participate and then get their feet wet, and then that could always argue well, you know. But I think that sometimes the registration process can be a little bit for those who may not yet be ready to really take part at that level.
Well, thank you very much for spending some of your time. I know you have to get back to your team and get them ready. So we thank you and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Good. So there you have it. The head of physical education at the Lodge School, Mr. Clifton Phillips. And we'll turn it back over to you guys up there and continue your good work with the relay coverage.
And we're back on the track. We have the under 17 boys 4x100 relay. This is the first section in lane 2, the Lester Vaughan School, lane 3, the St. Michael School, lane 4, Providence, lane 5, Princess Margaret, and in lane 6, Dighton Griffith.
Yes, in lane 2 here you have Lester Vaughan's high jump sensation, Antonio Farrell starting off the race for them. He also looked very comfortable in the hurdles, so he is really a multi-eventer in the making. Antonio Farrell, he's starting for Lester Vaughan. Providence Secondary School. So they're on the starters' orders. And there they go, off and running. Dighton Griffith looking really good, very good there. St. Michael's running well on the inside. Lester Vaughan is holding their own as well. Good handover from Lester Vaughan. But look at Dighton Griffith going up the back stretch. Like Dighton Griffith going up the back stretch. They're running very good.
And it's Lester Vaughan. They're also running well. And Dighton Griffith, fumbles. But Dighton Griffith, and here comes Princess Margaret.
Lester Vaughan is out.
Oh, wow. Oh, and it's the St. Michael's School, but here comes Dighton Griffith.
Dighton Griffith.
Dighton Griffith wins it from St. Michael's. Princess Margaret.
And Princess Margaret is in there again. But what is very sad, Lester Vaughan, those first 2 legs of Lester Vaughan, they were that first handover especially was brilliant. I don't know what.
There was a fumble.
Yes, I think the incoming runner was coming in too fast, or the outgoing runner was moving off too slowly. So there could have been a connection, a clash of hands or something.
But again, we have a yellow flag. We have 2 yellow flags actually. And it looks like the set lane 3 or lane 2 and also lane 4 it looks like, but we'll see. So 2 possible disqualifications here. We have the yellow flags up and we'll have to wait because out of these 5, possibly 3 teams may go forward to the semifinal round.
Yeah, it's like, and they have to be very careful with these handovers. Like Lester Vaughan looked so smooth in that first handover; it was almost picture perfect. And sometimes, like I always say, they get so caught up in the height. You know, you get so caught up in that rush of adrenaline. It just you go a lot faster than you would normally have gone out. Sometimes you surprise yourself.
And now we have the under 17 boys 4x100 relay, and certainly on paper, Perry, Queens College, they do have a pretty strong team.
Yeah, Trey Hollingsworth, Jamal Burke, Antonio Hoyt Small, and Johnny Ince is a good team. But if you look at the law school, Shamar Baker is no slouch. You got Tremaine Smith in there, Jonathan Miller. But it's all about getting the baton around. Queens College has a very good team on paper right now, a formidable team. Law school's teams doesn't look that bad either, to be quite honest. Then after that, maybe Alexandra, and it may be in there with a chance.
Yes, I do agree. The Lodge, I actually had the Lodge to be in second position, and probably Coleridge and Parry. Yeah, we can't discount them.
So we will see how this shapes out. But like I said, you could have 4 Usain Bolts on your team, and if they can't get the baton around the track, it doesn't matter how fast you are. It's all about cohesiveness with the team and trusting the incoming runner to catch you when you move and trusting the outgoing runner not to move off too soon.
That's it. You get the baton around. That's the key.
And
Because-
sometimes when you watch the other legs, how the other runners are set up, you can get a sense of where the weakest link is. If you
Yes.
see if you see one of the athletes way back using the full acceleration zone, you know that the incoming runner to that person is normally the weaker link.
Yes.
So they're saving him some distance.
Yes, and what we've found recently, I would say, the way they set the relays up, generally, down the back stretch, they will put the fastest runner
No,
as opposed to the final handover.
They normally I find they put like there you'll find the strongest runners, maybe not the fastest per se, because that person not runs the longest distance, 105, 110 meters. So I would put for law school, I would put like a Tremaine Smith or somebody on that back leg.
Because he's strong.
He's very strong and he's fast.
Yes.
Right? And you would then put a 200-meter specialist, if you want to call it that, someone who runs curves well to run the third leg. And all you need is an all-in-out sprint at the finish.
And you'll be okay.
So let's see who gets this set up right. There's a lot of strategizing going when it comes to relays. And like I said, sometimes you put them down on paper and then you make changes just before they go out. You register the team and you can make the changes. They're 4 registered athletes. So we're ready to start this one, and then you want to call this one.
Yes. And they're off to a good start. And these are the big boys. Queen's College picking up the stagger early on Frederick Smith. The Lodge School are off. Courage and Parry are off. Queen's College. Oh, look at Queen's College go. Wow. And it's Courage and Parry. It's Queen's College, Courage and Parry.
Yes, and the law school in there, and coming up on the inside of them. Frederick Smith looking pretty good, but Queen's College has it first. And they're running away. They're running away from the Courage and Parry is second. Frederick Smith in third. And was interesting enough, you saw the going up on the back stretch. The first handover, the law school athlete, he went off way too early. And he had to actually come to a dead stop to get the baton because he found himself just at the edge of the handover zone. So, again, it's all about trusting and patience. He went off way too early, Anna. This is a law school athlete for the first handover. He went off way too early, and he actually had to stop, as I was saying, to wait for the baton.
So the yellow flag did not go
No,
up,
he
Perry?
didn't run out.
But at least he was smart enough to stop.
Yeah, but he actually killed the momentum of the baton.
Yes, it would.
And that cost them a lot. So
yes.
Coming around to the third leg, that guy had to really work hard. And they were clear leaders up until that point, that first handover. We're moving on to the under 20 girls. And again, as I would have lamented in previous years, we only have one heat. It's so hard for a lot of the schools, and some of the schools are not what you would call quote-unquote older secondary schools, or schools that may have a depth or wealth of girls who are under 20. So, but only one heat in the under 20 girls division, and this is valuable. These are valuable points that some schools will lose out on. Because if you look at it here, you have Princess Margaret and Leicester Vaughan, the law school, St. Michael, there, and Griffith Queen's College, who's missing.
Yes, Barry, but for most of their, Michael Jules and I were lamenting the fact that we were wondering what's going on in the under 20 division, especially the girls. And Perry, what do you think could be the problem?
I don't know. I think it's hard to get. And speaking to some PE teachers and some coaches, you will have a kid who you will be working with from 8 years old, and you bring her up on the 9s, on the 11s, on the 13s, and she's keen and eager. And then that's when she gets to this age, you find that sometimes there's a physical aspect. The body changes and may not be running as fast as they think they should be running or they're accustomed to. They get frustrated. Some just lose interest, and we have to do something to really get these older girls back into to the arena, back in the track and field.
So here on paper, I'm looking, the St. Michael's School looks pretty good, but the Lodge School, they have Danae Gill,
Christina McConney
Christiana McConney from
Christina
Queens
McConney,
College.
right? She's one who came up through the knapsack program.
Yes, she did.
I remember
From Lawrence T. Gay Memorial.
Christina McConney going to knapsack on her own and getting 30 points for her school.
Yes.
In the zone. So
yeah. Tamika Innes. So I would believe we will be looking at the Lodge School and the St. Michael's School.
And Queen's College in there with a few Alana Ince in there. And no, Christine Calendar has been coming along in strides as well. She, like I said, some of these girls are not household names. You don't see them at every track meet, but a lot of them have been putting in the work just for Bssac. And so we have in lane 2, Princess Margaret Secondary. In lane 3, the Lester Vaughan School. In lane 4, the Lodge School. In lane 5, the St. Michael's School. In lane 6, Dighton Griffith. And in lane 7, Queen's College. Anna's already called it for Lodge and St. Michael.
And they're out in the starters' orders. Oh.
This could be a technical issue.
On your mark again. So they're on the mark. And they're off to a good start. And Queen's College are out pretty quickly. But there goes the Lodge School and the St. Michael's School. St. Michael, they take the baton first. There goes the Lodge School. So it's the Lodge and St. Michael, but Lodge, wow, the Lodge School.
What a run
Still
there.
Lodge School.
Lodge School out there take over now, going down to the last handover, sorry. And it's all the Lodge School. St. Michael's making a run back at them. Let's see if they get this baton right. No, oh no. Ooh, we got to see, maybe she was in. Lodge School is going, here comes St. Michael finishing like a bullet, but does she have enough space? It's going to be close. Oh, the Lodge School wins it. Unofficial winners. No flags. Oh, we have a flag over there by the second handover. I'm not sure which lane.
It looks like one of the outer lanes, possibly Dighton Griffith or Queen's College. More Queen's College. It's the
Queen's College.
Yeah. Looks like Queen's College.
Yeah, it looks like it was on that lane 7.
Wow.
But
what a day for
run,
disqualifications. Yes, and what a run from the St. Michael's School.
Yeah, but that last from the Lodge School, the second leg, back stretch.
Oh.
That's how you were supposed to run the back stretch.
Yeah.
That's how you're supposed to run the second leg.
Oh, yeah.
She just literally swallowed up everyone in her path.
She did. She did. That was an excellent run from the Lodge School. And I called it correct again, Perry.
Yes, you did, Anna. And we have 2 heats under 20 boys, the big boys. This is the final event on the program for today.
And after these relays, we will be handing you over to Mr. Michael Jules again for more interviews on the track.
So we have here in this one, Anna, lane 2, Dighton Griffith School. In lane 3, Alexandra. In lane 4, Queen's College. And in lane 5, Lester Vaughan School.
And Perry, certainly on paper, the Lester Vaughan School should be a clear winner.
Kenton Brown.
Yes.
Joanne Augustine Mears.
Oh, yeah. Anderson Graves. And Akil Aline. For Queen's College, Michael Belgrave, Akeem Callender, Dwayne Corbin, and Seth Edwards. So we'll see, but I do believe the Lester Vaughan will be clear winners, all things being equal.
Once they get the stick around the track.
That's it.
These are the big boys. And a lot of them are really going to be putting in the effort because this is, most of them, when you look at the ages that are registered and stuff, this is their last Bssac for a lot of these guys. Providing they can get into an older secondary school with the sixth form. But for a lot of them, this is it. So this is more of a pride thing now.
Yes, it is. And they're all eager to do well. Some will be going overseas on scholarship, some onto the University of the West Indies, and they have a very vibrant athletic program as well.
Yes, the UWI Blackbirds, they've begun to soar. So let's see. Once again, we have 4 teams in this one. In lane 2, Dighton Griffith School. In lane 3, Alexandra School. In lane 4, Queen's College. And in lane number 5, the Lester Vaughan School. And let's see if Queen's College boys can make up for the performance of the girls. Michael Belgrave. But what I find amazing, Anna, is that we have more athletes than spectators when in terms of the school children.
Yes, we do. And again, we had commented on that earlier. The stand for the athletes is almost completely empty.
I think
while
one of the
spectator stand is totally full.
I think one of the reasons for me is that I think the kids think that they're too far away from the action, right? The stand, the seating for the school children is so far from the finish. I think they feel so detached from what's going on. It may be something that the organizers may have to look at.
Yes, but maybe next week they may come out for the finals and the semifinals.
Yes, we don't normally see a lot of them, but still, we still see some coming out.
We still see some of them.
And this is a zone meet, so
maybe that's why. But next week, come the semifinals and the finals, we could possibly see more athletes, and they're all under the starters' orders right now.
And we had a good start for this one, and Lester Vaughan is running well. Queen's College is tracking nicely with them. And let's see this handover. Lester Vaughan looks smooth. There goes Lester Vaughan. But here comes Queen's College. Alexandra is trying to get up in the reckoning.
But it's all the Lester Vaughan. Oh. Although the third, I wasn't too comfortable with that second handover, Perry, from the Leicester Vaughan School. But they're still ahead, and the final went well. The final handover went well, and they're off. Nobody, I don't think they can catch them now. Ah, there they go. Leicester Vaughan, Queen's College, Alexandra, Dighton Griffith. And they finish in that order.
Yeah, it's a very good run. A very good run from the Leicester Vaughan. And once you have quality athletes in your team and they can get this stick around, it's almost impossible to be beaten. And we are on to our last final event. Final heat. Final heat of the final event for day one of the Frank Blackman Zone at this year's Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. And we have 5 teams in this one, Anna. We have 5 teams in this one. We have, I'm looking at these schools, and I always, like, you know me, and I like to check the the names of the teams.
Yes, the lineup.
The lineup in the teams and see who pops out at you.
Yeah, certainly the Lodge School, Bradley Carrington.
Shamford.
Akeem Marshall for the Lodge School.
Shamford.
Yeah.
Yes, Shamford.
Pretty
Yes.
strong. And then we have, they might be the stronger. And we'll also be looking at possibly Corge and Parry, but we'll see. But certainly the Lodge School
I have my money on the Law School.
Yes.
If once they get the stick around comfortably, they should win this hands down.
No running out of zones.
And it will be a fast time. They could run the fastest time out of both heats.
You believe faster than the Leicester Vaughan?
Faster than the Leicester Vaughan.
Okay.
If they get the stick around properly, the handovers, because we saw Leicester Vaughan had a few hiccups with the final 2 handovers, especially that second handover, and that cost them some time. If Law School can get it done smoothly. So let's go again. In lane 2, you have the Frederick Smith Secondary. In lane 3, Dara Jordan Secondary School. In lane 4, the Courage and Parry School. In lane 5, the Lodge School. And in lane 6, Princess Margaret Secondary. Second takeover isn't ready as yet, so we still have a little while to go. I think one of the athletes is still setting up his mark. Right, so now they're ready. And you know, this of course, a starter, a very experienced and seasoned Basil Cox. Even though he's retired, he's still not retired.
Yes. He's still always here.
Has a love for track and field. No, we saw this happen before. I think why he didn't set it off was the Darrell Jordan athlete. He wasn't settled. Looking at from my vantage point, the Darrell Jordan athlete wasn't settled. So it's the starter's discretion. So as you can see, the assistant starter came down and had a little word with him and stuff. He wasn't settled, and you need to, when you get in that set position, and you need to freeze. You need to hold it. You can't be moving around and stuff. And with the new technology you have in the international scene with the sensors and the blocks, if you move your feet,
that's it.
It registers.
That is it, especially in the under 17 and the under 20 categories.
Yeah, so let's see if he can settle his nerves now to get it right this time.
And we have a good start. And the athlete from Princess Margaret Going quite quickly. Oh. But there goes the Lodge. Corrigan Parry and Princess Margaret. And it's Princess Margaret, followed by the Lodge School. Coming up to the final handover.
Yes, and looks like Shenford anchoring for the Lodge. And look at the Lodge School goal. Shenford finishing like a bullet. He finishes now, winning that one for the Lodge School. And you see that they look comfortable all the way around, even though they weren't leading in the second handover. They still look very comfortable. And
yeah,
so that
was,
concludes it.
Concludes it. A very good run from the Lodge School. A very good day's track and field. And we're standing by to hand you over to Mr.
What would be your highlight of the day, Anna? What would be your highlight for the day? And there were so many.
There were so many. And I do believe it might have been the hurdles.
So we're going to hand over now to Mr. Michael Jules, and he has another familiar face there to interview. So we'll hand over to Michael.
Yes, and as we wind down the first day of competition here at the Frank Blackman Zone Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships, we want to highlight one of probably the most outstanding performers of the meet today, Darian Clark. Darian Clark of the St. Michael's School, competing in the under 15 age category. An outstanding performance from you today, Darian.
Thank you.
Tell us a little about that run you had today.
Well, my main goal was to get the record, and I went out there and I ran hard and I got the record.
Okay, so take us back to your start in track and field and leading up to where you are today.
Well, I used to run in primary school, but I was not really that fast. In first form, I started to train more and harder, and now results are coming. The good times are coming, and I'm very happy.
Okay, and what primary school did you go to?
All Saints Primary School.
All Saints, and of course you know that All Saints are doing very well. Are you following the knapsack?
Yes, please.
Any of your family participating?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so since you've come on now to secondary school, are you training with a club or are you training with the school?
I'm with the club.
What's the name of that club?
Quantum Leap.
Okay, so of course I know Mr. Gabriel Burnett, who will be coming in to join us right now. Gabriel, welcome to our live stream. And of course, very outstanding performance here from Darian Clark today.
Yes, thank you for welcoming me. Darian has been performing exceptionally well this season, and today he did a PB, so we're in good shape.
Yes, and of course, I must ask you the question that I've been asking all of the coaches. What do you think about this new format?
Oh, I love this format. Well, I guess I'm being biased because it was partially my idea, but I really do love this format. It gives all the athletes a chance to provide some points for their schools.
Great. And looking at your school's performance this year now, tell us a bit about how you see them doing.
Well, our boys have improved. Last year, overall, we only scored 33 points. So our goal this year was to get way more than 33 points. And we did that today. I know it's just the zone, but they still performed well today, a lot of them going through to next week. And our girls, we came to win the zone. We started out extremely well. We didn't do as well as we expected in the relays, but hopefully the other events will have to pick up.
Great. So, Darian, looking ahead, what are your goals for this meet and then beyond?
My goals are to run sub-11, so at least 10-9 in the finals and 22-4 in the finals of the 200.
Yes, and of course you have that 200 tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Great. So we'll keep our eyes on you and see how things turn out. We want to wish you all the best. You look extremely good. And of course, with your coach, we trust that things will improve for him and that we will see him going miles.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. So congratulations to you and keep the good work up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So that's one outstanding competitor there from the St. Michael's School. And now we're going to bring in right here Brian Holder, no stranger to the world of track and field. Brian, welcome to Cinestream. Yes, thank you very much, Mike. I know that this is always a rough time of the year for you. Tell us about the format first of all. That's the buzz question for all the coaches. What are your thoughts on this new format?
Well, I actually like the new format. It gives some schools that opportunity to have their moments in time. What I don't like about the new format, though, is a time final system. I believe that we should come head to head and determine a winner, and not necessarily based on time. And time would also be affected by climatic conditions and those kind of things. So I like the format, but not so much so the way that they advance based on times.
Okay. Well, with that said, tell us a little about the performance of your team today.
Well, I think the performance of my team, for me, is quite pleasing because we're in a rebuilding stage. And when you can be rebuilding and at this zone level, I think we're competing with the better schools in this zone. And we can be first or second in boys and girls. I'm indeed really, really pleased at this stage.
Okay, and you would have seen the Maynard zone. You would have seen today. Tell me the highlights of the Maynard zone for you. Anything that sticks out? Any competitors that you can single out?
No, I wasn't looking at the Maynard zone with those things in mind. I was just doing fulfilling another role.
I see. Okay, well, we want to wish you all the best, and of course, we look forward to the next few days of competition next week, Thursday and Friday. Do you think that Springer Memorial can hold on for the championship?
Let's talk about Queen's College a little bit because I'm not so sure. Barbadian people tend to want Springer not to face some competition. I think that they will. It will come down to a matter as to whether they have the depth to do it or not. When you've won for 12 years, it gets a little bit difficult to do it for the 13th. And I think that Springer is at that stage where they are extremely vulnerable. I don't know whether or not they will or will not win, but I know that we are certainly gunning to improve on our positions from last year.
Okay, well said, Brian Holder, the coach there of the Queen's College team, and we want to wish him and his team all the best.
Thank you very much.
Great, so very fantastic day of competition. The first day of the Frank Blackman Zone, the third day of competition at Bssac2016, and of course, joining me, our team, Perry Barnett and Anna Lashley. And your final thoughts before we close off this broadcast, starting with Perry.
I must say I was only here for the relays, but I was impressed with what I saw. Queen's College girls on the 13 girls, they look fairly sharp with their handovers. It was really tragic with Lester Vaughan, and I think it was on the 17 boys. They look like sure winners. That was a sure bet. And like I always was telling Anna for the whole afternoon, you need to get the stick around the track. But I was impressed all in all with the relays. Just a few jitters caused some of the teams to crash out. But all in all, it looked pretty satisfied to me. I was satisfied with what I saw.
And Anna, your thoughts?
Yes, Michael, I do believe it would be the hurdles. The Leicester-Vaughan school would have dominated the hurdles, and I do believe that they did an excellent job. The coach, Alwyn Babb, of the Leicester-Vaughan school must be commended for the high performances of his athletes.
Well, folks, you heard it from these two guys who have been assisting me. We're covering the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships, the Frank Blackman Zone, the first day of competition. So tomorrow, you will be joining us right back at sports.bb Cinestream TV for our continued coverage of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletic Championships. You can check us online for those results. We didn't give you the final scores after day one, but you can check us online, sports.bb, for those final set of results after day one. So on behalf of the crew, Michael Jewell signing off. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Today's coverage of the 2016 Powerade Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship is made possible with kind sponsorship from the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Sagicor Financial, Burger King, Purity Bakeries, Winet, Sunal Technology Solutions, Acronite, and Tropical Computers Limited.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at Big Freshly prepared tradition, and every bite perfection.
With 100% beef, flame grilled over real flames. Great tasting, high quality, affordable food, and our speedy service.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fresh all day at BK. Them to your satisfaction, and we have our selection.
Family friendly dining at any of our 4 locations.